Well, hello, wrestling fans. The reason I went well there was because just as I was starting, they did a Big Show promo right there on my TV. I am Tom Collihew. You are joining me for the very beginning of what is going to be quite a long Royal Rumble watch along. I realize we are technically 2 hours ahead of the pre show just right now. However, we will be having our own pre show, an hour's preview with myself, and then we'll have two guests joining in 1 hour and two more guests joining in 3 hours with some potential rotation on the way as well. So, thank you to everyone who has joined so far. We are currently live on YouTube, on Twitch, and on Twitter. However, at the end of this hour, we will be dropping off of Twitter, and that will be moving anyone there onto Twitch. I am currently all set up. The Royal Rumble is there for my entertainment. We have Caleb Braxton on the bump right now in glorious Technicolor, and a whole lot more people. Someone is stroking corn dogs. That is the world we live in right now. Riffing says, hi, welcome, Riffing. Glad to see you here. If you are here, if you're on YouTube or Twitch and joining me, please do remember to say hi. I will be celebrating everyone who drops in, I assure you, and definitely making a big greeting. I have a collection of snacks ready for the occasion. I'm not sponsored. I promise I'm not sponsored. Oh, sorry to hear that, Riff. Says I'm watching you live while having a toothache. I am sorry to hear that. Not what I wanted to hear, but I hope you feel better over the course of the show. Manny says, well, so welcome, Manny. Glad to see you here as well. This is a lot later than my usual shows, and I'll be advertising more over the night. There will be traffic rotating quite along the way. Manny says, help me, there's too many spoilers. I won't be sharing any spoilers here, but Manny has been something of our news guy recently, so I would imagine you are very aware of them. I'm going to do some speculation. I'm not planning any spoilers, but if I sit here and I say Aleister Black is coming back in the Rumble, it means I want him to come back in the Rumble. I think there are some obvious surprises who will be turning up. There's definitely been teasers of Trish Stratus, for example, in a picture posted by Natalia, and there have definitely been some promising signs as regards people like John Cena, Aleister Black, and Seth Rollins. If you can't hear me too well, please do let me know. My microphone is here. All my audio from the Royal Rumble is coming through my headphones, though at the minute, of course, it is the bump. And I've got everything as quiet as possible on here, but I will be, like I say, talking to a few more people as the night goes on. It will not just be this old face keeping you company. Interesting. I'll get to that in just a moment. Matt Hendricks says, Seth Rollins is now the new betting odds favourite to win the Royal Rumble. Liam Crook also has said that over on Twitter via Periscope. So interesting that has appeared out of nowhere. I have mentioned over the last few weeks that I'd love to see Roman versus Seth. I think when Seth returns, that would be a program that they could do with, but it would certainly be different than what it seems to have been building towards. There are rumors, of course, that the match layout has been shared and that the main event will be the men's Royal Rumble. So that could certainly be interesting. Manny says the 17 spots for the women and that Natty pick was a long time ago. People are asses. I am not aware of a Natalia pick. I'm not aware. Oh, do you mean the Trish Stratus one? Yeah, people have been making a thing of it, and you'll get a lot of that. You'll get a lot of that. Riffing says, I've seen a girl on Twitter saying that Ryback stalked her and that he wants to have kids with her. Is it legit? I couldn't tell you. Really couldn't tell you. It's... Oh my God, Daniel Bryan's hair is ridiculous. He's got a ponytail up here. Magnificent. Magnificent. It's not immediately easy to work out things via betting odds. It's not immediately obvious to see things from there. But when it comes to stuff like that, I would rather stay clear of it and let people work it out. There are a lot of accusations made on social media. Some of them are correct, some of them are not. But most of them, we'd be best served going to the police about, if you get what I'm saying. I think that's usually the best way to work out one of those situations. Matt wonders if the women's betting odds changed. The betting odds have been all over the place when it comes to the Rumbles. Also says, I keep telling people just because the betting odds had Daniel and Bianca doesn't mean that will stay the day of the show. Very true. And in fact, that has been confirmed as of last year as well. Shayna Baszler was due to win the Royal Rumble until the day of the Royal Rumble when it was changed to Charlotte Flair, Drew McIntyre also got late betting favourites for it. But the betting favourites usually are up there at least. Yes, Matt has followed up on that as well. Remember, betting odds had Shayna and Roman to win last year, and hours before the Rumble, it changed to Drew and Charlotte. I was reporting a couple of weeks before the Rumble that the expectation was Shayna Baszler and Roman Reigns, but here we are. Booking TN says Ronda return. I've heard nothing about a Ronda Rousey return. I made a video explaining my top 10 picks and why I think they would be the favorites so far. Ronda Rousey was on that list. She could come back for a one-off payday. It wouldn't be the most expensive thing in the world after all, but it would still be kind of expensive. I mean, I keep hearing and we keep being told that Ronda Rousey is under contract and has been for the last 3 years. But I would love to work a job where I cannot turn up for 2 years and still get paid. Riffing, I haven't heard what you're saying, and if I did, I would not say it on here. I don't want to be too spoilery. Betting odds is a different thing. I also see what you're doing there, Matt. Once again, not going to click on it, but I appreciate what you're saying. Stop it. Manny says, I want to see the women that were called up last summer like Santana and Vanessa Bourne. There are a number of people who apparently have been called up who have not turned up at any point. Obviously, no fault of their own. This is pure booking that's prevented them from popping up. But those are two perfect examples of people who should have appeared by now but haven't. There are also, of course, rumors of Rhea Ripley having been called up. There were fresh rumors about the idea that she is already main roster but just hasn't appeared yet. As well as, like I said, Santana, Vanessa Bourne, and there's a number of people. Mercedes Martinez was very briefly on main roster with Retribution, and then that didn't follow. Riffing says, are NXT Indian talent entering the Women's Royal Rumble? To my knowledge, no. To my knowledge, it was just a one-off show that they were there for. But when it comes to people who are already working in NXT, there is likely to be a lot of NXT appearances. That said, people currently under the umbrella of NXT India, the idea is that they will be working their own division soon instead of coming into the Royal Rumble. We may see one or two faces to promote that division, but then if they were going to do that, I would imagine we would also see Kairi Sane, which I'm not against. Manny says, and of course I'm still holding out for my girl, Eva Marie. You've been making that prediction every show. I hope it comes true for you, mate. Matt Hendricks' predictions are, well, the official ones, Daniel Bryan and Rhea Ripley. Let's run down the expected card for everyone. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. So I'm going to literally search Royal Rumble 2021 card. And make sure I can read through all of them. Let's see. That'll do. Because I don't want to miss anyone. And I don't want to miss any matches. But I'm going to say my predictions. And then I want to hear yours. So let's run through. I'm going to use the expected match order as has been released by Fightful. I don't know if that's definitely the case, but that's the information that we've got, so we're going to use it. They have Asuka and Charlotte Flair defending the Women's Tag Team Championships against Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler on the pre-show. My expectation there is that Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler will take the championships. I just don't think Charlotte Flair and Asuka have done anything with them so far, and they have very independent storylines going on right now. So I don't expect long-term they're going to be retaining the championships. After that, the show is expected to open with Drew McIntyre versus Goldberg. I still have Drew McIntyre. Still Drew McIntyre, but I'm nervous. You know? I'm nervous. You get what I'm saying? I wasn't nervous going into the Goldberg Fiend match, and I feel now that I should have been more nervous. But I wasn't. Here we are now. I am holding out hope that Drew McIntyre will retain. After that, apparently it was going to be Sasha Banks and Carmella. Sasha Banks needs to win this one, needs to write off this feud. It's been going far too long for me and move on. But I'm hoping that Carmella at least gets something out of this because I don't want her to get too raw a deal, if you'll forgive me the wrestling pun, Monday Night Raw. And she hasn't looked great in this feud. So I think there will be some miscommunication and Reginald will somehow cost Carmella the match. Carmella's an interesting one. She's always had someone in her corner. James Ellsworth, the welcoming committee. It's a very strange one. She very rarely stands alone. I think her pinnacle was with R-Truth. But even as the women's champion, she had someone in her corner. I think it says a lot about her as a character that she has a certain amount of insecurity, which is really relatable. I think Reginald will potentially cost her this one. The idea then is that we would be the women's Royal Rumble after that. My prediction building up has been Bianca Belair. I'm not changing based on any changes in betting odds because it's simply too late. I locked in my predictions yesterday and I'm sticking with them. Bianca Belair to win the women's Royal Rumble. We then will have Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens sandwiched between the Rumbles, which is an awkward spot to be in. Hopefully this will be like a slow build of it, but I have Roman Reigns retaining. I don't think Kevin Owens actually stands a chance, but I think we will see the return of Jimmy Uso, and that Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso will combine to cost Kevin Owens this match. I think that's why Jey Uso has been off TV for that surprise moment. Jey Uso is still expected to be in the Royal Rumble. For the men's Royal Rumble, I cannot look past Daniel Bryan. He's literally on the bump with a ridiculous ponytail right now. I love this man. And I cannot look past him, despite any changes that may have happened in the potential betting odds. I think that is what's going to happen. Those are my predictions. Please tell me your predictions as well. Let's get them in. I'll be asking a few more times as people come in, but let's see what other comments we have. Matt says, I think Keith Lee is not going to be in the Rumble due to Mia Yim's COVID. Very possible. It's a very unfortunate situation. It could have been a real showcase for Keith Lee. His appearance last year was one of the highlights. It'll be disappointing, but not too surprising. And I respect anyone who has something like that and recuses themselves from the situation. I'll run through my snacks of all you guys as well soon. We may get to that point. Riffing said, should Tommaso Ciampa join the main roster? Absolutely not. I don't believe he should, for the very simple reason that he doesn't want to. And he's been very public about not wanting to. For me, I don't think he should. Manny says, if he doesn't, it'll be fine, but I'm hoping you are referring to Eva Marie. Fair enough. I just, as I believe I've said every time, I just really hope they keep her entrance from when she left, if she does come back. Matt says, I think the women's tag title was moved to the pre-show. That I did read that, and I mentioned it there. I expected that to be on the pre-show. I actually also kind of expected Carmella and Sasha Banks to be on the pre-show, but that didn't happen. I'm okay with that. I think we need more than just the Women's Royal Rumble representing the women on the card. Pardon me. It also says, I don't think opening with Drew versus Goldberg is a good idea. If you want the casual audience, that is the perfect opener. Either the opener or the main event. That was a slot they needed for that. Drew versus Goldberg. It's there to hook the casuals. It's there to bring people in, so it makes sense to have it on first. Manny says they are doing 2K video game work today at Rumble. Interesting. Very interesting. The expectation was that after a year off for Battleground, we would see a new WWE 2K game. So it makes sense that they will be doing at least some research for it. Usually around this time, you get journalists going out to the shows and they'll be able to see what's going on. But I'll talk to my guy about 2K games and see what he can tell me more about this for Monday stream, well, tomorrow's stream. Riffing says, will women still wrestle on 205 Live after the Dusty Tag Team Tournament? There is no expectation of that. 205 Live is just being used as an overflow right now because they have too many people and too many matches to get onto NXT. I think that's a shame. I think that could be a drawing point, but they don't want to put it on YouTube or anything like that, or just the network and make it a special. They want it to be in front of eyes. But 205 Live is kind of a network special, so I'm not sure how well it's going to work out. Riffing says, I want to see a stare down between Lashley and Lesnar in the Rumble match. Yes. If Brock returns, completely agree. Bobby Lashley for years has said that he wants a match with Brock Lesnar. I'm confident it was part of the damn contract negotiations when he came back, but nothing has happened. Brock Lesnar is stonewalling him. He's absolutely stonewalling him. He's not doing it. And I hope that at least can change a little bit. I'm pushing you a little bit further back to get my head in when I adjust. because I can't sit forever in this chair still. You get what I mean? But I definitely want to see that, and I think that's something Lashley will want, but maybe not something Lesnar will want. The placement of Matt Riddle will also be very interesting if Brock Lesnar returns. Owen Guinness Gamer says, "Hi Tom, happy Royal Rumble, happy Royal Rumble to yourself. This, I think, is the greatest show of the year, Royal Rumble. It's always my big hype moment. So Matt says, based off of SmackDown, I see Bayley is going to eliminate Belair, leaving Rhea Ripley to win the Rumble and challenge Charlotte once she beats Asuka. A lot of steps in that. A lot of steps in that. There's a lot that could happen, that could go wrong there. But I think Rhea Ripley is a very dominant figure. And if she's in the Rumble, she will be as dominant as she has proven to be in previous Rumbles. She's only been in the one to my knowledge, but she did very, very well there and was a really exciting person. I believe she eliminated 4. Which any more than one elimination is really very good. Guinness says, can't believe I just got something spoiled on me. Why do people do this? This is one of the reasons I wanted to start this show a little early, because I want to talk myself out of being on Twitter. Because to be blunt, Twitter's not going to do me any favors. It's just not going to do me any favors. I don't want to be popping over there and seeing all of these different things, which aren't good to know. I want some surprise to the Royal Rumble. I know, like in the chat, there are probably going to be quite a few people talking about it, but please do refrain from actual spoilers as much as possible. I know you guys are going to want to hint and things like that, but let's just try and keep it as close as possible and just relax as possible and not have too many spoilers in the chat. Manny says, I don't know if they will because they're famous CFO and I think they're getting rid of them. That is in reference to Eva Marie. Matt says, and you can do triple threat with Sasha, Bayley, and Belair. It just makes sense. I still think a straight match between Banks and Belair is the way to go. Riff says, I know that this won't happen. Always a good start. But a Goldberg in his prime against Lashley, against Lesnar, against Batista in his prime would be fire. That would just be spear, 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 spear. Just non-stop spears. Non-stop. I mean, I'm not against it per se, but it'd be funny. Owen says, do you think the men's Rumble will go on last? Yes, I do, primarily because they haven't announced who is number 30 for the Rumble. So I think it's just one of those. If they haven't announced who the number 30 is, then it is telling about what will be last because they are likely expecting some big surprise. When you're willing to announce Edge ahead of time in number 1 and Randy Orton in number 2, or the other way around, I'm not entirely sure which it is, I think you've got some big surprises planned. Riff says it's Eric Rowan returning at the Rumble. To my knowledge, no. He has been let go for quite a long time, and as far as I know, doesn't really want to come back. I want to say thank you for following, but it's an interesting name you've got there, Nansgrave666. But thank you for following regardless. I hope you enjoy the show. I'm glad to see you here. Mahendrick says, so there is a way that Bray Wyatt can be involved with Orton's elimination without The Fiend actually appearing on the show. There are a number of ways they could do that if they want to do that. Bray Wyatt, I'm sure, will feature in some capacity, but as to what capacity, we can't be sure as of yet. Owen says, I loved your idea of Cena at number 3, perfect for Edge and Orton because he's both their biggest rival, arguably. Yeah, that is what I was thinking with that. I think if John Cena is returning, that is a perfect spot. Also, it seems like they've brought on Edge and Randy Orton for a reason, that being much like Goldberg at the beginning, the casual hook, to hook the casual audience with really recognizable names. Just really recognizable names. Thank you, Matt, for clarifying that Orton is 1 and Edge is 2. So I think John Cena in that spot would be absolutely perfect. 1, you get that and everything you need. But I have just seen that there is a WWE version of a watch-along featuring the Bella Twins, Diamond Dallas Page, and Rikishi. So I'm not sure how much she will like to commentate on Cena's appearance, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, as Matt points out, WWE did something similar back in 2004 with The Undertaker as regards Bray Wyatt. Taker wasn't an entrant, but the gong distraction caused Kane's elimination. And they always did protect Kane. He didn't really do much, unfortunately. He eliminated a lot of people, but he never won a Royal Rumble, which I think is a shame. Riff says, do you have wrestling action figures? I do not. but I have done in the past. I usually, any toys I have or action figures, I will have them for a period of time and then I'll give them away to charity. That's just something my mother instilled in me very early on. Um, so I've had quite a few. I've had rings. I've had Jericho, for example, The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin. I've had all of those, but I don't at the moment have any. There's a number I would probably get. Like if I was going to get Funko Pops, that'd be a great thing. That said, if you want Peacock subscriptions, you do that. I'm more than certain people will subscribe to Peacock for the return of Bray Wyatt out of curiosity of what's going to look like after being burned. Not sure he is. I'm not sure they are, to be completely honest. While Bray Wyatt has a really interesting character and has drawing potential, he is nothing compared to the drawing potential of a Goldberg, of a Roman Reigns, people like that. There is nothing compared. Over time, he could become that, but this is also true, for example, Drew McIntyre. The reason they're putting him against Goldberg is to get casual eyes on McIntyre so that McIntyre can become that draw. The Fiend is working with Randy Orton for the same reason, and it's working, but I wouldn't put too much pressure on him to get subscriptions solo just yet. But also says, I can't wait to see the debut of You Can't See Me. Kid seems like he has a bright upside. I did laugh at that. Hulk Hogan is currently on my TV. Great. Fantastic. There's always a Hogan, isn't there? As long as there is WWE, there will always be a Hogan. Riff, as regards Bray Wyatt, says, my prediction of Bray in the Royal Rumble is by returning with a cinematic style, pausing the Rumble and the wrestlers, but not Orton, to scare him to eliminate us himself or something like that. Not sure how well that would play out on TV. I wouldn't put it past him. It's certainly a different idea, but I'm just not sure how it would play out on TV. Before I continue, and I will get to the next comment pretty quickly, if you're watching this on YouTube, please do remember to click like. That helps me get more viewers in, and the longer a live stream is, the more people could potentially come find this, but the harder it is for it to be immediately be found. So every single like is of huge benefit. If you're watching this on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/Tom Colahue, please remember to follow. I've just started there. I'm 60% of the way to monetization after 3 weeks, and that is what I'll be pushing. If you're watching this on Twitter, you've got 38 minutes left before I close the Twitter watch party, and you have to move to Twitch. I'm trying to get people over there because just if I can get 20 more followers on Twitch, I can monetize. Just 20 more followers. I don't think it's a big ask, but unfortunately, it's taking a little bit of time. But I've been getting like 10 a week. That's pretty good if you ask me. Ellie, I see your comment. I have heard, but I'm not going to click on it. I did that earlier. I realized I shouldn't have done that because that is a potential spoiler. So I have seen what you're saying, but I won't be clicking on it. And in the past, betting odds have been a very good indicator. Guinness Gamer says, if the Fiend is in the Rumble, who would you have eliminate him? It's a really good question. I've posited before that I don't think he'll be in the Rumble on the basis that who eliminates him? It's not like the Big Show or Braun Strowman where it's like, oh, he's so big, how do you eliminate him? The Fiend literally doesn't feel pain. So how do you eliminate him? Short of, for example, getting The Undertaker back and starting a new feud there. There is a lot that could happen. Now, if he is in the Rumble, I would probably have Randy Orton or Edge eliminate him. Probably. Though, to be fair, I would love it if... that's a good idea there. Good idea there. I'll get down to that soon, and it's a good idea. Pardon me. Riff Thing says, who is the weakest link of the Shield? I think it's been proven that the weakest link of the Shield was Dean Ambrose. If it had been Jon Moxley in the Shield, I think the weakest link would have been Roman Reigns. But the Shield is one of those. They have so much talent, the three of them together, that there really isn't a weak link. There really just isn't one. It is an incredible selection of people, and they've just got better and better and better over time. Hendrik says, what made the build to Kane vs. Taker at Mania 20 so great is Undertaker never appeared for Raw and SmackDown. He wasn't even in the match graphic for that. This was actually a nice parallel to Kane's initial debut, when, yes, he would appear, but he didn't wrestle for months. I'm thinking it was like May till January, I think it was, that he just didn't wrestle, and The Undertaker just refused. It was a month's of a build. And it really was a powerful moment. Sometimes they do rush things, and it's a shame. Matt also said, did you watch the Yokozuna documentary? Not just yet, I haven't. I haven't just yet. Guinness Gamers again, see what you're saying, not going to click on it, you understand why. Riffing says, whatever happened to James Ellsworth? I haven't heard anything about that guy for a while. James Ellsworth is still wrestling, but he's finding it harder to book gigs. Will not be going any further in that. Matt Hendricks, you've commented the same thing twice, but expanded on the second one, so I'll click on that one. As regards The Fiend, Karrion Kross or Aleister Black, those are feuds that would soar. They would be great for The Fiend. I would love Aleister Black or Karrion Kross against The Fiend, or in fact a triple threat. I would love it. Maybe a Demon King Finn Balor as well. Who knows? Ed, welcome. Glad to see you. Ed is my moderator over on Twitch, so please, if you are going over there, respect the management, as it were. Has anyone from the BRE streaming house been removed from the event? Dakota, Shayna, or Jessamine Duke? I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything about this. Shayna, to my knowledge, is still going to be wrestling tonight. She's been announced on the pre-show. That's an interesting one. Can you tell me a little bit more about that, please, Ed? Or anyone else who knows about it? Riffing says, who will headline the Hall of Fame, NWO or Batista? Batista is the top draw pick. He will be the headliner. Owen says, if it's not Daniel Bryan, which everyone is expecting, who do you think they will swerve us with? There are some obvious swerves, and there are some not obvious swerves. I think Big E is the obvious swerve there, but there's a number of other possibilities. Sheamus, I think, is someone with potential. As has been mentioned in these live streams before, Shane McMahon could always jump in. I see what you guys are saying now. Thank you for bringing that one up. Hendrick says, I don't want to spoil much, but Hogan finally admitted to the terrible ending at Mania 9. It's about bloody time. Right. Owen clarifies, with Mia Yim out, guessing that means we won't get Keith Lee, and Mia Yim, as Matt follows up, is also a part of BRE. She will have been, if she's got COVID, she has been pulled. No chance. Everyone will have been tested, but it was a case that there was a rumor that she had been positive for COVID when she wasn't positive for COVID. However, she did then become positive for COVID. I think it's possible, for example, and this is just me speculating, that someone near her had it and the WWE knew that, and then she became sick with COVID later. Not going to comment on who or what. The only comment I'm going to make is that I hope Mia Yim and anyone who may have been affected by her positive test gets well soon, and we see her back shortly. When it comes to the streamer house, they definitely, according to government mandates here, at least in the UK, they should have self-isolated. However, the WWE do regular testing. So they will have been tested, and if they came through positive, they'll be in the Royal Rumble, or however they are required to be. Shayna Baszler, for example, is challenging for the Women's Tag Team Championships. Guinness says, what sugar snacks do you have to keep you going through the night? I saved my birthday cake from Friday for tonight. Happy birthday, Owen. Many happy returns, as it were. I very much hope that you had a great day. Sugary snacks, let's see what I got. I got salty snacks. Lots of salt and vinegar. In addition to that, I have Galaxy Cookie Crumble, little pieces of cookie in chocolate. What's not to like? And I have vegan sweets. I'm not vegan. These are just nice. I'm more vegetarian than not, kind of, sometimes. I don't know. I eat meat, but then I try and avoid eating meat. I'm basically a really bad vegetarian. I think that's the best way to describe it. Right. Ed clarifies, was questioning it because of Mia's positive test that she confirmed on social media yesterday, and they apparently all live together in a streaming house from when they were on the road with NXT pre-pandemic. They do all live together. They have appeared on a number of things. They did have their own Twitch channels, and many of them still do. Dakota Kai's, as we've found, has not been used recently, even though, for example, Adam Cole's has been. It may have been that Dakota Kai is preparing herself for a main roster appearance, for example. But yeah, they will be tested when they look to come into the building. They will have been tested yesterday as well. And they haven't announced any changes to the card so far. The big tell would, of course, be what happened with the Shayna Baszler match. That will be the big tell of whether or not anyone is being pulled. But to be fair, Dakota Kai, for example, has not been formally announced for the Rumble, so they could easily make changes late in the day. Riffing says, why pro wrestling is not treated like a big sport like most other sports? When it comes to pro wrestling, it's just not guaranteed that people will actually take it seriously. A lot of people look down on pro wrestling. And this is why, for example, I may find it difficult to find too strong an audience on Twitch over time, because I have had people drop in. Ed will remember this. I did have someone drop in insulting the sport and showing off a fair bit of homophobia in the process. So I think other sports sort of look down on pro wrestling. I don't agree with it. I do have a video up on my YouTube that is essentially, is wrestling fake or is wrestling real? Answer, kind of both, but not really. Matt says, Hogan said it was his idea, this being WrestleMania 9, and the company hated the Hogan finish. I think everyone other than Hulk Hogan hated the finish to WrestleMania 9. Everyone. Just everyone. It's just why? 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 Anyway. Okay, Matt. Matt says he's also got his own watch party. He's not prepared as it's his first WWE watch party for a pay-per-view. Same, mate. Absolute same. I've never done a watch party before. I've never streamed for more than 2 hours. And when I've streamed for 2 hours, I've had a game so that people don't get bored. I am genuinely worried people are going to get bored of my face, which is why I've got special guests. And in a half an hour, we will have 2 more people joining this to get the conversation going a bit more. And so that you guys don't get bored of just this whole thing. You know, only so much I can do. Matt says Mia Yim moved out to live with Keith Lee and no longer lives with Shayna and Dakota. That's not something I was personally aware of, but if that's the case, then I expect everyone will still be fine. Daoud Khan, please let me know if I pronounce your name wrong. Please correct me. I like to get people's names right. It says, are you joining WWE Thunderdome? I cannot. Sorry, 1 second. I cannot stream on Twitch and YouTube and on Twitter while at the same time being on WWE Thunderdome. So too big an ask. Too big an ask. Also, I just don't think my laptop will handle it. Bless it. It's a good laptop. It's not a world beater, but it's working really hard for me. Really hard. Interesting. Ed's official predictions for the Royal Rumble are Brock Lesnar and Bayley. That is some bold statements, sir. One of my guests, Nick Barbati, who will be joining at the main show, does think Bayley is going to win the Royal Rumble. I don't think it's outside of the realms of possibility. I would be surprised, not unpleasantly surprised. Like, I wouldn't mind that. I think that would be good storytelling as well. At the moment, we have run out of questions and comments. So, 1 sec. David says, have you ever been on the Thunderdome? I have not. If you spotted me on there, please let me know, because it's definitely not been me. And I don't think I look like too many people. I mean, the glasses are crooked. There's only so much you can do with this. So let's do some preview stuff while we don't have questions coming in. We know the Royal Rumble 21 card. We know what's basically going to happen during the show. It is a 1 hour pre-show tonight, and there is only one match on it. Usually it's like a 2 hour. My expectation is that the Rumble itself will only be a 3 hour show. That's why we've got a 7 hour stream instead of an 8 hour stream. The questions I have for you. When it comes to the women's tag team title match, we have Charlotte Flair and Asuka versus Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler. What do you think is going to happen there? Firstly, who do you think is going to win? And secondly, how? There are so many possibilities. With Asuka there particularly, with Charlotte there as well, we have Lacey Evans into play, and of course Ric Flair in play, who is at the Royal Rumble and has mentioned earlier on Twitter, essentially showing himself in a nice suit to the Royal Rumble. Credit there. We also have Alexa Bliss in the background. She has been feuding with Asuka, and to be fair, she's been beating Asuka. She beat Asuka clean as a whistle 2 weeks ago on Raw, and she was this close to winning the Women's Championship right before the Royal Rumble. Alexa Bliss was one of the favoured names to win the Royal Rumble. She still could, but I don't think she will on the basis that she has already had the feud. The bump at the moment are highlighting Drew McIntyre and Hulk Hogan hanging out. This was a week before Drew McIntyre came down with COVID. I've got to be honest, if I'm a wrestler, I'm not spending much time with Hulk Hogan. Be the future, you know? Don't keep going back to it. Just be the future. So, when it comes to the opening match on the pre-show, who have you got for that match and why? Ed says, Shayna and Jax, Lacey will cost Charlotte the match and Asuka will attack her to Internet Glee. A heel turn for Asuka. That's very interesting. You have some really good ideas. One I missed, Daoud said, do you think Brock is returning? I do. I didn't until very recently, but at this point in time, I do. I think we will see Brock tonight. I think it'll be a one-off payment, but I think we will see Brock. Anyone watching on YouTube, please do remember to click a like on the video. That helps me grow, helps people find out. Pardon me. Oh, God, stop flexing, Hulk. Stop it. Oof. I hope you guys are watching along to this, because otherwise it just seems like I have Hulk Hogan randomly on my TV for no reason. I don't. That's not something that happens. That's not something that happens. But yeah, I think Brock will be returning. It'll be a one-off payday until WrestleMania, when he'll then become under contract again. The WWE, as we know, have a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Matt says, I feel like Asuka is taking the pin either way, sadly. That would be sad, but I get what you're saying. I get it. I think Charlotte will be more protected than Asuka. David asks what match is opening the Royal Rumble. The report that's come out from Fightful is that the opening match will be Drew McIntyre versus Goldberg. I can't confirm that either way, but that's the report that's come out. I believe that to be the case on the basis that Goldberg is an appeal for casuals and they want to open the show with a hook for casuals. So Goldberg versus McIntyre is where I believe we will be. It says attacking Charlotte isn't a heel turn. Charlotte will be the heel. She, like her dad, is very hard to truly be a face in the truest sense. Get what you're saying. After all, this is exactly what happened with Becky Lynch. She should have been, she was intended to be the heel in the match, but that never quite happened. When it came to Becky Lynch, the people just rejected it. So they found something else to do. And I think that the fans would reject an attempted Asuka heel turn no matter what the WWE does. So it's a good point. But let me ask you this. Who then is the face in this feud between Charlotte and Lacey Evans? Because if it's Lacey Evans and Ric Flair, I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to use this as an opportunity by Daoud. Do you have any spoilers that you can give us? I will not be giving any spoilers on this stream. Those that I have, I will not be sharing. And those that people say in the comments, I will not be highlighting. There are a number of potential ways to find spoilers, but I don't want to sit here and say, okay, this is exactly what's going to happen in the show, because then why are you going to watch it? Why are you going to watch it? You know? Matt says Mania matches do get set up during the Rumble. Yes, they do, and that is something that we can definitely be expecting to see. Riffing says, a bit out of nowhere, I think that Matt Riddle and Kurt Stallion should form a tag team because they have similar gimmicks. I'm not entirely familiar with Kurt Stallion. I'm guessing he gets high. Matt says, imagine the one time there is no fans in attendance is when CM Punk returns. Yeah, I saw your tweet about this earlier, and yeah, that would be a surprise. That would be a surprise. David says, do you think WWE will announce more matches? I do not. I think they're trying to keep it to about 3 hours, 5 matches, 2 of them Royal Rumbles. They will struggle to do that. But I think Drew McIntyre Goldberg will be quite brief. Rob Van Dorst, you're a name I'm not particularly familiar with, says, hey, welcome. Glad to see you here. By all means, jump in, ask your questions, and click like on the video. Ed, in answer to my earlier question, says, Lacey is a heel, Charlotte is a Flair. Yeah, a Flair is never entirely a face, are they? You can't trust a Flair, and that's their entire MO, so that is expected. And Asuka will be a face. I think Asuka's one of those now that because she's had so few chances, despite her championship run, because the WWE clearly haven't backed her all the way, like properly, The fans really have. The fans really have her back. I do just want to check my mic settings and make sure I'm coming through the right thing. Yeah, I'm coming through fine. Very good. Rob says, I hope Punk is not in it. I kind of do as well. He's never shown any interest in returning, so I just don't see it happening. He's really never shown any interest in returning to wrestling entirely, not just necessarily WWE. But I've reported previously that a CM Punk return is one phone call away, but that phone call has to be made by CM Punk. Thank you, Ed. Bit of context. Riddle helped train Kurt Stallion. Every time I see Kurt Stallion, I immediately think Wild Stallions, and then I start watching Bill and Ted in my head, which isn't a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Matt says this is going to be a weird Rumble with no fans. I completely agree with you. Completely agree. It's strange. And Matt says, I don't understand how Triple H gets Asuka, but Vince doesn't. There are constant rumors backstage about who likes who. There are a number of people who seem to report exclusively, Vince likes this person. Vince likes this person. And it doesn't always pan out. There were reports of Zelina Vega being really popular with Vince McMahon. Then she got fired. It doesn't always pan out that way. So I take any report like that with a bit of a pinch of salt. Not that I don't value it, of course, but it's one of those. There's only so much you can do with it. Rob says, is the big guy coming to AEW? I don't think AEW want to work with the big guy. I don't think any wrestling company right now wants to work with the big guy. And I think that's also true of Val Venus and a number of people. But to be fair, that was also true of Jackson Riker until recently, and he has re-emerged. Hopefully he can regain his place and earn it, but he will have to earn it. It's interesting seeing all these questions because there is a very common theme here. Riffing says, is RVD returning at the Rumble? It's a good question. He was in a graphic from BT Sport, but BT Sport did make that for a bit of fun. So it's not an indicator because they also had a switchblade on there. I have noticed that when it comes to the possibility of Jay White in the Rumble, we haven't heard much about that in a little while. I think it's quite telling because I don't expect to see Jay White in the Royal Rumble. And if we did, he has to win it because it's Jay White. For anyone who doesn't watch New Japan, I am a huge Jay White fan, and a year ago did report that the WWE had interest in trying to sign him. I reported that a year ago. A month ago, it made big news because someone else reported, someone more popular, reported that the WWE were interested in Jay White. I don't think we'll see it personally. Matt clarifies, I mean, it just doesn't feel like Vince gets Asuka. Get what you're saying there. Riff follows up. Should Ryback join Impact Wrestling? If he wants to and they want him, by all means. But I think he's very happy with his current podcasting career, to be completely honest. That's a good point, Ed. RVD is unlikely to get cleared by WWE doctors because of concussions. Yes, absolutely. And that is something that the WWE are very aware of. They are very careful when it comes to multiple concussions, particularly. And RVD has picked up a lot of injuries over the years. So I think they would be careful. But when it comes to the Royal Rumble, he may be allowed to come in for a temporary spot. I know Daniel Bryan returned. I do know that. And that is something that isn't a rule, hence why Paige hasn't returned. But once again, Paige is doing really well with her Twitch channel. At the end of this show, if she is online, I would probably direct you towards Paige for the raids and so on and so forth, which I've been trying to put more thought into that because on Twitch, you can send people to different channels. So, for example, we went to Going in Raw. We can go to Adam Cole. We can go to Maria May, someone I want to send people over to. She's been working really hard recently. Just going to grab a hoodie. Oh, bear with me. I don't want to hit my microphone or any of my technology. It's a very delicate setup here. If you look behind the camera, I've got ring light, got light, got my phone in a little harness with my Twitch stream manager, got my microphone, got my TV, got my drink. There's a lot going on. But yes, WWE doctors are much more careful than doctors in other promotions specifically. Pardon me. about concussions. They are specifically careful about that. On Wednesday's WWE The Bump, Stone Cold Steve Austin will be making an appearance. The WWE have just announced on The Bump. I don't know if this is a replay though. Ed, I'm going to highlight that to put a bit of exclamation in. This is the beauty of having a very dedicated and helpful mod like Ed, who's advertising the Twitch schedule that I have. Jay White is also doing well on my Football Manager streams, which are Tuesdays, 1 p.m. EST, 6 p.m. UK time. Essentially, I've got a football team, there's a lot of admin, and I had a player called Jaden White, a real person who plays for Kidderminster Harriers, the team that I'm working with on Football Manager. I've changed him to Jay White. We also have a Sam Austin. I wonder what name I'm going to change him to. Riffing says, is Braun Strowman starting to become the new Big Show or a comedy act like Carly? Now, this is something I have spoken about, particularly in my SmackDown review my review of yesterday's SmackDown. Sorry, the day before SmackDown, the review came out yesterday. Didn't do so well in the numbers, that one. YouTube is slowly learning how to advertise my stuff, but if you haven't watched that, please do remember to jump over, watch it, give it a like, very helpful. But I did posit on there that Braun Strowman, with the amount of flip-flopping that's been happening, face turn, heel turn, face turn, heel turn, he is becoming a bit of a Big Show. Now, he debuted as part of the Wyatt family as a heel against Roman. He then split off, became a face briefly, and then we got to the point whereby he turned heel to work with Ziggler and McIntyre to feud with Roman Reigns, turned face again after that, going forwards, then worked with Bray Wyatt, turned heel as recently as this August to work with Bray Wyatt, now seems to have turned face again because he attacked the heels. That's what, 6 turns? If you do more than 1 turn a year, it's not good enough. It's bad booking. It's bad booking. Matt says, someone said BT Sports aired a Royal Rumble ad that had Rhea in it. Is that true? There was certainly some suggestions of Rhea Ripley, but to be fair, BT Sport essentially create their own stuff. So a lot of it is made to advertise based on their own stuff. They don't know who's going to be in it. They're just advertising WWE superstars. I do expect we will see Rhea Ripley in the Rumble tonight. I got Ripley and Rumble confused, and it was Ripley or Rumbly. I expect we'll see her tonight. I see where you've gone with that, Riff. I see where you've gone with that. Rob Van Dor says, where is Jimmy Havoc? Not a clue. Absolutely not a clue. I could not tell you. Oh, Riff, good question. Have you ever met a pro wrestler in person? I have met a number of pro wrestlers in person. I've had pictures up on my Twitter of me with Cesaro, Nikki Cross, Shelton Benjamin, Triple H, William Regal, and a number of other people as well, including, for example, NXT UK talent like Volta, and so on and so forth, Kaylee Ray. So I've met quite a few, and I got speaking to quite a few on social media and the like as well. So it's not a case that I met the big names and then never spoke to them again. I got talking to a few, and so on and so forth. So it's an interesting one. I've also known people who went on to become WWE wrestlers. There is a picture of me with Matt Hardy in his time between WWE shifts, who I literally met at a local show. AJ Styles as well, who wasn't in the WWE then, but was the IWGP Heavyweight Champion at the time. Such a good match. Such a good match. Oh, so I've met quite a few. Also Dalton Castle, lovely guy, made me blind. Matt says, why did SmackDown have to bring Raw's creative to Friday nights? I watched SmackDown to escape from Raw. It's different, isn't it? Riff says, is WWE creative the worst it's ever been? I don't think so. I think SmackDown has been delivering. I think SmackDown has been really promising and has given us a lot of really good stuff. I've enjoyed SmackDown. Beyond that, it's a difficult one. Raw has been struggling, but the Alexa Bliss angle with Randy Orton and The Fiend, that's been a bit all over the place. But it's been entertaining. So I can't say it's all bad. I really can't. Matt says, the only pay-per-views has been to live is WWF In Your House Beware of Dog and WWE Uncensored 1997. That was before my time even watching. So I started watching in 1998 for SummerSlam 1998. Still, in my opinion, the best pay-per-views that WWE have ever put out. Closely followed by Survivor Series 1998, The Deadly Game. Oof. Wrestling quality was low, though. Riff says, if Moose leaves Impact Wrestling, should he join NXT for a year or two and after should join the Hurt Business? I don't think we need to shove everyone in the Hurt Business. I think you're certainly looking at certain similarities between people in the Hurt Business, but I don't think Moose immediately lines up in the Hurt Business because that just doesn't really suit what they're going for, I don't think. Ed clarifies, Jimmy Havoc was in AEW and during Speaking Out movement, he was sent to anger management classes and was released on August 14th, 2020. Hope that helps you. I have just had an ad pop up on Twitch, so Ed, if you can catch that for me, I would be very grateful. And Matt says, I met Kairi Sane when she was in NXT. She's such a sweetheart. Just over a year ago, I went to a SmackDown and Raw taping in November. One of my guests today was with me for that. Great show, great company. And at that show, or at least before that show, I was interviewing a number of people. Cesaro, Nikki Cross, and Cedric Alexander were in that period. But I got to know a little bit about more people. Got to meet Sasha Banks, for example, Charlotte Flair, Asuka was there, and Kairi Sane, who's you learn a lot about people in those moments, I feel. So like Kairi Sane is a good example of that because you didn't realize that, for example, Sarah Logan was in the Survivor Series match with her, and it looked like it didn't make sense. But the reality is, Sarah Logan and Kairi Sane were really close backstage. They were really close. I also had a real moment with Bray Wyatt. It really quite life-changing and profound. When I was getting on an elevator, he came out of the other one, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "Is that the way to the boss?" It's those incredible moments that made me a wrestling fan. I'm sorry. We are 7.5 minutes to the end of the hour when we will be dropping off of Periscope over on Twitter. And anyone who is watching on Periscope, please do remember to jump over to Twitch. We will start a bit more of a stronger advertising push at that time. We will also have our first two guests, which if you follow me on Twitter, you will know who they are, but I will give them introductions in the build-up as well. One of them is waiting in the waiting room right now. I can see her, but you guys can't. That was creepy as hell. Matt says, I don't know. I'd imagine this is about SummerSlam 98. SummerSlam 2002 might have a word with you. I had a break from watching wrestling for quite a while, to be completely honest. And then I went back and watched it also. Like, I think it was November 2001. I stopped watching until 2014 when it was Seth Rollins and Brock Lesnar at Battleground. So I went back and watched a lot of it. Watched a lot of Royal Rumble. Watched a lot of Kurt Angle. Yeah, he was still the comedy guy when I stopped watching. He wasn't when I came back. Riffing says, should Mark Henry get revenge on Randy Orton tonight at the Rumble? Can you clarify what you're referring to there? I'm not sure there is continued beef there. Mark Henry was put out of action by Braun Strowman. Matt says, what's my favorite Royal Rumble match? Mine is 2001, and my favorite non-Rumble pay-per-view match is Angle versus Benoit in 2003. I do feel like I answer this question every time, and sometimes it changes. When I get asked my favorites, they change. But I think most people who are here regularly will know that 2007 was my favorite because I didn't know the year until guys helped out with that. Thank you, Ed. Now I remember what you're saying. But Angle versus Benoit in 2003 was one of my favorite non-Rumble matches. My favorite Royal Rumble event was 2019. Let me read this over so you know the star power we're talking about here. It opened with Becky Lynch versus Asuka, which was an incredible match. Then you had The Miz and Shane McMahon, maybe a slight dip, against the Usos. Ultimately, the best in the world right there. Shane McMahon. Yep, that. Then it was followed by Sasha Banks against Ronda Rousey. That was an incredible match. You had the Women's Royal Rumble, which was won by Becky Lynch, one I still watch quite a lot of. Then you went to Finn Balor getting a chance against Brock Lesnar. Then you had AJ Styles and Daniel Bryan. And then the men's rumble, which was won by Seth Rollins. There are so many great Royal Rumbles. That is definitely one of the ones for me. Riffing says, first Royal Rumble I ever saw was a 2009 one. There are some great ones you can go back and watch, I'll tell you that. Magic says, Bray Wyatt does that to everyone. Everyone. Nope, sorry, one sec. Riffing says, why have WWE sent Keith Lee to training but not Nia Jax? There are rumors which have been confirmed by Keith Lee that he was going back to the Performance Center. However, I think people are making way too much of this because I'll give you an example. Becky Lynch is at the Performance Center regularly, or at least she was when she was actively wrestling. She would spend a lot of time there at the Performance Center. Way after being called up, she would be back there working with people. If you want to be a great wrestler, keep training. That's all I'll say on that. If you want to be a great wrestler, just keep training. Ed has clarified, Randy had words of injury on Legends Night. I do remember that now. It was not a good moment for Mark Henry until he rolled away. I'd like to see something about that. Riff also clarifies Randy bullied Henry at Raw's Legends Night. Matt also agrees with the 2019 Rumble pay-per-view as a whole. Oh, we're doing it now. We're doing it. Oh, Goldberg's just turned up on the bump. Why does he does this a lot. Like he does this. He's clearly on his phone. Riffing says, what if Shane McMahon returns tonight and wins the Rumble? Maybe this is a scary finish rumor. We did talk about this on Friday, and it is a terrifying prospect. Please stop saying it. Please stop saying it. Ed also jumps in with that. Stop saying the name Shane McMahon. He's like Beetlejuice. I said it on Friday. I'm going to say it again. Vince McMahon, I know you watch these streams. I know you watch. A lot of people in WWE watching these streams right now. Right now. Vince. No. No. I think we're good there. I think we're sorted. I think we've won that one. Problem solved. We won't see Shane McMahon. Mar says the finish to 2007 was fantastic. I want more of that. Yes, I would also love to see that. Riffing asks, are Rollins and Murphy returning tonight? I expect both of them to appear. I expect Rollins to appear at least. I've mentioned this in the upcoming shows for this. He seems an obvious one and was announced for a return a couple of weeks ago, but that did not happen. I can't say for certain why it was. I know a lot of people have their opinion of it. Matt Hendricks says, Goldberg said him beating The Fiend wasn't his idea. I don't buy that. I buy that 100%. I buy that 100%. This is definitely the way that Vince McMahon builds things. He likes his big name casual people, the audience there, the people who draw in people in the casual audience, and that's really how it goes. Matt, please stop. Please stop. I don't want to accidentally will this into happening. I don't want that to happen. Because you know Shane McMahon's going to beat Drew McIntyre with his little dodgy punches. You know it's happening. I can't believe I just did that on a stream. Why am I here? What am I doing? What am I doing? Riff says, would I imagine something even scarier? Goldberg, come on, man. Goldberg beats Drew. Shane wins the Rumble, and we will have Goldberg versus Shane at WrestleMania. Well, then Vince is going to make sure Goldberg wins. Because he loves Shane, but he doesn't love him that much. He don't love him that much, does he? Doesn't love him that much. We are 1 minute away from the second hour of this EA stream. We are live on Twitch. We are live on YouTube. We are live on Periscope over on Twitter, but I will be turning that off. I will be turning that off at this point. So if you are watching on Periscope, please do come on over to twitch.tv/Tom Colihue, where you can find me there, click follow, watch any of the shows I do during the week, and of course, you can join in with the show. If you're watching on Periscope, thank you, and I hope you very much enjoy this show. Right, we are still going. I haven't accidentally turned everything off. Nope. Good. Very good. Now comes a fun point where I at least get to introduce you to one of the people who will be joining me here. I hope she's ready. I can already see she's nervous. So I have been in many a group chat when it comes to wrestling. I have talked to many different people about wrestling. It is rare that I meet someone this passionate, this enthusiastic, and this excitable. This is someone who has an edge tattoo on her ribs. Have you ever had a tattoo on your ribs? It fucking hurts. I don't have tattoos. I watch a lot of Ink Master. I have been unemployed for a while. I watch a lot of daytime TV. Now, in some of these group chats, you get that family feel, and I refer to this one as my group chat daughter. I hope you all give her a nice warm welcome. I would like to introduce you to Ree.
Hi, Yuri.
We're very British, so be expecting of that. We only have one American person coming, so you'll just have to bear with that one.
Oh, my accent. Oh, it's dead common and shit.
Basically, yes. You've already sworn. We are in.
Told you I would. I told you I'd swear.
Fantastic.
I wouldn't last long. I told you that I would swear. Sorry, I've got a blanket around me.
Same. I have a dressing gown because it is quite cold. It is January.
It's Baltic. Massively.
So, tell me why you love Edge.
Why? What's there not to love about him? Do you know what I mean? It just. Do you know when I used to get? Because I've grew up with 3 brothers. My little brother, I used to wind him up like hell, and he'd pull this face to me. Do you know like Edge does just before he's about to do spear? He literally, obviously, he didn't do the hair thing, but his face. And ever since then, I've always just been like a fan of Edge, and I don't know why, because it came from my brother about to attack me. But I've just always gravitated towards him. You always have that one person, don't you?
You do. Are you disappointed at all that they announced so early that he'd be in the show?
I was fuming. I was proper just like fuming. Like, I woke up and I was like, really? Like, why couldn't they just keep it a secret? Like, fair enough. Someone told me this perspective the other day, like, they need to make sure that people tune in. But fucking keep it a secret. And I've swore again.
Yeah.
Apologies. But yeah, I was just
straight away.
I was just very angry. And how they announced like Edge and Orton and number 1 and 2 and all. Like, what's the point? The reason why the Royal Rumble is my favourite PPV is because there's surprise elements to it. It's just fun. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, how did you find it?
It's an interesting one. If they're announcing surprises like that pretty much from the off, what have they actually got ready for the show? You know, what have they got lined up? I just don't know what they could have lined up for us, or what surprise they're actually in the build. I am doing no spoilers here, so if you've seen any, please don't share. I'm now going to introduce our second person, someone to hopefully keep Ree in check and stop her from swearing so much. Bless you. Bless you.
Told you I would.
I'm going to be introducing someone, again, from those wonderful group chats and the people that I really got on with so well, the passionate fans, the people who really make wrestling fun. I'm going to introduce you to my friend and a big fan of wrestling, Johnny Goldsmith, who's about to click on. Hi, Johnny. How are you doing?
Hello. Hiya.
Hiya.
Good. How are you? Hello. How's things?
I am good. We are pretty good. We're live on YouTube and on Twitch. My actual WWE network is just frozen. Something went wrong. An error has occurred. I hope that doesn't keep repeating.
I've got Goldberg on my screen at a minute.
Me too, yeah.
I've only
it's probably a good thing that it froze then.
I've only just resubscribed to my network just so I could watch the Rumble. I was meant to do it earlier, but I completely forgot. And I've just done everything last minute. It's typical.
Is that your work headset, Ree?
Yeah, I nicked it. I was going to use my headphones, and then I remembered that I've got an iPhone and the cable's different. So I was like, to just use this. But I hate this headset. Being my life. It's like too big for my head.
I'm going to run over a few comments and see what's been coming up. As you might expect, there's a couple of people laughing at the swearing. I don't know if you guys know this one. The Golden Holden.
Oh, it's Jack. That's Jack.
Oh,
Hi, Jack. Glad you can join us, Jack. We also have Ed who says, welcome to you, guy. And Matt, he's already taken the piss out of you for swearing.
It's fine. I told him that I would swear.
Quite a lot of them.
But I promise I'll try and be nice and kind. And
you don't need to speak nice and kind and just be you. We've talked about this. So we are 1 hour away, or at least 55 minutes away from the pre-show, which will feature Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler challenging Asuka and Charlotte Flair. Who have you guys got for the match? Start with you, Ree.
Which one? The men's? Sorry, I was watching.
Just did a whole field. Just did a whole
women's tag team match.
Women's tag team match. Charlotte and Asuka defending against Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler.
I've got Nia and Shayna for that.
Yeah, so have I.
I just feel like they're going to take it off Charlotte because they're going to get her to go. I feel like they're going to pair Oscar and Charlotte together because they've lost the titles. So Charlotte will be fuming. Yeah, that's how it's just going to go down, isn't it?
Yeah, I think yeah, just would make sense for them to win them back.
I just like the logic of because Charlotte's going to be fuming.
She will be there, and obviously she's already fuming because Lacey and Rick.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I'm wanting to see. I don't know if I want to see Asuka Charlotte again because we've seen it before. You know.
Yeah, well, you know, WWE wants to repeat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to see it again, but only so that Asuka gets a chance at actually getting a win back.
Yes.
She had she had so much momentum going up for the WrestleMania match against Charlotte, and it did not pay off at all for her. It is not what she needed, to be completely blunt. But if she gets a chance now to have a rerun, as it were, and get it right, I would certainly take it.
Yeah. Do you think Nia Jax has a chance of winning the main match, or
what, the Women's Royal Rumble? Nia Jax.
Nia Jax or Shayna, either way.
That would wind up a lot of people, and that wouldn't be too big a surprise on that basis. Wouldn't be too big a surprise. But if they don't do Asuka versus Charlotte Mania, have you got a Raw winner for the Women's Royal Rumble? Have you got someone who can challenge Asuka? Alexa. Oh, you think Alexa's going to win it?
Yeah.
I thought you was asking Alexa something
then. You don't think they might have pulled that trigger a bit too early? They've been feuding for 3 weeks already.
Well, I just think that the character that Alexa has at the moment is one that would work. Like, if you want to make that a believable character, surely she should be like hard to beat, like basically never lose, essentially, with the character that she is at the moment. And you know, I think was Goldberg and Drew McIntyre's had 3 weeks of build, so it's pretty much the
true. Though this will also have an extra couple of months in the end. We have a few comments on that. Matt's a bit cynical about it. The only reason Charlotte was put with Asuka is to feud with her for the title. I think there's a lot of different ways they can go. I don't think they necessarily have to do that, but I think that was definitely the plan. You look at what's happened since. We've had Charlotte going with Lacey and having a feud there. We've seen Asuka working with Alexa. Have they actually felt like tag champions at all?
I don't think. Well, when you pair them against Nia and Shayna and how they've been like feuding and shit, then I feel like they have a little bit.
It just confuses me that they had that big moment when they win the championships and then they've done nothing with them. It's like they never won them and the belts have just disappeared. Matt's also of the opinion that we're going to see Charlotte and Rhea Ripley at Mania, but that would mean Charlotte takes the title from Asuka earlier and doesn't really give Asuka much to do.
I love that match.
You want that match again?
I love Rhea.
Yeah, Rhea is great. Yeah,
see Rhea Ripley tonight.
I've got her to win Rumble. I'm rooting for her. But with Men's Rumble, I'm rooting for Jeff Hardy because I can't believe he's never won a Royal Rumble.
I was saying this earlier. I can't believe Kane's never won a Royal Rumble.
Can't believe
he should have won it in 2001.
He should have won it in 2001.
Yes, that always, I always remember that. It's like, well, he could just lose his title shot the next day, but you should have won that match. You really should have. Kane versus The Rock at WrestleMania would have been odd, but anyway.
Well, to be fair, at the time that he would have won it, Kurt Angle was still the champion.
Oh yeah.
Funny old world, isn't it? We have a couple more comments. Ed says, seeing things again aren't always a bad thing. The match was very good on that Mania card, that being Charlotte versus Asuka. This was the start of a really good WrestleMania card for me because we started with Finn Balor versus Seth Rollins versus The Miz. We had the Ronda Rousey debut in there. This was a pretty good WrestleMania. Is it something you'd want to see again if at least we get a repeat of the match quality we had? Johnny?
I think it's just if it works for the storyline, if there's obviously Asuka never beat Charlotte at WrestleMania, so there's a story there that she wants the win back. I think if the story's interesting, I don't really mind if you repeat matches. Just putting a match together just for the sake of a match, that's something I'm not as big a fan of.
Yeah.
So if they have a good reason to fight, then yeah.
Jack says he thinks Charlotte will win the Rumble or win the title at Elimination Chamber. So another 2-match night for her.
Yeah, she's going to get the 16-time win at some point. That's what they're obviously building towards.
I don't think
11.
11. It's double figures.
Yes.
It's double figures. It does seem like John Cena's got no interest in taking the championship reign total away from Ric Flair. Randy Orton maybe, but looks like Charlotte's definitely going to be the one.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else even close that could take that most championships title from him?
Triple H.
Triple H, true.
But I don't think he will. But again, he books himself into situations like that, so he might.
True, but he's one who's got enormous respect for Ric Flair. Enormous respect. Reed, do you think anyone should have more championship reigns than Ric Flair?
Edge.
Edge, of course you do. Silly question. Do you think we're going to see Triple H in the Rumble tonight?
No.
Good.
But then again, you never know, do you? You never know what to expect unless they bloody announce it.
True. He came back a couple of weeks ago, but that was to fill in for Drew McIntyre, and it looks like that was a very, very temporary situation. Matt agrees with you, Ree, when it comes to the Women's Rumble.
Sad. Rhea's going to win.
Yeah, she's not got anything else to do on NXT, does she? She had that feud with Raquel Gonzalez, and then
I feel like she needs a push. Well, she's already great at what she does, so
yeah.
Wow,
it's a confusing one. She went back to NXT having lost the title, and she hasn't really done anything of major note since. Whereas the year before, she was pushing towards Shayna Baszler. She was being built up at War Games. She was a really big deal. She had a real wave of momentum, came up against Charlotte, and that just stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely stopped.
Yeah.
Other than the feud with Gonzalez, there hasn't really been that much. Even against Dakota Kai, she hasn't been that involved.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one. If she's not facing Charlotte, but gets a match at WrestleMania, who do you want to see her against? Oh, I've confused you there.
I'm not sure because, I don't know Sasha against Rhea. I don't know if I could. I'm not sure. I mean, it probably would be a good match. I just couldn't see that happening.
What about Rhea and Carmella? If Carmella wins the SmackDown and Rhea wins.
I mean, there's literally a championship match for the SmackDown Women's title, and at no point have I considered the possibility that Sasha Banks is going to lose the championship.
Neither
at no point have I even thought about that.
I'd like to see Carmella hold another champ though, because I like this new character she's got as well.
Yeah.
So it's fresh, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I think Rhea against Asuka could be interesting. That's not happened yet.
I agree with that. It'd be a proper bruiser match, and I really like those.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the sort of style I want from. That's the sort of style I'd like from Rhea. Just like that style. I don't think Sasha Banks does. So that brawling sort of style, I think that would really suit her.
She's such a badass.
Yeah,
I don't think Asuka has that many opponents, potential opponents who suit her style.
Yeah.
If she's just going to be that physical, imposing character, you need that style. You need people who can go against her. Rhea Ripley's perfect for it, but there's not that many others, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Matt has suggested Asuka could have Rhea Ripley could face Asuka or could have a rematch with Shayna Baszler. Would you like to see a WrestleMania match between Rhea Ripley and Shayna Baszler again?
What do you think, Rhea?
No.
That's
No.
just a plain no.
No, again, the styles would work well, but I think I don't really buy Shayna that much. I'm not really the biggest fan of hers.
Really?
I don't know. I've never been like, oh, I've got to watch this Shayna Baszler match. I've never been like hyped to watch one of her matches. But like, not saying she's not great. It just isn't one I'm particularly interested in.
Did the bite not do it for you?
No. It should have turned into a vampire. No. No,
I'm going to go through. Yeah. I'm going to go through the rest of the card that we've got. I'm going to use what Fightful have said is going to be the match order. So the opening match will be Drew McIntyre and Goldberg. This, as you say, has been built for a very short amount of time. A lot of that down to Drew McIntyre not being available. I don't see happy faces about this whole thing. Goldberg right now is on the bump, staring down at his phone. Who do you think is taking home the WWE Championship? Rhea, I want to start with you.
Drew McIntyre.
You're sticking with McIntyre?
Mm.
You don't think Goldberg's just going to swoop in and take it away?
I just don't know. I hope not. No, I can't. Why? What's the need, though? What is the need to bring him back for another championship match? He's probably going to... I don't even know, but no, I don't want to see it. Drew needs to keep that championship. I'd rather Brock Lesnar return and win the Royal Rumble.
I mean, I was going to say Goldberg to win just because I don't want him to, but I think they will do that. But now you said he's on first. That makes it interesting because that could mean the loser of that match goes into the Royal Rumble and wins it.
Very much so, yeah.
As I said, they dropped everything with The Fiend last year and had Goldberg win, even though they didn't need to. I just don't see why they wouldn't do it again. And he's never won the WWE Championship, so give him that. I don't think he'll be champion at WrestleMania. I think he will lose it before then. But I do think Goldberg's going to win. Again, not wanting it, but I just think that we'll have it happen.
That's fair. I think that's very much the case for last year when Bray Wyatt lost the championship as well. A lot of people didn't want it to happen, but a few people could unfortunately see it coming as well. A few things from the chat. Jack says, the position on the card fills me with dread. Further to your point there, Johnny, about if it's on first. Now, Goldberg's not known for long matches, but let's say he loses the opening match and then goes into the main event. Could we see, for example, Goldberg winning the title, Drew McIntyre winning back-to-back Royal Rumbles, and that could be your WrestleMania main event right there? It's not an idea I really like, but it's WWE.
Even Drew McIntyre, I don't know if I'd want to see him win it a second time. Straight 2 years in a row. I do like him a lot, but I really want somebody different. That's what I would prefer.
There's not many people who've won it 2 times or 3 times. There's only one 3 time, and he actually didn't win it 3 times because Bret Hart won the first one, and that
yes,
I remember Steve Austin. So I just like that they try and switch it up. I like that they have new and different people winning it, and it's why moments like Shinsuke Nakamura winning are so rare and different. It's just you didn't have automatic faith that the WWE were going to pull that trigger. And when they eventually did, it's a very good time for it. It's a very good time for it. And they were able to do something really unique. 2 Japanese winners at 1 Royal Rumble. That was something they can't do any other time because of how few Japanese wrestlers they have. So it was a really nice touch for me. The next match on the card is that I believe I've given away what I think is going to happen here. But it is Sasha Banks defending against Carmella with Reginald in Carmella's corner, I am sure. Now, what I see happening here is a win for Sasha Banks, but Carmella hasn't had much from this feud. I don't want it to be too clean. So I think Reginald is going to somehow backfire. I say backfire because in my mind he's still backflipping from 2 weeks ago. Johnny, let's start with you. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I mean, I think Sasha Banks will win. I do like I like a lot of the talent, you may have noticed, but I do like Carmella. And her winning wouldn't be a problem for me. It'd be good to see. But I don't see Sasha losing the title anytime soon. The problem is there with if Carmella doesn't win, I just wonder what will happen to her because there's so many there, and whether she'll stay in that picture or not.
Yeah.
But I think Sasha will retain.
Right.
Yeah, I think Sasha will retain, but I won't be mad if Carmella wins.
You'll be happy with it.
Yeah, I'll be happy either way. But I think Sasha's going to retain.
Going to go quickly into the chat. Jack, as always, like a back-to-back, but I feel it will harm Drew with the fans in the long run. This is something worth bringing up because Drew McIntyre's had a long run with the championship. And usually when there are fans, a long run with the championship, the end result is the fans turn on you. The fans start booing. The fans are really upset. It's been interesting seeing that Drew's been able to escape that, but to be fair, there's been no fans in the audience to start booing. Are we starting to get to a point where we've had too much of Drew McIntyre as champion?
No.
Nice. I like that. Just no.
No, he can keep the title as long as he wants. I was getting bored of Drew Randy Orton. I was getting bored of that, but I'm not bored of him as champion now.
Fair enough. Jack thinks Sasha wins, and Ed thinks the best performer in the feud has been the circus man Reginald. He, of course, was previously in Cirque du Soleil, so he's a man who knows how to flip. Welcome, Jermaine says hi, everyone. Hi, Jermaine. Welcome to the show. Believe Sasha will retain. Next match lined up. We've already given it, but let's make it formal. The Women's Royal Rumble. Who have you got winning?
Rhea.
Rhea
or Bianca. But I'm going Rhea.
And for me, it is Alexa. Bianca I had thought about, but she seems to be someone that everyone's kind of expecting to win. Which for me, that's normally WWE like going, okay, well, she's not going to then. So, yeah, I mean, I think, as I say, I think Alexa just would make the most sense considering the character that she is at the moment.
I would agree that it's a good idea for Alexa at the minute with the character she's playing. I do think Bianca Belair is going to come away with it, but at the same time, you raise a good point. Even as recently as last year, we were in a situation whereby the expectation was Shayna Baszler would be winning the Women's Royal Rumble. And from everything that's come out since, on the day of the Royal Rumble, she was told, no, you won't be winning and Charlotte will be instead. So it does seem like when things are too obvious, the WWE has that backlash.
Yes.
At the same time, I think it was kind of obvious choices when Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins won it on the same night. They stuck with that one. They just didn't stick beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
For me, it's like with like with Charlotte, you can never rule her out. I mean, same with like John Cena. He's someone who you never rule out. It wouldn't make sense for her to win, but like if she does, it's like, would you be surprised? Because I mean, I kind of can see it happening.
I wouldn't be too surprised, and I think because they've got 2 months yet, they can make it make sense. Mm-hmm. They can take a Royal Rumble winner and make a context out of that. There's a few examples of that. Drew McIntyre for the first month fought with MVP, and that's just a forgotten period of his rise to the top. It was an okay period, but Brock just wasn't there, of course. Another name you guys might be familiar with, Aidan Curry says, hello, you wonderful people.
Hello, Aidan.
Now, I did expect to see a whole load more swearing there, but that didn't come, so well done, Ray.
I promise to be nice to him if he's nice to me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jack has got Charlotte Flair or Bianca winning the Royal Rumble. Jermaine has also said, as for what could happen to Carmella, possibly could be Carmella teaming with Bayley to form a tag team and go after the women's tag titles. That would be something because she did vanish for a long time before this feud, and she hasn't exactly come out the winner so far. So it's a very difficult one. Michael Mason says Santina Marella for the win.
Okay.
They're all a bit fuming again.
I was fuming last year, to be completely honest, when we saw Santina arrive. That was just an awkward moment for everyone involved.
Yeah.
Beth Phoenix covered in blood on the back of her head, just staring like, what are you doing here? Jermaine also says Rhea or Alexa could win it. As for Bianca could win the women's elimination chamber, a lot of people are putting a lot of stock into the elimination chamber at the minute for essentially to make up whatever's left afterwards.
Yes.
I do want to talk briefly about potential surprises. John Cena's a name we've seen bounced around a lot. Do you think John Cena's going to make it?
I mean, I think he is one of those people who would be better if there was crowd there for, crowd reaction. John Cena without a crowd reaction, it would feel weird to me.
I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a fan of that. The thought of that.
But as I say, WWE will want to get this third-time winner eventually, like sooner or later, because they like getting records matched. So I'd much prefer that to Randy Orton win it a third time, if that was to happen.
If Randy Orton was going to win it, he'd have to do it from the number 1 spot. So that would certainly be a story in itself.
Yeah.
With Edge there, I can't see Randy Orton or Edge, in fact, lasting too long in this match, to be completely honest. Sorry. Yes, sorry. Yes, I said I don't think Edge is going to last too long.
Edge and Jeff Hardy in the final 2. There you go. We'll have that.
There we go. Sorted. Now, Aiden has raised something. Brock Lesnar returns and wins as well. Do you think we see Brock Lesnar tonight?
He wins. Like, if he comes back, there's no way he doesn't win, surely.
Really? Because surely you'd say that about a John Cena, for example.
Yeah, I know. It's difficult. I just don't know if Brock would come back just to be only there just to fill in the numbers.
That's true. I hope he don't come back.
You just hope he doesn't come back.
He's a weird one,
he's just not in this match.
He's not even been, there's no merchandise of him anymore. Everything about him's just disappeared from WWE shop, and I found that quite weird as to like what happened there, because honestly, they just got rid of everything related to Brock Lesnar, and I didn't understand that.
Brock Lesnar is one of those. He does have his own rights deals for use of his face, use of his name, because he spent so long outside of the WWE in MMA and the like, and they're always talking about when he goes back or if he goes back. At the moment, he's not gone back in a long time, but if he's not under contract, MMA is still filming shows. You'd make a hell of a lot of money, and if there's one thing we know Brock Lesnar respects, it's money.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Ed would like to see a Bayley win for the Royal Rumble so that we can have Bayley versus Sasha in an Iron Woman match at WrestleMania 37. Is that a match you want to see so soon after their Hell in a Cell match?
No.
Not really, no.
I've had enough of Sasha and Bayley for a while.
Rick?
I love it. I love the feud. But I just can't have another match from them for a while because they've only just finished.
I've got one problem about Bayley. I don't enjoy watching her matches. I find it to be quite difficult to watch. So like Sasha and Bayley doesn't really appeal to me at all. I do enjoy Sasha's matches, but Bayley is not someone who I'm interested in at all.
Personally, when it comes to Bayley, I disagree. I think she's really clinical and just a really good seller. But at the same time, I get what you're saying. The Hell in a Cell match for me didn't live up to the heights of Sasha Banks versus Becky Lynch. That for me was a better Hell in a Cell match. And to be fair, they did get like match of the year from a lot of people. So I remember that very fondly, even though it was kind of swallowed up in what happened with The Fiend and Seth Rollins. And that kind of made the whole thing forgotten about by the end of it. That was an interesting time to be a wrestling fan. And when we talk about returns and debuts and the like, Matt Hendricks says the one we all knew he would eventually say. Someone's always going to say it. CM Punk. I do not think we're going to see CM Punk in a wrestling ring ever again. Does anyone disagree with that?
What, ever again?
Ever again.
I don't know. I guess I kind of like a hope that it will.
I'd like to see it happen. Yeah. I don't see it this year anyway. Again, someone who you probably want to have the crowd there to react to. I just don't see CM Punk coming in.
The thing is, when we talk about crowd reaction, it seems like they've been holding off on people for a while, holding off on certain big moments. But things like the return of Roman Reigns, that would have been very, very different with a crowd. He'd have got the massive boos, and then he was going heel anyway. I think that would have really helped the situation, but it still managed to find a way to work. We don't know when this whole situation is going to come to an end. There is no way of knowing 100%. So do they keep holding off big moments, or do they just start giving them out with no crowd and hoping for the best?
I think it depends on what the moment is. Like big returns like that, I think you would keep away. Like The Rock facing Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. If there's no crowd there, that's not going to happen for me. You know, there are certain things like that you want to probably wait if you can.
I agree with you on that one. We are currently watching on WWE Network Bianca Belair's Chronicle. That's what's popped up right before the pre-show. Bit telling that she's got this right before the Royal Rumble as far as I'm concerned. No guarantees, but I can definitely see something clicking.
Speaking of which, Lana had a Chronicle recently.
She did.
And that, for me, kind of made me wonder if they're going to do something with her, because, like, Lana, there's so many other women who've been in more prominent storylines, and she's getting this documentary. There must be something that they like about her. So I had the idea of doing a similar thing to Survivor Series, where she's in the final three and the other two fall out together, and she's left and wins.
That would certainly be a unique storyline to follow up on.
Yes.
Ree, did you watch Survivor Series last year?
I didn't know. That's when I was going through my stage of just not watching wrestling.
The Rumble is the ideal time to get back into it, let's be honest.
Always, yeah.
I mean, for me, it's the highlight of the wrestling calendar. It doesn't matter what you try and do as an opposition company. The Royal Rumble is ingrained in us.
I love
really
Rumble. It's always been my favourite.
I always enjoy watching it with my niece, watching the Women's Rumble. She started watching it with me when she was 7.
Oh.
And it's just a case of, okay, this person's this and she's doing this. And lately she's been doing this and this. Yeah, I know, bro. Okay. Sorted. She's a big fan of Xia Li. Don't know why. She just is. Okay. Also Lacey Evans.
See, Lacey Evans could be someone who could get involved with Charlotte from winning the Royal Rumble match. And that could stop her from winning because they've got something going on at the moment. So that doesn't seem to be ended yet. So that could be a reason why Charlotte doesn't win, because if Lacey Evans or Ric Flair even get involved.
There's quite a lot of little sub-storylines at the minute going on, and that's a really good thing. There's a lot of people talking about returns. Matt says, I think Orton is going to eliminate Edge. I think that's going the other way around. Oh. You're right there, Ree.
Yeah, fuming. That's rude.
Jermaine says, I could see Carlito making an appearance. Also mentions Eva Marie, who has been talked about quite a lot in this here chat, because Eva Marie has a lot of fans in this chat, apparently. You can also see Melina too. Melina, there have been a number of rumors about Melina, which she herself came out and said were not true, that she had signed and would be returning on Raw. That just never happened. So I'm taking pinch of salt for everything when it comes to Melina, but we'll have to wait and see. Michael Mason says, I hope they don't do a crazy Fiend ending to the Rumble, but I'm sure there'll be a cinematic aspect. We will get to talking about that shortly. Aiden says, Lana to eliminate Nia Jax. And they got history. Jermaine could see Sasha versus either Trish Stratus, Rhea Ripley, Alexa Bliss, or Bianca Belair. Well, that would be a hell of a match. All 5 of them. I'd definitely give it that. But I don't think Alexa Bliss would be in that as much as anything. When it comes to Trish Stratus as well, there's a lot of people that could be doing it. But for me, when it comes to the championship matches, I like to see one-on-one. I just think after winning a Rumble, I want to see a one-on-one. There's a couple of exceptions. Becky Lynch getting her chance to slot in with Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair. Sure, I can see that because Becky Lynch wasn't originally planned to be there. But we are where we are on that one. Train Spotter said he is just subscribed. Thank you very much for that one. Matt has asked one no one is talking about, Ronda Rousey.
I thought about this the other day if she'd returned to Rumble. I was just thinking about it. Do you know how you do when you're just in bed and your mind just goes, I was like, wonder if Ronda will ever return. I wonder if she'll return at Royal.
I do think she'll be coming back. That's one thing I will say. Again, I think if she's in it, she has to win.
No.
No.
Because they're in it, don't mean they have to win it. You said that.
I think
There are definitely some people who, if they're in
a
it,
name
they
like Ronda
should win
Rousey,
it.
like, yeah.
Oh,
It's one of the, like, it's believability. Like Ronda Rousey is a legit fighter. Like she should be winning that if you go by believability for me.
It depends who could potentially eliminate her. Ronda Rousey, if she's eliminated by, let's say, Shayna Baszler, that's a legitimate elimination, and Shayna can be eliminated by other people. For example, Rhea Ripley. There's a number of ways they can do it. The Royal Rumble's been really cleverly booked for pretty much every Royal Rumble, apart from maybe 2, where the finish was not exactly what we were expecting.
Yeah,
not exactly.
I'd like to see Ronda though.
I would, to be completely honest. If she's got a 3-year contract and she spent the last 2 years at home or wherever she is getting paid, I am super jealous. Just super jealous.
Yeah.
Would love that. Oh, apparently I'm getting a raid. Hello, Ostinado. Thank you very much for joining me here and sending people over. Raid party. Yay. Oh, quite a few. Best way to grow on Twitch. Always love me a raid. Thank you very much, guys, for joining. We are talking Royal Rumble here. We are doing our preview show before the actual pre-show starts. There will be 2 more guests joining us, or rotating out, depending on how long Rhea and Johnny want to be here. When it comes to the main show, I'm happy to go up to 5, and we'll be analysing things as they go. We are running through the card at the moment and saying a quick hi to everyone who's jumping in. For example, Everything Pro Wrestling. Hey, Conrad, how are you doing? Train Spotter says he'd like Roman to win. Roman is already Universal Champion. I think he's had enough of the wonderful thing at the minute. Oh, there we go. It was Northern Bear 25 that did the raid. Hello, very much Northern Bear. Works under the Wrestle Critic account for anyone who doesn't follow. Thank you very much, Ed, for sending a message in there as well. Always love me Twitch. Oh, numbers have gone nicely up. Thank you very much, guys, for dropping in. After the Women's Royal Rumble, the match that is expected to go next is Kevin Owens versus Roman Reigns for the Universal Championship. Now, while I'm asking you, I'm also going to ask the chat, who do you think is winning this one? For me, it's a bit of an obvious one, last man standing or no, that Roman Reigns is going to take this one home. What do you guys think on that?
Yeah.
100%.
I think it's just a little bit too obvious in this one. Thank you very much. Oh, I don't know how to read that. Multi-Island Carey C. Cheers. And Ostinado for the follows. But I don't think we really even need to talk much about Roman Reigns and Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens has not had a clear shot at Roman Reigns the entire time. Literally the entire time. There has not been one clean opportunity because of Jey Uso. We haven't seen Jey Uso for a little bit. We also haven't seen Jimmy Uso for a little bit. And the expectation that I got was that he'd be back around January time. Do you think this is clean or dodgy as hell of a victory?
Can't really be too clean if it's last man standing. I think. I do think. I mean, I can't think of how this will end because Kevin Owens has got that character of like he never stays down.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they'll get him to stay down for the 10 count. But I do see Roman winning, of course. Just how he does it, I'm not entirely sure.
Rhea, how do you see Roman winning this one?
I definitely don't think it's going to be clean. I won't mind Kevin winning it. But then again, that's another thing. I love Kevin and I love Roman Reigns. So I don't even know who to root for or who I actually want to win. But Roman's definitely got it. If he's got interference with, what if Brock comes out and just like causes havoc? But then again, we've had Roman and Brock so many times. I don't know.
There's quite a few ways it can go. Braun Strowman being back throws a bit of a spanner in the works, but when it comes to Owens, he's done really well from this. He's been made to look great, but he's been in defeat. It's just nice to see him back in the main event for me when it comes to Kevin Owens. But where he goes after this, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. It's a tricky one. It's a
Probably
really tricky one. Manny thinks Roman's going to win. Jack says Roman can't lose. Kevin will make the Rumble, though. Not sure on that. the match order has this match finishing and then the men's rumble straight after. For a last man standing match, I think that writes Owens off for the night. Also says it'll be the best match of the night. And Aiden Curry says Roman wins by Jay lifting him and holding him up before the 10. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, that's got a lot behind it. That could definitely happen.
Ooh.
It'll be awkward. It'll be dodgy, but it'll be a typical Roman Reigns win right now. Added an R on there. Don't know why. We are 20 minutes away from the Royal Rumble pre-show. We are doing a full watch along here, which means I have been live for nearly 2 hours and I will be live for another 5 and a bit. Yay. So I hope you guys will be joining me for as much of it as possible. Austin Palmeters just says Brock. I don't know the context here. I don't know what part you were talking about, but Brock. I like
Maybe
it.
Brock just walked into his house. It's like, Brock's here.
Okay, I would laugh at that if Brock just turned up in your house. The expected main event for this year's Royal Rumble is the men's match. Now, once again, we're not going to try any spoilers here. I know there has been some change in the betting average, but I don't want to talk too much about it because I want some surprises. Who do you think is winning the men's Royal Rumble? Rhea, I want to start with you.
I can't. There's so many possibilities. That's why I've only just gone with my prediction is the one I'm voting for. Because I just can't call it. I'd love Edge to win it. I'd love Jeff Hardy to win it. But I'd love Daniel Bryan to win it as well. Do you know what I mean? I can't pick, sorry.
Who did you pick in the predictions?
I predicted who I want to win, so I predicted Jeff.
Okay.
Because I can't predict. It was really hard for me to predict and like work out like how our storyline would match.
Yeah. Mm.
So I couldn't really pick.
So you're saying Jeff Hardy?
Yeah, I'm going Jeff Hardy.
Johnny, who have you got?
Have another title match.
So, we say every year, the Royal Rumble's the most unpredictable one. And every year we go, oh, this is more predictable than last year. And it's just the same again this time. I've had so many people in my head who I think will win. So I had Big E at the start when New Day split up. I was like, probably going to be Big E because, he's obviously going to do something in a solo run. Then Nakamura was one who I had because he had that feud with Reigns. And then, he had a match with Reigns, was screwed out of it. And then I just thought that probably means they're going to build up to something there. And then, Cesaro's been brought up recently and he's done a lot on TV, which is out of nowhere. I would love that. But I think AJ Styles will do it. And I think he'll challenge Finn Balor, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah. Because obviously they did it with the NXT Women's title last year, so men's title this year.
That's a very interesting call. So I want to answer to both of these. When it comes to Jeff Hardy, he's in a really interesting position right now because there are so many times we hear about a new contract. And he mentioned the idea of coming out to No More Words and signing a new contract, but he hasn't done that. He hasn't signed a new contract.
Sorry. What if he returns with that song? Oh my God, that would not return. What if that song what if he comes out to that song? That would have been mega. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. He didn't he say that he's in an interview a few months ago that he would have that song when the crowds are back?
I'm not sure. I just want him to bring that song back. Everyone does, don't they?
Oh yeah, I'd love it, mate. Yeah.
I know a fair few people would love it.
That are part.
Yeah, I would like to see
that
it.
Part of
that one
discussion about contract. He
Yeah.
would be using No More Words. That was something with potential towards it. The fact that we haven't seen No More Words suggests to me that he hasn't signed a new contract yet. And it's been a long time since there's been any talk of it. So I don't know if they would actually give him that moment, especially if he hasn't signed anything. Now, if he comes down to the Royal Rumble to the tune of that song, that's a really promising sign. But I don't know on that one. As regards AJ Styles, he's not someone we've seen much of. So they're building up to it. They very much are building up to a Royal Rumble, and they're hyping up people on SmackDown. But on Raw, we haven't seen all that much at all. So AJ Styles could be an interesting one. But I'm not sure Finn Balor is going to be the champion come WrestleMania. I think Karrion Kross is right behind him. We are just going to have to tag out Ree for a little bit at this point. She's asked to drop out, so I'm going to tag you out of the video. Ree, we'll see her again in about 20 minutes, I believe it is, just in time for the pre-show. I will see you shortly, Ree.
Bye, Ree.
So, Johnny, it's just us for a little bit. Let's see what people are saying. Austin has explained that when he said Brock, he was saying that Brock's going to be number 30.
Do you think there'll be a surprise number 30 entrant?
I think there will be. I think the fact that they have announced the women's number 30 but not the men's, and they've been so free announcing Edge's appearance, means they have something surprising lined up. But it's one of those. I don't know if they can live up to fan expectation. If it's not Jay White, people are going to cry. It's one of those situations. I remember a few years ago when Roman Reigns was number 30 after having been in a match earlier in the night. That infuriated so many people. It was glorious.
It was, wasn't it? You just watched the reactions on YouTube. It was brilliant.
It was so good. Jack has said, being the main event makes me feel like it will be a happy ending. But being WWE, you think Goldberg is a happy ending. Yeah, that's true.
Do you think the fact there's no fans there, WWE think they can get away with stuff like that? Like have Goldberg win because there's no one to boom out the building?
I would say so, yeah. They can essentially decide what fan reaction is going to be.
Yeah.
That it just allows them so much leeway to set their own agenda. And we've heard this when it comes to Triple H's appearance. They played the chant of "You Still Got It." It was baffling.
Yeah.
Man,
so Jay White, I know who he is, but I haven't seen any matches from him before. I know who I've heard of him. He's New Zealand, isn't he?
He is a New Zealander, yeah. I will just go through these comments and then I will start telling you who Jay White is because it's something I'm very excited about. Manny says, I think number 30 will be Brock and he will win, but I really want Brian. Ed says, I think Brock wins from 29 with Paul by his side, thinking that Brock will challenge Drew in a rematch, and then he looks at Paul and says, bring me your new toy, I want him. Options there. Jay White is obviously a New Japan guy, and I imagine most people are at least aware of him by some extension of that. But Jay White is a very, very good wrestler, and he is a very, very good heel. In the Baron Corbin mold, that sort of WWE, everyone is going to hate this guy, let's push him to the moon sort of mentality. There are a number of things that don't really work with the WWE about the Jay White character, though. The fact that his insignia is a switchblade. WWE ain't going to want that. It's not family friendly. The fact that he's commonly referred to as the knife pervert. It's not really WWE PG.
Yes.
So I don't think he'll get the chances. But I think if he was in WWE, he would be absolute top level. That said, his finisher is a variation of the Sister Abigail. So he'd be told to change his finisher, which is not a good thing for anyone.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those that it would be really exciting, but I don't think I want to see it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about like number 30 entries, actually, like just going back to the women's one there quickly, like Natalia's number 30. Do you think that is anything possible that she might win just because, like, obviously she's been there a long time? Number 30, like Natalia of all people to be given number 30.
I don't think so in that regard. Natalia is an interesting one because in number 30, you'd expect her to be in way earlier. You'd expect her to be acting as that ring general, as that person really leading things and making things work in that regard. But if she's not in the match early, we're not going to see that. If she's in at number 30, how long is the aftermatch going to be? Because you need a ring general to send down. When it comes to Natalia's championship credentials, I think that moment has long since passed. Unfortunately, she is a very talented wrestler, but I think the moment's long since passed. She's a bit of a litmus test. She helps people to develop, and she's a great trainer. She can have great matches with pretty much anyone. But the WWE just don't seem to see her as championship material anymore. And if she is in agreement of that, then there's nothing wrong with it. If she just wants to be popping up and giving good matches every now and then, all power to her. Until now, that's what Daniel Bryan's been doing for several months. Several months. Train Spotter says we need to see the New Day back. And Manny says Adam Pearce just gave Nikki Cross her spot in the match.
Okay.
So that means we're going to see Nikki Cross. I'd imagine that's been announced on WWE's Twitter or something like that. Could be cool. When it comes to the New Day, Kofi Kingston's now injured. A lot of people are really behind Big E for the Rumble. Really behind him.
Mhm.
Do you get the feeling that I do, that the WWE aren't as behind Big E as the fans are?
I think they are behind him, but I don't think they're going to push him as quickly as that, winning the Royal Rumble in 2021. I do think the fact he's Intercontinental Champion probably tells you where they see him at the moment. I don't see him being pushed to the next level yet. I do think, give it a year or so. I mean, I would have him win it this year, but I just think that if he's Intercontinental Champion, then they must just see him still as maybe just the mid-carder. So.
To be fair, you say that, but Braun Strowman was Intercontinental Champion this time last year.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, he wasn't the plan, but it is what worked out. I love this question. Cursewine, who I usually am watching the Royal Rumble in the same house as, I'll be having a drink in your honor, sir, says, who's your prediction for Iron Man Woman tonight? The Iron Man, the Iron Woman is usually a ring general, someone who can take charge of things. We saw it previously where it was Sasha Banks in the first Women's Royal Rumble. We've seen Finn Balor be an Iron Man before. Daniel Bryan in the greatest Royal Rumble went essentially to eternity and back.
Yes.
With massive, massive bruises on his chest. So Iron Woman, I want to go Bianca Belair. She had a great showing last time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with her being one of the favorites, we can at least tease a win with Bianca Belair. But it really depends who comes out early. We'll have to wait and see on that one. For me, Bianca Belair could edge it. For the men, Randy Orton, for me, has got Iron Man written all over him. The guy's got eternal stamina. He's in first. But at the same time, he could very easily be eliminated by Edge. If the Fiend's going to return, Randy Orton will have a great Royal Rumble until he hits that wall. What do you think, Johnny?
So with the women's one, I think Bianca Belair was the Iron Woman last year. In which case, I don't know if they'll go for that again. I think Flair probably will actually be the Iron Woman in this match. I think she will go from very, very early on, and probably last the longest out of everyone in that match. I think that in the men's side of things, I'm not sure, because I was thinking Edge, because his Royal Rumble record is very good. He's got the final 4 times at least, and I think he might get into the final 4 game, in which case that's at least an hour. So I wouldn't be surprised if both of them actually went all that way, but I think Edge will be the longest lasting.
I think that's a good shout, the idea that both of them going that long. There is obviously a very strong storyline between them. There's constant rumors that we're going to see that match at WrestleMania between the two of them. And with what's going on with The Fiend, it looks like this is going to keep going.
Yes.
There is so much more story to tell. So what happens for Edge during the Rumble? There's a lot of things could happen, and I'm very excited to see, because I think that's the more telling thing, really.
I think if Edge doesn't win, it'll be whoever his main European.
Yeah.
So whoever Edge gets a says, I think. Oh yes, okay, yeah, sorry.
It's all right. Jack agrees. He says, I think Edge and Orton go to the end and lose out in the final 4. So that's something. Well, I like the idea. I think it's good. Also said, I think Big E is going to have a SummerSlam match. By SummerSlam match, do you mean a championship match, for example? Because I think there's life in Big E versus Roman Reigns. I just don't know if it's life in it right now.
Mm-hmm.
We are 5 minutes away from the beginning of the pre-show. In the pre-show, we will have the Women's Tag Team Championship match. We've gone over the card here. We've gone over some surprises that we might expect for anyone who has just joined or has joined some point over the last hour, particularly from the raid as well. Thank you very much for that, Northern Bear. If you're watching on Twitch, please do remember to click follow. If you're watching on YouTube, please do remember to click like. We are going to be going for many, 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 many hours. Many hours. This hopefully won't be the longest Royal Rumble in history, but I have had days over here in the UK when WrestleMania starts at midnight and I'm still watching it at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then I go to work. So I'm kind of glad that we're going to have a bit of a shorter show. They're currently showing the end of the WWE Chronicle with Bianca Belair. Let's talk Final Four, because Ed seems to want to talk that, and we've talked about that with Orton and Edge. Final Four in the men's, in my perfect world, this is Ed saying this, is AJ, Brock, Goldberg, and Big E. That's a very strong Final Four. And then the women's is going to be Charlotte, Natalia, Bailey, and Alexa. So no Daniel Bryan, no Bianca Belair mentioned there. Who's your Final Four? Start with the men's for me.
AJ, Daniel Bryan, Shinsuke. And then, well, if Brock Lesnar's in it, he might be one of them. If not, I think Edge will.
I think it's important to have a heel in the Final Four, at least one.
Oh, yeah.
Roman Reigns has been the runner-up in a lot of Royal Rumbles, purely because people really don't want him to win, but believe he's going to.
Yes.
That's why I think a Bobby Lashley or a Baron Corbin is vital for that Final Four. Just someone who you think, oh, WWE are going to push this guy, and I don't want them to. Lashley could do good things if he won the Rumble. Baron Corbin, I think people are going to be very much against. So that's an ideal Final Four. Starting 2 for me. After that, I would have Daniel Bryan and Big E as well. Aiden says he wants a Final Four of AJ, Orton, Lesnar, and Bryan. Once again, really big hitters. And Rick Thing said, isn't Ronda Rousey pregnant? Not to my knowledge. And to be fair, if she was, that's entirely her business.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think there was rumors that she wanted to start a family. I'm not sure if
that was pretty heavily rumored, pretty heavily talked about when she took her time off.
Yeah.
As I've said, I believe earlier in the show, the idea that she has a 3-year contract and hasn't turned up for 2 years, I am so jealous. So jealous. That would be perfect for me. Owen at Guinness Gamers says, click it. Baron Corbin and Daniel Bryan in the final 2 would be great. It would make people so anxious. Yes, it would. Baron Corbin would be a great runner-up. And Ed says, love me some Baron Corbin. That guy has really picked up the small things in WWE. If only he could be booked a little less repeatedly. I think he's taking a bit of time off right now, to be honest, working with the Mysterios, getting a bit less constant attention. I've given you a little bit extra time to think about your women's Final Four. Who have you got for it?
Charlotte, of course. Alexa. Nia Jax. And actually that's 3 heels. You need like
heels.
Well,
you're about to say I need a heel, but you've got 3 big heels.
Yeah. Probably divide it up. It'd probably be more like Alexa and Charlotte, and then Rhea Ripley. I nearly forgot. Yeah, Rhea Ripley. I would have said Becky Lynch, but I don't think she'll be here in time. I just don't see that. Trish Stratus. I think they could tease that being a match, so probably her.
The women's Final Four is always a bit more open for me because they tend to make the men's match longer. So when it comes to the women's match, I think Natalia is a logical Final Four competitor. I want to see Belair. I want to see Natalia. When it comes to Alexa Bliss, and in fact, she's on the TV as I'm saying this right now, she's such an interesting one because she could be in this match for 20 seconds or she could be in this match for an hour. We have literally no idea what's going to go on with her. I would have Nia Jax for sure. She's that perfect runner-up. Absolutely perfect. So I would have them, and I would probably have Charlotte as well. It just, I don't know. Charlotte in a Rumble, it's just ideal runners-up.
Like Roman Reigns, isn't it? Like people don't want her to win, but like it'll keep them on edge going, please don't win kind of thing. So that works.
Owen has just rejoined. Who does Johnny want to win both Rumbles? Can you quickly remind him of who you said you wanted to win both Rumbles?
So I think AJ will win the men's one, and for the women, I think Alexa Bliss will win.
Norman Bear says Sasha Banks versus Trish would be a great match in my opinion. That is a match I would love to see, and something that came. They've teased it slightly, but it seemed like it was a game thing.
Teased that in the first time, didn't they?
Yes. And we were going to see Alexa Bliss versus Trish Stratus way back when, but then Alexa Bliss unfortunately picked up a few injuries. It'd be interesting to see this incarnation of Alexa Bliss with it.
Yeah.
And Owen says, can we see Free Face of Alexa or Bray Wyatt? I don't think we'll see that because they already have far too many people for a 30-man and 30-woman Rumble. There is already far too many people, so I wouldn't like to see them use it. There are Free Face of Alexa Bliss right now, but logically and character-wise, she cannot pick and switch between the three. She is basically who she is made to be. So storyline-wise, for me, that just doesn't quite fit. Bray Wyatt, not really firmly established what's going on with him. I have no idea what's going on with him, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. I don't think he'll be officially in the Rumble because, to Johnny's point earlier, I think if Bray Wyatt is in the Royal Rumble, Bray Wyatt is winning the Royal Rumble. I think it's that simple. Yeah. You cannot have someone like The Fiend in the Rumble and not expect him to win it. And to be honest, for so many years, you can't have Daniel Bryan in a Rumble and not expect him to win it.
And if he doesn't, then you see the reaction that we got for that as well.
Exactly. But as you mentioned earlier, this is the point to do it when there's no crowd.
Yeah, it is. No one's there to comment or react. So for me, it's like,
very true.
As I say, the Goldberg thing, it's like, oh, they can't really notice a fan reaction to it, even though they will look at the social media, but they'll act like they didn't see it or something.
Pretty much. Jermaine Presley says, I believe Bianca Belair is going to get eliminated by Bayley and it won't be clean. Guinness Gamers says, who do you think we're more likely to see, John Cena or Brock? I think John Cena is probably the more likely option to turn up than Brock Lesnar, who's currently no contract whatsoever, whereas John Cena has been working without contract for the WWE for a long time now. You agree?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I think John Cena, I can see why he would come back. They might need an extra big star to, get the attention to people to watch it. But I just don't see Cena being in it this year, unless it's setting up a match for WrestleMania. That's the only reason why I could see that happen.
Fair enough. We are going to tag Ree back in just as we begin the actual official Royal Rumble pre-show, where we've got 5 people gathered really tightly around a desk. Booker T is looking creepy at the camera. Let's get some more people in this here room. Let's get Ree in again. Welcome back, Ree.
Welcome back to me. You missed me. I went to make a cup of tea.
Never a bad thing. I have essentially made just snacks upon snacks upon snack options. Oh, we've got another raid. Hey, another raid. Corey MLB coming in from a raid. John Bear says, howdy, Tom. Thank you, John Bear, for sending people my way. Very much appreciated. This, for anyone just joining, is going to be quite a long Royal Rumble stream covering basically the whole thing. I'm sure this is a good show. Well, I hope so. I hope we can deliver for you guys. We are doing a watch along of the Royal Rumble. The pre-show is on right now. This is our pre-show. We'll be tagging a few more people in for the main show when it starts in an hour. We've gone over what we expect for a card, and the show is going to get a little bit more reactive now because we will have wrestling action. We have five people gathered around a table. We are in the Thunderdome all over again. Have either of you ever been in the Thunderdome?
I have, yes.
You have?
Yeah, some Survivor Series. I was in the crowd for that. I remember when they had Reigns against McIntyre, and then there's the image of them two looking at each other, and there's this guy on the screen that's my face. It was something, because I remember saying, right, I'm in it. I thought I probably wouldn't see my face, and I was like, no, I'm right in the center. There I am. So.
Thank you, Corey MLB, for the follow. John Bear says, I kind of want to be in the Thunderdome at some point. I'm always working, though. Yeah, that's just awkward, isn't it? It's really awkward over here in the UK. It requires being up at 1 a.m. for a call time you might not get. Ree, what would they have to do to get you at the Thunderdome?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not really interested in it, joining it.
Just at all?
No, not really.
You don't want to be there during an Edge Championship match crying your eyes out?
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to see I don't want people to see me cry.
Shout out to Dan from our group chat, by the way, because I got on because of him, because he applied for it and was successful, and he couldn't make it that day. it's very weird because it's like you've got this guy in your ear going, right, big cheers for Drew McIntyre and let's get some boos going for Roman and all that stuff. So that's why you see them. Huh?
Is it intimidating then? Well, not
It's
intimidating.
like you've got a lot of pressure on yourself because, like, right, I've got to look like I'm, really enthusiastic about the person.
Come on, you are really enthusiastic about wrestling. That's why you're here. We're all so enthusiastic.
Yeah. Okay, we've got the Booker T video on right now on the TV there.
Dodging the question. Do you think we're going to see the numbers video? Because they do that every year and we haven't seen it so far. I just want to see the by the numbers one.
I think so.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Jack says he really doesn't like looking at bored fans on the screen. Well, it depends which show you're watching, really, because it seems to happen. And there's been evidence that they've been using pre-recorded videos as well. That they've recorded people from previous shows and they just stick them on the videos. There's been evidence of that.
I've seen like some wrestlers be on it as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we look back, we'll find Reginald. Just at some point, having been on there, the Thunderdome's an interesting idea, but I don't know. We are now watching the Drew McIntyre versus Goldberg package. Now, they have to be proud of themselves for this because Drew McIntyre hasn't been there to actually be in much of what's going to be in this. And neither's Goldberg. He's been there for, I think in total, Goldberg's been on screen in the arena for less than 10 minutes in the build to a WWE Championship match.
And he's still getting paid more than McIntyre makes in a year.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
There's that far, isn't there?
McIntyre's a WWE champion, and he's still not someone that you really the WWE seem to consider top level, is he? Roman Reigns destroyed him at Survivor Series, destroyed him in the build-up in promos. Drew McIntyre is your top champion, and Roman just ran through him.
Roman Reigns is still his focus. Roman Reigns is still Vince McMahon's boy. And I'm sure at the first opportunity that he'll get to turn him babyface, he will. Against Goldberg would be the time to do it. So.
Oh, Drew McIntyre's beautiful, isn't he?
He's great, like Drew. It's great to see a British guy doing so well in WWE.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah. Historically, the Brits have not done particularly well in the WWE. William Regal, really well respected, not being a world champion. British Bulldog, same thing. Yep, should have been. Yeah. I think the closest we came was Becky Lynch, not UK, Republic of Ireland, but close. And then Drew McIntyre came along.
Well, Finn Balor had it for one day.
True.
Yeah.
True. One glorious day.
Yeah.
One glorious day. Just going to reiterate for people who've just joined the technology. Corey says, who do you guys have tonight in the Royal Rumble matches? I have Daniel Bryan and Bianca. I also have Daniel Bryan and Bianca. Johnny, if you just want to reiterate, who have you got?
Alexa for the women's and AJ Styles for the men's.
I've got Jeff Hardy for men's and Rhea for women's.
Here's the thing.
We have a question.
Miz Cash-in, by the way?
What?
Sorry. I was going to say, how about a Miz cash-in?
Oh.
I think Miz is going to be pinned by McIntyre, and that's how McIntyre is going to retain the title.
Okay.
I'd love to see that.
I think the reason they gave him back the briefcase was entirely for that reason, so that he could intervene in yet another match and be pinned. The question is, do you think anyone from NXT UK will appear tonight? I really, really don't think so. Mostly because there's no long-term storyline for them, but there must be. If they appear tonight, then they got to stick around. So while they're recording everything in NXT UK, you ain't seeing Volta. You ain't. But maybe Jordan Devlin. I mean, he's someone they could use in NXT, isn't he?
Pete Dunne's been appearing in NXT, hasn't he?
Love to see Pete Dunne. Pete Dunne has been appearing in NXT, but at this point, I don't really consider him NXT UK anymore. I definitely want to see him. I definitely think he'll be in there. He has briefly been in there previously. He was in the same year as Aleister Black because I remember him breaking the fingers. And Ed says, I think any of the UK talent in the US, NXT will possibly be in the Rumble. I'd like to see Zach Gibson in. I think he could do some interesting things. And I wonder if anyone would be taking their shoes off for it. Jack says, I had a Devlin shirt that's now in the bin. Yeah, I get you, mate. I get you. I totally get you. Right, I'm on my second bottle already.
I'm just waiting for my tea to cool down. Turn off.
Usually in the build up to the Royal Rumble, I am sat here waiting for people to turn up, and we are drinking shots anytime someone is eliminated.
I want to join in that game.
We draw numbers, and it's a case of we get 10 each because there's 3 of us. And anytime one of our numbers is eliminated, we drink a shot. And we do that for both Royal Rumbles. Both Royal Rumbles.
Yeah. You just spun it up by ending it.
Pretty much. If you've been following my Twitter at any point and you've watched it during a Royal Rumble, you'll note that by the beginning of the second Rumble, I don't make a lot of sense.
I remember last Royal Rumble, you messaged me congratulating me about Edge or whatever it was. And then you said, sorry, I'm a drunk mess. And I'm like,
yeah, accurate. Accurate. Very accurate. Oh, it's such a highlight of the wrestling calendar. I want to get back to it, but
another way is in our group chat, we have a random number generator, which depending on which numbers we get, is the one that we win basically if that number wins the match. So, Ree, do you have access to that at the moment? Because I can't remember my numbers.
I do. Your numbers are.
She has it really on hand.
I forgot your name, Johnny. Right. For men, you've got 26. And then for the women's, you've got 13.
Okay.
I like that. Divisible.
Yeah, that was really, it's weird that. That's literally half of 26.
You can pick two more numbers as well. Most of us have got 4 now.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh, I can do that right now.
You guys work on that. I'll go through the comments that we've had. Ed says, I agree with Devlin as someone who could pop up, but I'm really looking forward to Devlin versus Escobar match. I think that's coming sooner rather than later. That's why I think Devlin's possibly likely. Corey MLB says, who do you guys have winning the last man standing match? I have Roman Reigns, Jay, and Seth Rollins will help Roman Reigns win. We all have Roman Reigns. As much as I love Kevin Owens, I don't think he stands a chance in hell on this one. It's a real shame, but I think Jey Uso will be involved, and I think potentially Jimmy Uso will be involved.
Oh, I'd love Jimmy to return.
So I got 30 and 7.
Oh, you don't have to randomly generate them. You could have just picked them normally.
I random generated again.
I don't think he'll complain about the 30, but I know I've got 7.
Wait, so what did you get for men's?
So for the first one, it was 30.
That's taken.
Okay, the next highest.
The next highest is 30. That's just 23 for men's is next highest.
Okay, so 23, and then for the other one, it was 7.
That's taken by Tom.
I've got 7.
Okay.
Lucky 7, so I got 7 for both of them.
The highest one after 7.
Which is 10.
Okay.
Curse Wine says he misses it. He is usually here with me drinking the shots and usually pouring the shots. I miss it too, sir. I miss it too.
Oh, Mella's on.
Do you think we're going to have an early winner or a late winner this year?
I know Jack thinks that there's going to be an early winner for women's. Because I can't remember his reasoning behind it, but he's got a fair reason. I'm not too sure, to be fair.
I'm not sure. It's likely that they'll have one and the other, though. They're not going to have 2 number 30 entries win or something. I don't think.
True. We have Carmella on TV. We have a bit of Reginald in the background as well.
I'm kind of glad I didn't get number 30 for the women's match because Natalia's not going to win.
No. I think we can all agree that Natalia's got very little chance of winning this. Watch her win now.
Yeah.
Watch her win and then just try and make a storyline out of it.
Oh. Sorry. Watch her try me. Sorry, that just made me laugh.
Carmella does not exactly seem happy with it.
I don't actually know what she's saying.
And now we've got adverts for credit cards.
Platinum credit, capital one. Yeah.
Oh, Sonya Deville.
Oh, she's stunning.
She is, isn't she?
She better be in the Rumble.
I'd love it.
I would have no issue with her winning.
Neither would I.
I love the red suit. I think that's brilliant.
It's incredible. If I looked half as good as that in a suit, I would be a happy man.
Oh, I'm glad she's back.
So have her against, well, her and Mandy have a spot in the match.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, like teaming or being.
No, like going against Bell.
No, it got nasty, didn't it?
Yeah.
Jack really wants Sonya to win it. I agree with you there. And Jermaine says, I would love to see Kaylee Ray go up to Sasha after Sasha finished beating Carmella and challenge to Sasha to a match and point to WrestleMania 37. That is quite a dream. I don't think you get to challenge anyone before the Royal Rumble match, I'll tell you that. I don't think you're allowed to. But the WrestleMania sign is there tonight. That is the big return that we can announce right here. The WrestleMania sign is there.
Did they get rid of it last year and everyone were fuming?
I know, it's definitely there. I remember Drew pointing at it. It's tradition.
It gets bigger every year, actually. It's almost filling the whole side of that arena.
I'm sure it won this last Royal Rumble. Or am I just making that up?
No, they're definitely pointing at it, yeah, I remember that.
Have I just made that up?
I am wondering if it's going to be big enough for Kevin Owens to jump off. If it's not, they've done themselves a disservice.
That'll be interesting.
I'm disappointed that Sonya Deville isn't doing all of the talking.
Booker T, when he starts talking, he doesn't stop, does he? He
does not stop.
Oh, it's JBL. I didn't realise he were on it. I've literally just recognised him.
The internet's two favourite people, Jerry Lawler and JBL.
Yeah.
They're always like, oh, it's them two again. You know, like, Booker T's got grey in his beard now, I've just noticed.
Going on, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a hell of a beard, though. I think we can all agree on that.
Oh, yeah.
Look how glossy Sonya's hair is. Oh. I can't look at her. Makes me sad.
Would you agree? I mean, this is coming from a lad who doesn't obviously know much about makeup, but would you say her eyebrows are looking good? Because they're really noticeable there.
Yeah, because they match her hair.
Yeah.
Yes, one of the wonders of this Royal Rumble watch along is we, unlike other shows, have brought along a makeup expert. Basically, a girl. Yes.
Yeah. A girl watching wrestling? My God. No, I'm trying.
Definitely not a makeup expert from my makeup standards.
Is Charlie Caruso on ESPN? All right.
Sorry?
Charlie Caruso, the host on that show. Isn't she in ESPN as well?
I think so. I'm not sure. They all float at the minute.
Yeah.
Everyone's got other gigs at the minute. It's confusing.
Yeah.
It used to be that everyone WWE had in-house was just in-house. But now, like Kathy Kelly was doing so much social media stuff, but she had 4 or 5 more jobs. Oh, we're seeing a flashback. Tony Storm and Naomi. Expecting Naomi to be in it.
Oh, I'd love a feud between them pair. Oh, I really wish there was a crowd. I can't wait till wrestling got crowds again.
Yeah, no, I really missed it. I watch the wrestling now, and I'm like, how much better would this match be with an audience?
I know.
It's a Royal Rumble. I never expected I'd see the day when the Royal Rumble didn't have a crowd.
I think I'd rather go to a Royal Rumble event than a WrestleMania event.
I agree.
I would. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Royal Rumble's basically a commercial. It's an advertisement. They're just trying to get casual fans in, and there's not that much for me, at least as a fan. Last year's WrestleMania, I was only really interested in 4 or 5 matches.
Mm.
The Royal Rumble has the Royal Rumble.
Last year's Royal Rumble were just amazing, just everything about it.
Yeah, because I remember, like, you know, social media managed to tell us that Edge was coming back, and I still didn't believe it. I was like, no, that's not going to happen. Like, and then he appeared. It was just like, oh wow, he's actually here. Like, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I generally didn't believe that at all. I was like, no, come on, man. But there we are.
Following up on that, because Jack has asked, could Paige show up tonight? I feel like the women's roster is very small at the moment. I don't think she will be turning up and wrestling. Paige has not been cleared for as far as any news has come out. And if she did, I don't think they'd save it for a Rumble. I think they'd have known way before.
I think Paige is trying to get herself fired, actually. You see the comment she made about Goldberg yesterday?
Yeah.
In this, I think she basically, this is on WWE Backstage. I'm pretty sure she said something like, Goldberg shouldn't be in this match. So, like, just basically saying, yeah, I don't agree with this at all. So she's going against what WWE are doing. And I feel like she's just trying to get fired, actually.
As Ed points out, unlikely with her bad blood with the Twitch situation, she is one of very few WWE employees who has kept their Twitch despite the WWE being unhappy with it. Zelina Vega, as we know, was moved on.
Mm-hmm.
So there is definitely some issues there. The Twitch thing is just really confusing because there's quite a few people still going. You see up, up, down, down, no impact whatsoever. Adam Cole at NXT still streaming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
It's not because WWE Network have, like, agreement with Xavier Woods to stream it on the network.
This is what I mean. Everyone seems to have their own individual deals, and it's just awkward for those that don't. Dakota Kai vanished from Twitch, but we still see her on Up, Up, Down, Down.
Yeah.
It's really confusing. I want to be out here supporting wrestlers and sending anyone here on to the wrestlers and so on and so forth. They're making a lot of income. Zelina Vega literally left because they wouldn't let her keep her Twitch. When looking at the numbers, her Twitch is probably more profitable than her wrestling career.
Yeah.
So given the two, risking your body constantly and having people constantly attacking you on social media or having fun with people on Twitch, I know which one I'd pick. I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm not a wrestler.
Independent contractors, rubbish. They go, independent contractors, but they're not. Like, otherwise, you can do what you want, essentially. And it's like, well, you can't. So it's independent contractors when it suits them.
Yeah.
And, like, it's kind of like, you know, people will watch even if they don't like games. If a wrestler's doing games, they'll watch it.
Yeah.
You know, because it's a wrestler. And it's like, well, you kind of missing the point there. Like, you could easily, like, try and collaborate with them. Like, you know, some money could go towards them. If they're that desperate to, like, not let them do it, then it's like, well, put it on the network or something. Because people will watch if it's a wrestler doing it.
Yeah. There is some Up, Up, Down, Down content on the network. If I remember rightly, there is, for example, Becky Lynch playing Mortal Kombat, which is funny.
Right.
Yeah, it's just funny because the entire show is her making puns about M&Ms. We have a Natalia promo.
Oh, she is good though. I do like Nia.
She came in at a very awkward time. Just a very awkward time when there were very few trained, efficient wrestlers in the women's division. They got there. I think that was her, Beth Phoenix leading the way. There was a couple more, but it wasn't until 4 Horsewomen really came in, AJ Lee and people like that, Paige, that she really had much competition. By that point, WWE seemed like they'd given up on her.
I think Natalia, the reason why I could see her maybe winning is just because of how long she's been there. Just like, oh, she deserves something for being so loyal to us. That's the only reason why I could see them actually giving her something. But yeah, I don't see it.
I think it's a shame. She deserves a big moment. I just don't think they will ever give her a big moment. And there's too many other people now who also deserve a big moment. And that's the thing with wrestling, isn't it? There are maybe 10 people who deserve the Royal Rumble win on either side and deserve to go on to WrestleMania. They
Yeah.
can't all have it. I would love to see Aleister Black come back, kick everyone, and take the spot against McIntyre in the main event of WrestleMania. It's not going to happen, but I'd love to see it.
Mm.
I don't know. As per the earlier conversation, Jermaine Presley says, Charlie Caruso is on ESPN. She's one of the hosts of First Take with Stephen A. Smith. Thank you, Jermaine, for letting us know that. Ooh, I hope you guys have got snacks. Is it going to be a long show?
Yes, I've got wine.
Same thing. Same thing.
Yeah. Still got chocolate from Christmas left over, so I might have a bit of that.
How?
I know I've been good, and I've tried to keep hold of like I've still got a tray of after eights that I haven't even touched yet. So
I think I've got white chocolate Toblerone left.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. It
Wow.
actually wasn't. I'm not a white chocolate guy, but it actually wasn't bad. It actually wasn't bad.
I don't mind white chocolate, but why can't they just keep normal chocolate? Just why do they have to change the type of chocolate? Grinds on me. I don't know why. It's a proper miserable opinion, but you know what I mean.
Jack says American adverts are wild, and considering we've got people just working out with watermelons, I kind of get it.
Oh, I really
What is
want
with
championships. Do you know, like the championships you can get from Sharp?
Mhm.
I really want one, but they're so expensive. I want the Edge one.
They are very expensive.
Oh, the Edge one's very expensive. Yeah.
I know. So annoying.
Do you remember when the
Yeah,
Bray
well-
Wyatt one came out and it was hundreds upon hundreds of pounds?
And it's awful. Yeah. It's like £500 for that. It's like, no,
Yeah.
thank you.
And it's not been seen since he lost to Goldberg.
Could buy all the t-shirts on the website before I buy that.
Oh, we've
Aiden.
got Daddy Roman on screen.
Aiden is prepared with Dairy Milk buttons and Pringles. Good man.
Very nice.
I just love Roman Reigns.
Yeah,
I can
it's
tell
great.
because you made that noise while he was low blowing Kevin Owens.
How did you just have to out me like that, Tom? Just
You outed yourself.
no one needed to know what part. Might have been a different one. It might have been a lag on system. You know what I mean? Oh,
Maybe she was making that response about Paul Heyman, you know? She might
Yeah,
be.
maybe. I mean, that's better, isn't it?
Yeah.
no. Oh, he's so good looking. Oh,
It's definitely been the highlight of SmackDown, just Roman coming back.
yeah.
Since he came back, SmackDown's
He's
been
been
the
brilliant.
top show.
Yeah.
Everyone gets excited for SmackDown, whereas it used to be Raw. And
Yeah,
SmackDown.
Raw used to be the big show. Now it's
Raw,
SmackDown.
I'd enjoy Raw a lot more if they just, as we always say, just take the third hour out. Just like shorten it. It's so difficult to get through 3 hours.
Especially when like you're watching from UK and on,
Mm-hmm.
stay up till stupid o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I
So I
don't
don't
want to
normally
stay
watch it live.
It's
I can
good.
skip adverts. If I watch it live, I can't skip the adverts. So I always watch the next day.
Yeah. Aiden says, I can still hear the scream from Rhea when we went to SmackDown last year for when Roman came out. Jack says 3 hours is longer than most films is stupid. Completely agree. 3 hours is way too long for a wrestling show.
You see, I was talking about like Adam Pearce. What if, because they were talking about this, I think there was one website that says there was something that I heard might happen that sounds quite scary. It's like, oh, that's a big yikes, that.
Wrestling votes, yeah.
Adam Pearce. What if, like,
I wouldn't be against it.
He
Yeah.
entered the Rumble.
Yeah.
I thought that the other day, but I thought it was a really stupid thing to think, so I didn't. But now you say it, I don't feel.
Not stupid now because because I said it first. But like they're building to something. I feel like he's going to have a WrestleMania match or something because they are building to this, like trying to tease him getting back in the ring.
That Sally did when he knocked out. That was banging, that one.
Oh yeah.
Paul Heyman's here really gets on my nerves. Just shave it off.
I know. Yeah, I remember when he had that, like when he had the ponytail, that like it was all right, but now it's just like, just get rid of it.
I just love him walking down with that real Steve Austin swagger.
Yeah.
Like proper side to side going on.
Hey Tom, so I've never seen Adam Pearce wrestle. Have you watched these matches
I've
before?
seen him wrestle, but I can't remember much about it, to be completely honest.
Okay.
I can't sit here and say he was an absolute world beater. I can't remember. And I think it's telling that I can't remember, but I've seen him wrestle. He was good, and he's one of those that he can take the hits, and that's important in New Japan, but it's not important in WWE. Being able to take a punch is probably the least important thing in a WWE ring.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe it'll be Adam Pearce versus Shane McMahon at WrestleMania. We all want it. We all want it.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I saw my mate showed us the betting odds for the Royal Rumble. Apparently, Vince McMahon is 125 to 1.
Okay.
And Shane McMahon is 175 to 1. So, like, again, there's no crowd there. Vince McMahon winning the Royal Rumble. It's like, well,
Vince McMahon would then be a 2-time winner.
yes.
Yeah. Stranger things have happened. Welcome, Jordan. Glad to see you coming in. At some point, we're going to get to a match. We are halfway through the pre-show so far. Do you think there'll be any more announcements of who's going to be in the Rumbles?
I hope not.
I hope not.
High five.
High five.
I just keep it a secret. Like, why? It drains me.
I get you.
I think like announcing the number one entry would have been all right, and then have Edge come out after. It's like, oh god, okay, here we go. But then announcing them both, I was like, I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
I just don't understand the point of it.
We were talking about this when you were away. Do you think the two of them could go right till the end, Ree?
Edge and Orton. No. I think they'll probably last a while unless... Oh, I don't know. I don't actually. I can't know what I can't answer that. I don't know. I'd like to think that they'd last a long time, but depends on it. You never know what's going to happen in a Rumble.
Yeah. And that is the beauty of it.
But yeah.
I think that's the thing. Like, we all agree Royal Rumble is the best time of the wrestling calendar.
100%.
And it's just, no matter what who the favorites are or anything like that, you don't know what's going to happen. Hello, R-Truth.
I love R-Truth so much. It's so good.
It's so good.
It's just meant. Do you think we're going to have a change in title?
At least once.
Yeah. 24/7, probably at some point. Is it Garza who's been working with him?
Hasn't everyone been working with him?
Yeah, we saw such a rare appearance on Raw. We saw Tucker. We haven't seen Tucker since he turned on Otis. He vanished.
Oh, I just love R-Truth.
He's just so entertaining.
He is. It's so entertaining. So funny and just... He's another one we out of crowd. It's weird.
Yeah, especially considering they pipe in the audio return.
He can make it work with like the 24/7 though, like just defending it anywhere but the ring, basically.
Yeah.
Like was it on a football pitch he defended it against Kane a few months ago?
Yes, lost and regained. Golf course with Jinder Mahal.
Yeah. Well, imagine if they have Jinder win and then fight in the main event of WrestleMania, be Drew McIntyre against Jinder Mahal.
Well, NXT India is happening. I thought Booker T was going to go for it there.
Yeah, I was thinking that there. Yeah.
Maybe Reginald will be the next 24/7 champion. I forgot about Bad Bunny.
I did as well.
I've no idea who they are. It'll be nice to hear something new, see how it goes. But it's actually called Booker T, isn't it? The song.
Yeah, the song's called Booker T. Yeah.
He's a rapper or something, a Spanish rapper, I think.
Yeah.
Here comes the. Is this the first match? Are we getting this now?
It is. Nansgrave says, I miss seeing Samoa Joe in the ring. You and me both. You and me both. I would really love to see Samoa Joe step into the Rumble, take the win, and go up against McIntyre.
Oh.
I would just love it.
Samoa Joe has long hair now.
What was that?
I believe he has long hair now. You won't see it, but I think he's let his hair grow.
I wanna take this one again. Sorry, I just had a little jam then, didn't I?
You did. You did.
That's fine. What was the song?
Nia Jax's theme song.
Oh, sorry, right. No.
God, Johnny, get with it.
I should know this.
It's right on telly.
Yeah.
So we are opening the pre-show wrestling with Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler challenging Charlotte Flair and Asuka for the championships. I've got Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler taking the championships back on this one.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
What do you rate Rhea's what do you rate Nia's outfit? That's quite nice colour.
Like it. It is a nice colour though, to be fair.
Yeah.
I really hope that Nia and Shayna win and then Charlotte kicks off at Asuka. But then challenges to a championship match, but Asuka wins. I don't want to see Charlotte as a champion again at the moment.
I definitely want Asuka to come away the winner if that's what happens.
If Charlotte does get that, yeah, I'd like to see her not win.
Asuka's entertaining as well, I know.
She is, isn't she?
Want to get up and just jog about.
When she gets angry, it's really funny because she's just like, yeah, we'll do this. Yeah.
I love her. It's funny.
She's really marketable as well with like the outfits,
Yeah.
you know, like bright colours and that.
Well, she had a pretty distinct character change on the last couple of weeks of Raw.
Yeah. Like the mask that she wears, that can be a big selling thing.
Yeah. I think they could do more with that, to be honest. But she did get the big 3D one for a while.
Yeah. I always looked at her as like the women's version of Ultimate Warrior in the sense of the clothes and like, not so much the person and like the sort of bright clothes and that.
She looks just like she's having a banging time, and I just love it. I love the energy.
That's one thing with the Thunderdome as well. Like, there's a lot more use of pyro.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how they would do that with fans, but like, they seem to really use the pyro a lot at the moment, which I really like.
I'm really interested to see how this match plays out.
They haven't got too long for it.
We've got this match, and then, of course, we've got Goldberg and Drew McIntyre, so...
Yeah, we've got that to look forward to.
Do you know if that match drags on?
Rhea's either going to be, like, cheering or she's going to be extremely pissed off live on here. I don't know if you noticed there, but as Asuka went to the ring, you saw Charlotte's face. She was kind of like, she looked like she was ready to turn her back on her, basically.
Mm. They're always really close with Charlotte. They never seem to want to 100% commit to face or heel. Just in case they get the chance to have that moment again and just switch things up.
Mm.
There is someone bopping away in that Thunderdome. Is it mandatory in the Thunderdome to just always be doing things with your hands?
You've got to like show support and cheer them, but like they don't have to, just clap your hands or whatever. They don't tell you exactly what you have to do. Just you have to look like you're happy that they're there. So that was the one time I was cheering for Charlotte because I had to.
You had to, or you'd be dumped off the screen.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm right on the center, so I need to set an example here. So
I like Charlotte's gear. She's got butterflies on it. That's pretty.
Yeah.
Kicking off with Charlotte and Shayna.
Was the Trish Stratus Charlotte match good? Because I missed that in SummerSlam 2019, I think it was. Do you remember that, Tom? Tom?
I would say it was okay.
Right.
Yeah, I would say it was okay. It's one of those. We know they're both very good wrestlers, but they work very different styles because Trish works the style that she had to work at the time.
Yes.
So it's not one I would go back and watch again. Ed disagrees, says it was fantastic and Trish looked great. I think Trish did look great, but I think it was similar to a match that she would have way back when, rather than modernizing it to what Charlotte would do now. So I think it was okay. It did deliver basically to expectations, but it didn't have the wow factor for me personally.
Yeah.
I don't like Nia's eyeshadow.
That was a bit weird. I thought like it's a bit of an odd combination.
It looks good and it suits her, but I don't like it with their outfit.
This is why we have makeup experts.
It's WWE talk or beauty talk. I'd love to have Oscar's energy. Here we go.
That was harsh.
Get her, Oscar. Oh. No way. Really? Is it gonna
Straight into an octopus.
Did Kairi Sane, did she leave?
Yeah. She's back in Japan.
Yeah.
She's still technically under WWE contract, but she's back in Japan.
Okay.
I always forget how athletic Charlotte is, and then she pulls out some like dead good move, and I'm like, woo!
She works hard at it. You don't get that good without a lot of effort, tell you that.
I feel like she looks so much taller now she's come back. I don't know why. She's got long legs.
The teamwork's pretty solid so far. I know people didn't expect much of Shayna and Jax when they first teamed up. And then we got the match against Sasha Banks and Bayley, and they just destroyed them. Just absolutely destroyed them. Good times. Like I said, Charlotte's an amazing wrestler, but she's so good to hate. Completely agree. In any walk of life, in any wrestling, there are those people who are just really, really detestable. In wrestling, that is a tremendous thing.
Just like your father, I guess.
Yeah. Like Triple H when I was watching it back in 1998. Absolutely perfect. The Rock when he first came through. There is there's a lot to be done with hateable people. Oh, that's a lot of bending.
Oh.
I love how they use phrases like joint manipulation. They can't just say she's bending her arm back.
Yeah.
It's a bit flat though, isn't it? Oh my god. Ow.
As regards to hateability, Ed says that's best. She is a Flair. And you should never like a Flair. You should always feel a bit uneasy around a Flair. Never trust a Flair. I think every Flair would probably agree with that and say, yeah, he probably shouldn't be. Since when does Nia Jax do a Cobra Clutch?
I'll say Asuka. Why am I even cheering for her? No, I don't. Actually, I don't know.
There's the difference between what you want to happen and what you think is going to happen. Well, they're working on the hot tag for Charlotte. I wouldn't think they'd be doing that considering Asuka's the champion. She's going to take all the beating.
It's always difficult to picture Charlotte and Asuka getting beat ever. So, like, I do think I still think Nia Jax and Shayna will win, but I'm not sure exactly how.
Yeah.
Because I don't see Charlotte taking the pin, but I don't see Asuka taking the pin either. So it's kind of,
True, at least until recently. You look at what happened with Alexa Bliss. Took a pin clean as you like.
Yeah.
And it can always be involvement of Lacey Evans, of course. I'm sure we'll see them.
Yeah.
Jack saying he thinks Asuka's going to take the pin if they lose. There's been times when I didn't think Baszler or Jax would take a pin. That wasn't a breakup pin. That was just a touch on the back. What are you doing?
Yeah, that was bad.
That was weak. Oh, that wasn't weak.
Head.
Hey, Mags, welcome. Mags will be joining us in about 15 minutes for the start of the main show.
Cool.
Glad to see you tagging in, man. And we have... Okay, that was a breakup of a pin. That was much better. And we also have Nick Barbati from PW Torch, who will be joining us. He is, of course, my co-host for the VIP-only PW Torch show I have called Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure, because we're both Bill and Ted nerds.
Ooh.
They don't do that many big hot tags anymore. I remember when I first started watching, and the New Age Outlaws were always infamous for it. Road Dogg would get beat up every single week. He would just get destroyed in the corner every single week. Billy Gunn would come in and clean the place out. Nowadays, you don't see that many just hot tag teams.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's she doing here? Come on, gal. You can do it. This chair's really uncomfortable.
We've got from Jack, Enzo and Cass are a good modern one when it comes to a hot tag team, right? You are.
Yeah.
Enzo just getting beat up pretty constantly. Asuka is completely out of sight. Haven't seen her for a while.
Oh, yeah, that. Do we think we're going to get any interference?
I think Lacey might make an appearance. I don't think she'll get involved. She might just like stand there and distract her or something.
Here's Asuka.
Possible. Stand at the top with her robe on again.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why I found that a funny phrase.
There's going to be a lot of action around those tables today, isn't there?
She barely fucking touched him. Sorry.
It's like a backwards clothesline, just with a flip before it.
Here we go. Talk about interference. Oh. Dad, stop. You're embarrassing me. Here we go.
Oh, there he is.
This is what you get for wooing.
I thought that was going to... Oh. Oh, dear me.
Here we go. Oh.
Nah, and some interference is going to happen.
There she is. What I say, stand on the thing.
Smack her.
she's still good.
Smack
Gonna
her.
grab her arms, surely.
Smack her. That's it. Smack her. Now you're going to get smacked, though. Oh, is Charlotte actually going to get this? Oh, what was that? Why would you do it that close to the edge again? Do you not learn? Oh, Lacey's loving it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Nia and Shayna have got this, haven't they?
Yeah.
Dadders. Dead. That's one prediction, right?
Back of the head. Nice and different.
Watch the still kick out. No. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, that surprised me slightly that she took the pin.
That were an alright match, though, that one.
To be fair, it's a really well protected pin, isn't it?
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, we're 10 minutes away from the Rumble, or at least 10 minutes away from Goldberg. And so far, so good. Usually on the kickoff show, they make sure the faces finish on top. Not so much this time.
This is where the predictions start to start to change, though, because in our thing anyway, because I think all of us went for this. But then obviously I went for Goldberg for the next match, and most went for McIntyre. So we'll see what happens.
Asuka's getting a little hug.
I need to reread.
Where do you think they go with Lacey Evans, by the way, like with this whole thing?
Sorry?
Where do you think they're going to go with the whole Lacey Evans thing?
I think they're going Charlotte Lacey at Mania.
Okay. Title? Any title involved, do you think? Or
No, I think it's just a big draw match for Lacey Evans, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
It may be a tag match, but I don't think Charlotte and Asuka will be the tag team involved. Because Peyton Royce is still there.
Yeah.
Now, Lacey Evans does have a tag partner. It's a confusing tag partner because Peyton Royce ideally should still be with Billie Kay, but here we are.
Oh, don't get me started on splitting them two up, but then putting them in teams.
I have no idea why they did that.
I know. I thought, like, yeah, fair enough, split them up, get them to do on their own, and then they just put them with others. WWE confuses me.
If you had a cardboard cutout of Shawn Michaels in your home, like, would you want to take pictures with it? Because I probably wouldn't. Gotta be honest.
I don't think I'd have a Shawn Michaels cardboard cutout in my room.
Somebody did.
I mean, I wouldn't even have a Kurt Cobain one. I just think they're weird. I'd end up waking up at night and be like, "Oh my god, what's that?" And I'd be like, "Oh yeah." Couldn't do it.
You were listening to a Nirvana record recently, weren't you? I think you had a Nirvana LP on yesterday.
Yeah, my mum got me a record player for Christmas, so I finally unpacked it. I was so scared of handling them though. I didn't know how to get it out of the thing. You should have seen me. I was proper like, I needed like 8 arms. Alright, I didn't want to damage it, knowing me. Oh, stereo.
I had a moment there where I thought, oh, Ric Flair looks so young, but he doesn't. He doesn't look young at all because he was like 40 then.
But it's like Hogan, isn't it? Like, he doesn't age. He looks exactly the same as he did in 1998. Some wrestlers, like if Ed shaved his beard off, he'd look exactly the same as he did in 2010.
Yeah, well, or better to be fair.
Yeah, he's like more ripped now.
He came out, yes, a numbers video.
Yes.
I do like the art style they've gone for this time.
I was going to ask about this, like, the cartoon comic book strip kind of thing.
I gotta say, I really quite enjoy what they've done with it.
Yeah, I do.
Just a bit different and interesting.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
It is nearly Rumble time. I still remember when the spin the cat thing was at least unique. When Shawn Michaels did it the first time.
Yeah.
It's been done a million times since. It's a shame Kofi Kingston. Titus O'Neil always gets me. Titus O'Neil always gets
I
me.
just love that. That was-
I love it.
I can't get image out my head now of him just like full on flying underneath that rope.
He was gone. He was full on gone. No sign of him.
Oh, don't make me laugh anymore. That was such a good moment. I
That
remember
was I loved it.
it was hilarious.
Poor Titus. It's just like he always works so hard, and then that happens. Like, oh, poor guy.
He got up smiling though. He got up smiling. Never
Yeah,
eliminated that, or he got up smiling.
They had a T-shirt for it and everything. Probably like the only
Yeah.
T-shirt that he had, I think, at that point. So
I think so. Titus World Slide. Worldwide didn't get pushed. World Slide. They're onto something. Stone Cold Steve Austin has not won 3 Rumbles.
Has he not?
He was eliminated, I think, 5th to last in the first one they say he won, and he just went back in.
oh, I thought it was in '97. I thought like Brett threw him out, but the referee didn't see it, and then he sort of like ran in the ring and threw him out again. It's like, oh,
Yeah, that's
okay.
exactly it. He just went back in and eliminated Bret Hart. That's not a win.
Yeah. So there's actually never been a 3-time winner. There we go.
No. But it's one of those, they're playing into the kayfabe of it, and I get it, but at the same time, do you never watch your own show? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's like, well, there's someone watching on the camera that like they should say, "Hey, you're already out." You know. That's all right. Austin comes back tonight and wins it for the 3rd time, just to right that wrong.
Sure.
Aye.
I mean, if they've got a big surprise for number 30, don't get much bigger.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be Nia Jax, isn't it? She's going to be number 30.
Oh, yeah. Again.
Greg has asked, do you know why X-Pac came back in Royal Rumble 2000? Somebody missed their cue, basically. He was not supposed to be eliminated just then, so he had to come in, eliminate someone who he had to eliminate before he went out, and then go out again. happens all the time. This is why we have ring generals. This is why the Iron Man and Iron Woman thing started. So you had someone in there basically saying, no, don't eliminate him. Don't eliminate him.
Remember the 2007 one where Great Khali was like destroying everyone? Then you just hear Shawn Michaels shout over to him, "Look at that camera!
Hard
Look at that camera!"
Good times. Good times. This is the beauty of the ring general era. This is the beauty of the Royal Rumble, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Has Booker got contacts in? Or is that my colour? I've never
Looks like he's got contacts in.
Yeah, it looks like he does.
But the thing is, think about how hard this must be to plan and execute 30 people. If you're in there for an hour, can you remember everyone you're supposed to eliminate and every time you've got to be outside the ring? And it must be an absolute nightmare. You haven't got much time to rehearse either. Usually they're wrestling every night up until the Royal Rumble.
I always wonder what it's like backstage when like the numbers are coming out. Are they all just like sat around in gorilla just waiting for their time to come out?
Apparently.
I wonder. I always had this
imagine
image of like lining up, just like standing in a line, just waiting for their turn to run
How
out.
can they do a conga?
Yeah, yeah.
Just do a conga line in the build up to it. Okay, you're number 1, you're number 2, you're number 3. It'll be the same thing. They turn and put gorilla. They get told, okay, you need to do this, 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 and this. Eliminate this person.
Mm-hmm.
That's why most people eliminate maybe 1, 2 people most. Imagine how happy you'd be to have a 3-second rumble. You just don't have to worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
We are 1 minute away from the Royal Rumble starting proper. Apparently, The first match is going to be Goldberg against Drew McIntyre. We have 2 more people who will be joining at least for the opening match. It sounds like they are opening of that. So after the first match, Rhea and Johnny are going to be leaving. But for now, I'm going to be tagging in the people who have joined us to get a panel of 5 for at least a WWE match, because, as we all know, for a Goldberg match, we need as many people as possible to just have that reaction. So I'm going to be introducing someone who I've been in innumerable podcasts with, someone who helped me innumerably and immeasurably in my early career, and someone with a hell of a lot of MMA stuff behind him, so you know he knows about a fight. I'm going to introduce my friend and soon to be yours, Mags.
Hello,
Well,
MMA,
Mags.
yeah.
Well,
I mean, the MMA stuff is more my son than me, but yeah, I appreciate the compliment. Hello, guys.
I also see an IWGP United States Championship there.
Yes, that's my baby, and the AEW one in the middle.
So if we get an opportunity to see Jay White, now's the time.
former IWGP US champion as well.
Yes, he was. Won pretty much anything in the company. Also, to introduce one more name, he has been my colleague at PW Torch for a little while since I've gone back there. And of course, co-hosts the Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure with me. I don't know how it's going to make room for 5 and so on, so I'm about to learn something new. Nick Barbati, who's pick for the show, is Bailey for the women's, isn't it?
It's definitely Bailey. I am not changing that, especially after watching this pre-show, which has been way too over the top clear that Belair is the favorite, which means she is not winning tonight. Folks, the main event has come early. I'm very happy to be with you all.
The main event has come early. So we're watching the Royal Rumble. If I don't know how well you guys know each other, if any, but we're a panel of 5. Johnny and Rhea have been with me since the beginning of the since an hour before the pre-show. They've been with me for 2 hours now, and we'll be dropping out after the WWE title match. But we have ourselves a opening show, and the first person to be shown was Bianca Belair. Mags, who are your favourites for the Royal Rumble today?
Oof. For the women's, I think it's pretty cut and dry for me. I think the best story is Bianca Belair. The fact that we could potentially get the first headlining match at WrestleMania of 2 women of colour fighting out for a title, I think that hits a lot of demographics. So yeah, and it's just a really good story. I think Bianca's one of the best wrestlers on the WWE roster today, and it makes absolute sense for me.
And for the men's?
For the men's is a little bit more up in the air. I was fully in the Daniel Bryan camp at the beginning. Then we got to Raw, and Edge declared his intentions to enter, and my affiliation changed on a dime. And then we saw that we're getting the Drew and Bill Goldberg match first, which kind of telegraphs it for me that Bill's going to get some resting time and enter the Royal Rumble and point at the WrestleMania sound.
You're going for Goldberg?
I don't want it to be Goldberg, but I feel that we're getting Goldberg.
You are a brave man. Nick, do you want to walk us through your choices as well?
Well, I agree with that. I think we're in for a surprise tonight with the victor. I think it's going to be someone who's not been previously announced. I am sticking to my earlier prediction that I think John Cena returns tonight and ultimately wins the Royal Rumble. I think it's been set up for it, especially having the option of either putting him against Drew, although I think he'll be more likely put against Roman Reigns in the match he would choose if he were to be victorious. That's where I'm thinking it's going to go. But I just think that a lot of the other choices have all been really defined down the past week. And yes, and anyone could win and have it be an exciting moment. I think if Daniel Bryan won, it'd be a really great feeling. Again, it's just one of those things where it's been too full-throated, too obvious. And I just think something that there's a canary in the coal mine over there that something's going to change. I also just think I think it's really cool the amount of effort they put into the aesthetics into this year's Royal Rumble. Tom, I heard you making comment about that it just makes it feel special to have its own unique look with the comics and everything like that. And I just thought the effort put into that intro video seems a little bit more old school special night, which is a great thing to see.
I do want to highlight a comment we've got from Northern Bear. Remember when Alex Riley messed up his Royal Rumble appearance? Does anyone remember that? Because I've got to be honest, it escapes me.
Yep, same. I think Alex Riley's whole tenure in the WWE is kind of that, just blanked over.
Wow.
I'm going to say that was 2011 when Miz was champion and he came down because he was his protege then. That's probably when that happened. I don't remember exactly what, but yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him live. I remember that, but I don't remember much about him.
Bless.
No.
Well,
I'm very surprised that they have chosen to open with this. It does not fill me with hope.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely gonna be
now,
a
why
twist.
do you say that? Why do you say that, Tom? I think it's a good choice.
To open the show?
Yeah, I do.
Get the bad news out of the way when Drew loses.
Oh, don't.
Do you think everyone in the Thunderdome right now is being told to chant Goldberg? Or are they just going to pipe it in?
Yeah.
A new
Okay,
outfit for him, in-ring outfit, more of a shorts type thing.
Will he
Probably
give himself
indicates-
concussion, headbutting the door? Oh,
I'm glad he didn't try the headbutt.
Am I the only one not negative on Bill Goldberg right now? Come on.
I think so, yes.
I think
Sorry.
Goldberg will win. I do think you'll win. I just, I don't, as I say, I don't want it to, but
Oh, there's plenty of people with the giving the down thumb, so maybe they haven't been told to praise Lord Goldberg.
Maybe they have and they're about to be kicked off.
he's wearing Brock Lesnar. Like he literally is wearing like Brock Lesnar gear, essentially at this point.
How old is Goldberg?
Yeah.
51, I think.
You were really quick with that.
I
I
thought he
think,
was
I'm wrong. Sting 61. I got the wrong. Yeah, I might be. Got that.
61.
Goldberg's 54.
So you went from 51 to 61.
So somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, between 50 and 60. There you go.
He's definitely carrying more weight in the midsection than I remember him in the most recent returns, which probably indicates, I think in one of the documentaries, he was saying that was the struggle, was for him to fit into the trunks. Well, he's definitely a bit bigger than he has been in the most recent returns, but I think he looks great.
I don't think it's possible to maintain a physique like his throughout an entire career. He clearly works hard, but if you followed a lot of the Undertaker documentary, he was talking about just training for 1 or 2 matches for an entire year. It can't be easy. Northern Bear asks, do you reckon this match going first signals the loser goes into the Rumble later? Do you think that's going to happen? I'm going to start with Johnny.
I do think that the fact he's on first is concerning. I don't see why else they would do that. So, if he doesn't win, then yes, he'll enter the Royal Rumble. If he does win, then maybe Drew will actually.
Is that something you want to see, Ree?
I definitely think that there's going to be a high and low. It's definitely going to be a twist. Whether we get the low now and Goldberg wins, and then we get a high later on, or vice versa. I definitely think there's going to be a twist, especially with putting this match first.
Yeah.
What the twist is, I can't put my finger on it, but something's going down.
Mags, you have Goldberg winning the Rumble, so I'm guessing you're in the camp that Goldberg will lose and then go into the Rumble.
Yeah, I think the reason why it's on first is so Goldberg gets some time to build his lungs back up after he gasses after 4 minutes, and then gets a chance to come out at the end of the Royal Rumble and point at the sign. That's going to be a glorious way to finish the pay-per-view.
You raise a good point, and Nick, I want to talk to you on this because we've talked about WCW quite a bit. Does Goldberg have the energy level to be anything more than a 2-minute Royal Rumble entry?
It's possible. I think to answer the question, though, why this goes first, I think it's going first because something has to. And I don't think that it's all that much interesting that's going to play out in a later kind of way. I say that because I think what would be the other natural thing to put first? It would be the Roman Reigns match. Well, Roman Reigns went first last month, and he also went last year in the first match of the Royal Rumble. So I could see them wanting to mix that up. And also, we just had one women's match, so they're not going to put Sasha out first. And so I respect the idea of not putting out the 2 Royal Rumble matches first. So again, I'm feeling good about this. I think, Tom, some of your thoughts on the infusion of Miz and Morrison might come to fruition. And I think, again, I think WWE might be entering tonight of let's clear out some of the stuff that we know isn't going to be so popular and maybe might seem a little clunky. Let's attract, because we're going to have some old school fans in here with Goldberg early on. I know my brothers are watching, and they're looking out for Goldberg's return as a casual fan. So I think it's just an early eye hook. And for those who are negative on it, again, to get it out of the way early.
I love the positivity. I really, really do. And
well, I don't understand the negativity. Help me understand. I mean, yes, I see him being clunky and awkward and all that stuff, but I think being a return of some star power. I mean, honestly, we need it while we can right now.
Yeah, I understand that, and I do believe he's definitely a needle mover. It's just they killed the momentum of the Fiend with him. I think that putting the title on him, especially if he's only in contracts where he's having 2 to 3 matches a year, just seems to be a waste of a spot that you could potentially give to a wrestler who could do with the rub of being a champion.
You know what it is, Mags? I think he's I've said this before, and maybe it's not the perfect way of articulating it. He's the surrogate Steve Austin. They can never get Steve Austin back. They can't have him. They can't have that icon of the era. So that they want. So he's just all they have really at the moment to can kind of serve that special in and out type mentality. Triple H is going to have a lot more baggage to him when he comes in terms of more storytelling. He's going to want a more elongated program. With him, it's just something that they can throw out there without much commitment to, which is, I think, why they rely on him.
I'm going to highlight a comment from Ed here. I'm all for vintage and nostalgia, but why do we need this nostalgia in main event stories, especially if he isn't putting over younger talent? And that encapsulates a lot of my issues when it comes to Goldberg. If he maybe wasn't working with the WWE champion, let's see he worked with someone a little lower down the card. He was working with, let's say, Bobby Lashley. I think he could have a great program with Bobby Lashley, and that would help elevate Bobby Lashley in the eyes of people there. And there's a connection there in the way that they fight. I just don't think he needs to be in the WWE title picture, especially after last year. He walked into the Universal title picture. He's never away from a championship. And that, for me, is the issue here.
But then to go against that point, would you spend the millions that he's clearly going to be getting to elevate mid-carders when you can have him as the big star to draw back the lapsed fans that you're looking to get?
I think you need someone like Goldberg to elevate those mid-carders. You need a way to get eyes on them, but he's not elevating mid-carders. He's elevating main eventers. Mm-hmm. And there's only so far you can elevate them.
Yeah, and obviously we saw how it didn't really work with Braun. Nobody kind of like accepted Braun as the head of the company when he beat Goldberg. So yeah, your point does make sense.
Given the choice, if you had to pick one returning star, Ree, would you rather have Goldberg, The Undertaker, or Brock Lesnar?
Look at the struggle in her face. She's just really struggling with this decision.
I'm just going to go with Undertaker. I like him. And I'm just playing it easy. Picking the one I like. I don't mind Brock and I don't mind Goldberg, but I just can't. They'll go back in day, but now I just think there's no room for him on. Well,
Did I just say you say you don't mind Brock?
That's news.
That's
that is news.
Not ever heard before, like you.
Brock can still go, to be fair. Brock can put on great matches. He's very much a wrestler of now.
He's a good seller. He really is.
It's just annoying how we were like every other month to turn up. When he's champ, that's what annoyed me most.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, if he's there full time, then fair enough, I'd support him, but no, I can't support the decision that they made.
See, this moment right here is why we're having this match. This makes Drew look very strong to a casual fan.
It's upsetting to me he never got the match with The Undertaker that seemed so close. Back when Undertaker and Reigns paired up against... Didn't expect that.
Hot start, bad.
Come on, Drew.
I think we all know this is going to be pure power moves, but didn't expect a spear from Drew McIntyre.
Jesus. Bright ring or red? Whatever it's called. Barricade.
Wow.
Through the barricade.
All right, here we go.
I love
You're
how they
all
always
right.
have to clarify what the barricade is. It's a steel barricade, just so you know. Just so you know.
Goldberg's like exhausted already.
I love Drew doing a spear.
That was great.
It just suits him.
It's a good spear as well.
I just love a spear. Apart from Goldberg. Come on, Drew, you're all right, lad.
I hate that Goldberg has the gum in his mouth, though. I think that's disrespectful. He should lose
Is he
that.
still chewing gum?
He still is.
Yeah. When he walked out, I was like, is he going to spit that out?
It's a tacky addition to his thing. It's not good.
What if it falls out and lands in Drew's ear? I'd be fuming.
Hey,
The bell has just rung.
The Brock Goldberg match already ended by this point.
Wow.
True.
Oh! I think it might have just done. Oh! So no, it should have taken more than that.
I think I'm behind people.
I'm slightly behind Rhea, I know that.
Yeah, that happened after she said that.
Sorry, I'm just going to Really?
I'll know what happens by your reaction.
I got to tell you, I really believe this is the best Goldberg's looked in his returns in a very, very long time. I think by having the weight on him, he's not cutting down too much that he's actually weaker than he should be. I think it looks very good.
It's a good point. He may have been focusing a bit more on cardio, which would add a bit more bulk to you like that.
I've got to admit, though, it's showing power. And I'm enjoying the match, so can't really complain anymore.
I think the main reason I'm enjoying it is because I genuinely have no idea what the finish is going to be, and there's one thing I really want and one thing I really don't.
Yeah.
Will he be able to get Drew up for the jackhammer and not kill him like he did with Taker? Oh, that was rough.
It's not perfect.
Oh.
That was horrible to watch. That one.
It's not perfect, that. Drew over-rotated. Or Drew was over-rotated, I should say.
He's trying.
Now,
He's trying.
Logic for Drew McIntyre matches, he gets jackhammered again and he kicks out at 1. That's how it usually goes.
Oh, he's going to get speared. No. Come on, Claymore.
Well, there we go.
I'm literally holding my breath.
This is what they want. I mean, it works.
Is this going to...
Drew wins. Oh, I can hear it. I haven't seen it yet, but I can hear it.
Goldberg went rumble in here.
Yeah, we get a big bad Billy pointing at the WrestleMania song. That's gonna be fun.
There's been barely any build to this, and I've got to say, I felt a lot during that.
Yeah, that was. I think Nick said it perfectly. That was the best we've seen Goldberg in the runs that he's come back.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I agree with that.
Took a nice clean loss as well.
I got to,
I
I think it was good for Drew. This was a good night for him because again, I think it was captivating, if nothing else, that you knew that this was going to be. And with the Royal Rumble, you kind of want these matches that to get in and out because we want to get to the Rumble. And
Yeah.
I think we also know that the Reigns match is going to go way long. Those last man standing matches always do. So I thought this was excellent for what it was.
I think Drew was the perfect opponent as well for Goldberg. Really was able to be the ring general. He was able to make sure. I mean, he did over rotate on the jackhammer, but that was probably more out of just being safe for his own span and neck, I suppose. But yeah, I thought Goldberg looked really good. And this is a notch on Drew's totem pole. I mean, a win over Goldberg is huge. In your career, so it was. I enjoyed that match more than I thought I would.
Same.
Yeah,
And
me too.
I like that they're showing respect afterwards. We have just finished the WWE Championship match. Drew McIntyre has retained over Goldberg, and at this point, unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to two of our panel who are going to go and enjoy the Royal Rumbles in their own way. So I'm going to say goodbye firstly to Ree, who joined me early on. Ree, where can we find you on social media?
Rihanna J_X on Twitter.
So I'm going to say thanks for joining us and good night, Ree.
Thank you for having me. I've enjoyed it.
Nice to see you, Rick.
Nice to see you too.
And we are also going to say goodbye to Johnny. Where can we find you, Johnny?
You can find me, Johnny Goldsmith 2 on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok. I'm actually on all of them, so you can find us on everything.
Fantastic. We'll hopefully see you and Ree back again at some point for future pay-per-views and shows. Thanks for coming.
Yes, thank you very much for having me.
So this is our panel for the main show of the Royal Rumble, for what is left of it anyway. We have 2 Royal Rumbles, 2 championship matches, 1 Universal and 1 Women's Championship from SmackDown side. This is our panel. Mags and Nick, I'm going to take this opportunity to take a bathroom break because I've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Wow.
What a host. He see that? He welcomes us in and then he just runs right out. What's going on over there?
Absolutely. You guys are going to be in charge for like a minute and a half or so.
You know, it's one day. If you're watching this, though, you have to wonder if that might have been the end of Goldberg. If that was a goodbye send off right there.
It was conclusive, but he's definitely booked for 1 more match surely this year. Yeah,
it doesn't mean a booking is one thing. A 50-some-year-old body is another thing. And if someone can go or they can't, you know, I'm not going in there if I don't have to at that point. But if there's an issue with his heart or whatnot, I mean, that will put a stop to a contract real fast. So it was. And go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you were going to go out, that was the perfect way to go out. He didn't look out of place in that match. He put over Drew. It's a perfect way to kind of like pass the torch. So I think if that is his last match, it's a great match to go out on.
I would say so. I'm going to tag myself out for a moment while I just quickly pop to the bathroom, and I'm going to leave you guys with the question. Nick, I'm going to start with you. Sasha Banks or Carmella?
Well, I think most anybody watching would say that this is a Sasha Banks night, and with them coming up next, you know, it's interesting, Mags. I'm curious about what you think, but you know, this feud has gone on way longer than I think it needed to, based on getting us to tonight because of the timeline of it all. And I think there was moments where this really did damage to Sasha Banks, not overall in like a severe kind of way, but really brought out a lot of some of her worst tendencies, which I think was shown last week on SmackDown, this past Friday, I should say. Yet Carmella's strengths, are always those backstage segments, and even the one tonight, she was quite good in.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Carmella. I think this new change in character and attitude has been a breath of fresh air. But I think that Sasha, it just hasn't had the she hasn't had the props that maybe she should have as part of the Force woman. She's always looked at as maybe the one who can't hold on to a title long enough. So I get why she's had this feud. It's to give her a few title wins under her belt, maybe maybe take the title into WrestleMania and perhaps get a big WrestleMania moment match, maybe with Bayley again if they revisit that, or perhaps with Bianca if that happens. But yeah, I've enjoyed it, but I think this should definitely be the blow off of it.
You know what always drives me crazy about this intro for, I guess, that they bring out for Carmella during the pay-per-views is that with her dancing in front of the cage and the silver dress, it's a direct ripoff of a Madonna concert intro video. And it's like nobody else sees it, but I was at that concert and I was like, I've seen this before. Where was I? And it's so funny to go back and watch. She looks like a star tonight, I must say. And I'm not always all in on Carmella, but she is doing her part to really own her spot on the card. And I think that's important. I think that's what SmackDown does really well with their women's division that they weren't doing well is when someone is kind of transitioned out of the world title scene, the women still matter, which is something that you just haven't seen in many, many years, if ever, in this era of WWE women's wrestling. I think it's an important point that they have to make an effort to keep doing.
Yeah.
I would say so. Certainly when it comes to someone like Carmella, who was out of the public eye for a while, she vanished for a long time before this program. And she's been in some really favorable positions in the past, but she's always transitioned really quickly. She went from losing the SmackDown Women's Championship to Charlotte, back when Becky Lynch turned, very quickly into the partnership with R-Truth, literal heel to face within 2 weeks. She always transitions to something new quickly. So having her off screen for so long, she could have fallen far or come back nervous. She hasn't. She's treating herself like a star, and it shows, much like Becky Lynch did way back when. You got to believe in yourself.
Here's the answer to is Sasha Banks winning. You can see it in her face tonight. She is. I mean, if you want to talk about a performer who, when they know they're losing, if that all of the nonverbals speak louder than words, this is her. But she's looking great tonight. So either if she ain't winning this match, she's winning a Rumble.
Max?
Yeah, I was just going to say on the Carmella point, I think what helped her kind of really get back into the upper echelon of the women's was the vignettes for her coming back. I thought they really worked well. And then going on to Sasha, I mean, how do you take the title off her? She's literally the biggest crossover star they've got on the roster now with the stuff with the Mandalorian. I know they've not really kind of mentioned it, but they're getting that almost secondary rub from Disney Plus and her being like such a hit on that show. So yeah, I just don't see her losing this title today.
I just want to highlight a comment. Andy Moore, a name I've not seen in far too long. Cannot believe I'm actually saying this, but that was such a good Goldberg match. Yes, we all agree with you there. Goldberg really did deliver in that when it comes to how he was used with Drew. It was basically what we expected, just a lot of hard hits, but it did the job, certainly. I can see what you mean about Sasha Banks with the non-verbal tells.
She's definitely happy right now as a person, and it's showing through in her performance.
You can see in the swagger. You can tell.
Someone just texted me and said, this is NXT Sasha at full potential. I have to admit, I didn't watch NXT so much, but I was familiar with the product, but introduced to her at the morning after the Brooklyn match, and I went back and watched it. And that was next level, and this is next level. And by the way, Tom, I owe you and I was wrong about the women's tag match.
We all make our predictions, sir. So far, 100%.
It's the subjectivity of wrestling.
Well, I don't know about 100%. Well, you had The Miz interfering in the opening. Let's not rewrite history.
I did, but I still had Drew McIntyre winning.
Wow, okay. Sasha.
Honestly, I'm surprised Miz does still have the briefcase. I can't see how they're going to use it. Oh, straight into it.
I'm a beat ahead of you guys, so I'm going to try to withhold reacting.
I appreciate that.
I'm getting real kind of Charlotte Flair vibes from Carmella. Like, not so much just because she looks quite like her, but just she is exuding that she's a star. I think she's got a massive future in this company.
Yeah. Carmella was one of those when she was first called up. I honestly didn't pay too much attention to her, but the program with Nikki Bella was very good. It was very worth the time they invested in it. And she's really become one of my favorites because she just has that relatable element of insecurity. The fact that she always has someone behind her. The fact that she always has moments of low confidence. It really makes her relatable for me.
And I think as well, it's the improvement in the in-ring stuff. She's really kind of learned on the job. I mean, the Cord of Silence is such a brilliant submission move.
Yeah, that's the key. I totally think that was the difference maker because for the early stretch of her career, the knock on it was and then the bell rings kind of stuff with her, and I think she has totally outgrown that in a big way. I really do. I think she not only looks like she can hang, but she looks like she can hang with the very best of them, and that's important. And you're right. I totally see the Charlotte Flair, even from just the walk and everything. And that's not such a bad place to be, especially for those who tire of the Charlotte Flair thing. Overall, there's a lot of good about Charlotte Flair, and that's what she's picking out without having a lot of the baggage associated with her.
Her improvements in basically in all aspects of wrestling are so reminiscent of Trish Stratus. When Trish Stratus came into wrestling, she really had to learn on the job, and I'm getting that kind of sense from Carmella.
I'm going to highlight a couple of comments that we've had. Golden Holden Jack says, I think Miz might re-win Money in the Bank at Money in the Bank. That'd be an interesting one, not something they've done before. But again, I think just as long as the Miz has it, it's very confusing to see where it goes. But Ed also says, I love listening to Corey Graves call a Carmella match. There have been some notable differences in the way Corey Graves has been calling Carmella matches since her return. And I like that. I like that he can be open and honest about the fact that there is a relationship there. I like that.
I always think it's interesting to tell in Banks's performance what she thinks of the person she's competing against, and I'm not so sold on the fact that she is in love with working opposite Carmella. I think that she's been half in, half out. Especially, I think when it was made obvious that the feud was going to extend another month, like there seemed to be a little reluctance. But I would also, though, wonder, I think she might have gained a lot of respect with Carmella along the way. I mean, Carmella really has been more than doing her part to keep this thing going as well as it can.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's been an interesting one. This feud has essentially been going since October, since some Hell in a Cell match when Sasha won the title. It's her first real big feud as champion, because it used to be she'd get the championship belt and lose it immediately. So it's the first time she's really had to carry the top. I think the feud, ultimately, the length of it in particular, has not done her any favors. Mm-hmm. But she's done all right in it. It's one of those. She does need a new opponent now before we can see what she can really do. But Carmella has improved to a level where this has been really good so far.
Yeah.
And she can go really well with some of the top stars.
I think where I just disagree with everybody about, even philosophically, about Belair winning tonight is because of its impact on Banks. I don't think we're headed to Banks versus Belair at WrestleMania. I still believe we're heading towards Banks versus Ronda Rousey at WrestleMania. I really believe that. And I think that's why I just don't see Belair as a win for tonight, because I think that her getting there eventually is going to be a longer storyline to play out. But
talking some smack.
I do think there's quite a few people who've really taken advantage of the empty arena era. Like Charlotte and Rhea Ripley when they had the chance. Seth Rollins making his sermons, Edge promos. Carmella has always been one who talks during matches. Constantly, she's always been talking. You never actually really hear it, and she never really turns it up. Now with no crowd, I think it's a lot more impactful, and it's helped by the character she's playing right now.
Let me tell you something, guys. I live 45 minutes, not even, from Staten Island. This is the type of woman I grew up my whole life with. I hear her talk. That's Mama Barbati on a Sunday night over meatballs. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jack also says Roman's fantastic at it, which I agree with that. Roman's quiet voice, absolutely beautiful.
I don't think anyone's been better than Asuka though in this COVID era. She's absolutely been a star.
But
Since
isn't
Money
that
in the
such an
Bank.
interesting thing, though? We're talking about how really strong and all of these women are heading into the most important season of the year, which that leaves a lot of people on the table and potentially, a multi-women's match either at WrestleMania or people getting left out. But I think that's the good news is there's so many who are so positioned so well right now and seem to be such priorities.
Yep.
It's important in wrestling to really strengthen the entire division, or at least as much of it as you can. But in wrestling, there's a winner and there's a loser. There always is. Bayley took quite a big loss against Banks, but has recovered with Belair. Now Belair has started to overtake Bayley. It's cyclical in that way.
Well, it's because Bayley's going to win tonight. That's the problem.
It's good to see Carmella getting a strong push, even if she maybe isn't getting a championship push.
This infusion of Reginald right now, you guys should be caught up to that right by now, I would think, it's masterful in terms of, the avoidance of male on female violence, which I think is such a reluctance. I have to be honest with you. That is something that I know I think Impact has introduced with Tessa Blanche. That my comfort level is not there as a viewer to watch that, a male on female kind. But they've handled it beautifully in a way that I think is comfortable and natural for the occasion.
I'd like to see a replay of that suicide dive.
Yeah, she looked like she landed face first, almost like a scorpion kick.
Yeah, I thought she jackknifed, but no, she had her hands there. Her suicide dive is a really good thing. She only started doing it when she was SmackDown Women's Champion.
So your point then about male on women action in the WWE. What do you think about Randy Orton then and him attacking Alexa? And I think that around Royal Rumble season, he seems to just attack off any random female. He did it with Nia, if you remember, in one of the. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't love it. I don't love it. The Nia Jax thing, not to split hairs, but when she's entered into the male arena and is leg size, it certainly sticks out less. But the Fiend element, I think what WWE would convince themselves is it's almost superhero world and no one's really actually getting hurt by an RKO. But it's just not. I don't think if you need to do it, you shouldn't do it, kind of thing. I think the mystique of it all, going back to probably when we were all much younger, watching the old mixed tag matches when a feud would build to that, and that was the biggest deal when Sable would be involved or Sherry Martel. The what if moment is almost more interesting than any actual physicality could be, and I think that's where it should lay.
Yeah, and especially if you consider the kind of almost target demographic of WWE, you don't want to be putting regular male on female violence out there for like the kids and the parents and stuff like that.
I just was on a call with Mick Foley for an hour for an event for the school I work at, and he made it's such an interesting point when people were asking him kind of about present day versus past day kind of thing. And he just said, he goes, we can all complain all we want about the content being too soft. But the truth of the matter is the sponsor dollars and the ability for a kid to watch with their parents right now those things add up in a big way, in a way that's not tangible by just a rating. And I think that makes excellent point.
As regards the intergender thing, I agree with most of what you've said. It's not necessary given the strength of different divisions that we've got now. You don't need much intergender wrestling. But at the same time, I would love to see Rhea Ripley and Drew McIntyre go at it.
Oh, okay. Tom, we can bring a psychiatrist into this call if you'd like to analyze that.
Would beat the ever-living hell out of Drew McIntyre. It'd be a hell of a match.
Tom's looking for the WWE version of PWG, I think.
Carmella is tapping. That was a very clean finish.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely kind of rubber stamped that feud has run its course.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's certainly elevated Carmella to show that she can still hang at the top of the women's division, though.
Absolutely. We've got a few comments on that as well. Ed saying Mella is getting so fluid in the ring lately. particularly enjoyed the little kick section there from good camera work as well to help with that.
Mhm.
And then Jack saying she's really good. Match has been really good. And I've got to say, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. 2 real good matches to kick off the pay-per-view so far.
And we've got Rumbles to come.
Oh, I love
And we
it.
have Rumbles to
So,
come.
Tom, what do you think? Lay out the rest of the card. You think in terms of what we're going to see match-wise?
The card so far has been very consistent based on what Fightful reported the match card would be.
Oh, okay.
That basically puts the Women's Royal Rumble next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roman Reigns against Kevin Owens, and then the Men's Royal Rumble.
Gotcha. Wow.
They
the Roman
correctly
Reigns,
said when each match would be so far.
Okay, Roman Reigns and Owens. That's an interesting placement for that match. I mean, it's the right placement, probably. When you're looking at a card, but in many ways, the enthusiasm is going to be like to just get to the Men's Royal Rumble, and thankfully, there's no live crowd to do that. But if they try getting cute with that last man standing thing, like they did with Orton and Edge, that would not be a good look. They have an opportunity for Owens and to come out squeaky clean if they can in a loss to Reigns, and by just having an overly long match is not the way to go.
I would agree. We have to consider, even going back to 2 years ago, what I felt was a really, really good show, which was the one where Becky Lynch and Asuka opened it. There is a match between AJ Styles and Daniel Bryan that is swallowed up by a tired crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely swallowed up. Slowly they were able to get people back, but it took a long time. Now, in New Japan, for example, they just do match after match after match. There is no lull, but they start their matches slowly. So you've got the time required to rest, and then you get back to it. I think that's essentially what we'll have, because as a last man standing match, they take their time.
Well, what's tonight? All I need from you is 60 minutes max. 60 minutes from you.
What are you all seeing right now on your screen?
Big E and Xavier.
Right.
They look like they're having a bit of a... Well, it looks like Big E's trying to pump up Xavier.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're wearing matching gear. I think that's when you think about Big E being a dark horse for a victory tonight, I think much of it is the overall presentation. And him being a member of New Day, I don't know that is the presentation of a winner.
You're the poster boys, aren't you? I wouldn't be surprised if they had any cushy spots in tonight's Royal Rumble. Maybe number 28, number 29. Honestly, I'm just shocked that I'm not number 1 or number 2.
I love conspiracy theorist Sami Zayn. Such a great character.
He's brilliant, correct? Yeah.
SmackDown's full of them at the moment. Very diverse and really quite fun characters. You'd think after losing the championship, people would think, oh, he's going down the rung of the ladder. But no, he's been involved in pretty much everything. Hi, it's Kofi.
Is Kofi in his ring gear? Are we seeing Kofi in the match?
It's just nice to see the New Day sharing a screen again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, the confirmation there that he's not going to be in it.
Allegedly. Why then put a shirt on? Then put a shirt on. If you're not going to be wrestling.
This is wrestling. Nobody wears shirts. You know the rules.
It's cool with the Brody Lee on his pants as well.
I have to tell you both. Have you seen did you take some time today to see the WWE Network's new Icon series about Yokozuna?
I'm watching it tomorrow.
Brilliant. Beyond brilliant. I mean, the Pat Patterson documentary I thought was outrageously amazing. This is another world. And the fact that it's being positioned as a series is very, very good news. It's going to be required viewing.
It's a good spot, Mags, spotting the Brody Lee on the side of Kofi's pants.
Oh, Tom, would you mind singing along to Bad Bunny over here?
I would mind. For many reasons.
But you're the host, so you will
I'm aware
acquiesce.
I'm the host. But it is 1:45 in the morning here. So I'm going to go ahead and not do that. It's not because I don't know the words. I mean, it's not because of that. It's not because of that.
I mean, I'll openly admit I have no idea who Bad Bunny is.
No
I
idea.
didn't get the kind of the Twitter furore about him being on the show, but yeah, I mean, it's not aimed at me. So
Yeah.
if this is the cool thing, then so be it.
Well, here's why it matters. Seriously, this is he is one of the biggest stars in the world right now, and I particularly as a draw to younger audience of color, and I think that's clearly an area where WWE is putting a lot of attention. I think rightfully so, and I think someone like him matters. This isn't like the days where like Pitbull was performing a beat after he was actually at his peak. I mean, this is someone who is truly at their peak. Yeah,
I can see what you're saying there, and I think, based on Black Lives Matter and everything that happens there, we're seeing a lot more opportunities for people of color to get spots like this. All power to him, because I've never heard of him, but I have now.
yeah.
And maybe it's because I'm just not looking hard enough. That said, there is something that always raises a question mark for me here, and that's that I think they're trying to make Booker T cool.
Booker T is cool.
Booker T.
He's a five-time world champion.
But he's a world champion 6 times. He's a 6-time world champion.
Yeah, but maybe Booker 6X was taken on Twitter.
Yeah.
It's interesting who WWE is positioning as the legends worth rallying around. Now, Booker T, this song he's here because the song is released. They didn't exactly choose that spot for him, but I think he's a good person in terms of a story to tell and worth bringing back into the fold. He seemed a little faded out a little bit at some point. Also, I just think it's really interesting that Flair is now being, repositioned as the Babe Ruth kind of thing, even though the storyline is kind of beneath him, this thing with Lacey Evans. But, whereas you could see Hulk Hogan kind of coming back a little bit, they've seemed to go all the way back to Flair being that person. So who knows if that's tied into Black Lives Matter movement and just overall a commitment to diversity and inclusion, which I believe is important and hopefully is real within that company. But it is a definite interesting thing to see.
I didn't hate it. I'm not really a rap fan. I didn't hate it.
Okay.
I mean, I'll certainly go on Spotify and check out more of his stuff. Yeah,
I don't think you might not love it, but I think it seemed cooler than some of their other live performances have.
I'm not as much of a hater of rap as Tom. I do like Kendrick Lamar, so I'll definitely go and check it out. I'm putting words in your mouth.
You are. How dare
All right,
you?
Mr. Collahue, I'm going to ask you now for your prediction on the first number 1 and number 2 in the women's Royal Rumble. Not winner, but who drew number 1 and number 2.
Ruby Riott and Bailey.
Okay.
Mags?
I will go with Trish and Rhea Ripley.
Oh, and Nick, you've opened this can of worms.
I'm going Bianca Belair. I think they're going to do if she does win, they're going to do a wall-to-wall story, coast to coast, and Bailey. But I wonder, where my heart lies.
I know where your heart lies.
But I'm not even a Bailey fan, for the record, by the way. I
don't believe that. I think you're lying for yourself.
No, I'm a Charlotte Flair fan. I will take it to the mat on that one. Jack
says Bianca and Liv Morgan. And Ed, as regards the concert, says at least it was fast, not 15 minutes of Kid Rock. Yeah, it's important for a guest artist not to overstay their welcome.
And at least he remembered his own lyrics. Not if you remember Motorhead, he totally forgot his.
Yeah, good times. Good times. Not good times, but good times.
I wonder if there's going to be many legends in the women's Battle Royal, or Royal Rumble, I should say, to return. Or how shallow it will feel. Because there's definitely some big-time stars in here. But then last year, I think, was the year that the women's Royal Rumble felt a little, all right, they're really struggling to fill this thing out and having it matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think was the only up to 13 maybe announced before the beginning of play today. I think a few
Right.
more announced since, but yeah, it does seem kind of shallow.
Yeah, too much NXT presence could be, a really tough watch.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that they're not strong. I just mean in
I
terms
mean,
of lack of
it's
recognition.
cool for the NXT ladies, but in terms of main roster, it does. If you have to pack it out with what's essentially is your third brand, it does make your women's division look as if there's not enough talent there to do a Royal Rumble.
Yeah. Which is not a good look for the main roster women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look at this, Tom. That they've built in the greatest Royal Rumble into the by the numbers recap.
It's now canon.
They did mention Daniel Bryan this week as the ultimate Iron Man. Yep, there it is. I don't think anyone's beating that.
Unless they start bringing in like 5 minutes between each entrant.
True. To be fair, they basically make up the times as they go along, don't they?
Yeah.
Like, okay, everyone's done their spot. Click your timer.
Now, let me say, if I am wrong about this, about Bianca Belair being the victor tonight, I think that means we are in for the most full-throated push of a women's performer that I can remember. I mean, that you are almost then rivaling. Let me indulge me here in this Steve Austin 1998 Royal Rumble stretch of really saying, like, make no mistake, this is the one that we are going with. It's very interesting.
There's a number of people that I wouldn't mind winning it. They showed Sonya Deville earlier wearing a red suit. It was glorious. I want one, and it would be great if she was in it. I want her back wrestling again.
Mm-hmm.
And she would be great going up against Sasha.
She rocks a suit better than anybody. I mean, I wish I could rock a suit as good as she does.
All right, here we go.
Oof, I've not really even been excited for this year's Royal Rumble up to this week. Well, especially up to today, that I've really started to get hyped for it. And this is normally the pay-per-view that I can't wait for every year. I think it's to do with it being the COVID era or whatever. But yeah, I'm now getting tingly. I'm getting excited.
It's the Royal Rumble, man. It's the Royal Rumble.
Even a bad Rumble is a good Rumble.
Very true. Ed Lemon says, how's it going, Tom and co-hosts? Welcome, Ed. Glad to see you joining us today. You are just in time for the beginning of the Women's Royal Rumble. Oh. Yeah, Royal Rumble for me, and I was saying this to Rhea and Johnny earlier, it's the one show that I just cannot help but get excited about.
Good call. Bailey potentially going Broadway.
She's always seems to come out in the last 5.
That's an important. Even if I got number 2 right, there's always something that's a little bit flashier about saying you went number 1 to 30, even then 2 to 30.
I mean, Bailey's not going from number 1 to 30, but she gets to be the Iron Woman.
Tom Collahue.
Saying it. I said it. Golden Holden says Nick trying not to look smug with Bailey. To be fair, my predictions were Bailey and Ruby Riott, so it depends on who comes next.
That's right.
Okay, I love the pan camera there.
She has really found herself, though, in terms of the overall look. That was the most awkward transition when she turned into this character, even though they invested in her with the championship so early on. But this is the look. This is money on her. And they have a different makeup artist tonight, and that sounds like such a minor point, but the women's makeup is so crisp and so different tonight. It's WrestleMania level in terms of their looks.
Mm-hmm. When Bailey did transition into the heel, I just couldn't buy it at all because we've had Bailey as a face for so long. But yeah, now I am invested in Bailey as a heel.
I didn't think it was going to work, but she just kept going. Of course, it's Naomi.
Oh, Naomi.
Of course it's Naomi.
So I was 0-2 with my picks.
Naomi has this beautiful thing when it comes to Royal Rumbles. She turns up, looks great. It looks like she's about to get a push, vanishes by WrestleMania, never to be seen again. Comes back the next year's Royal Rumble. I don't understand why.
I don't like. I'm curious about this ring attire. Oh, okay, never mind. I see what they're doing now.
Right, come on, get in the ring, Naomi, get it started.
Oh, yeah. So Bailey's definitely going to be the Iron Woman. Looks like they've got to have some ring general in there, and Bailey's it.
Can you imagine if after all that talk by me, she gets eliminated in 30 seconds?
Toss straight over.
You're going to have a really tense start to this match, I tell you. Jack's right to point this one out, saying Naomi brought in a lot of non-wrestling fans last year. She did. She had real crossover appeal, managed to get some real traction on social media when she came out.
I think she is the most overrated woman on the entire roster.
Overrated? Really?
Yeah, I do. Even in her I'm not impressed.
Interesting. I really enjoyed her brief exchange with Ember Moon during a Money in the Bank match.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that really showed what she'd be able to do just with someone equally as athletic. Some of her moves I'm not a fan of. The rear view, I'm not a fan of it.
I hate it. I think in many ways that's some of my issue with her.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think she's got a lot more to her than has been shown, because the WWE don't seem to have any faith in her. I don't understand why.
Well, I think she needs to do work to tell the story, too, of her character. And there needs to be some level of definition that comes from her as a performer. And I actually find that to be what's lacking. I think she's had quite a lot of opportunity.
That does make a lot of sense, because her character is that she wears fluorescent clothing and her shoes light up. There's nothing really else there. There's no real reason to get invested in her on a personal level. So,
you were so close. You were so close.
Keep in mind, this is the Ric Flair number. The Ric Flair 92.
You would know. You watch it every Christmas.
Every Christmas.
The best Rumble ever.
Thank you, Mags. I knew I liked you from the moment I saw you. We should do lunch.
Oh.
That's not... Nice. Oh, I love a good spine buster. I used to love the Farouk spine buster where he just picks them up and goes, yeah.
I think that was less of a spine buster and more of just a killing.
Just a slight murder. Just a little one.
Some sloppiness in here, guys.
Yeah, something went wrong there.
That's not so great.
No. I do get what you're saying, and I feel with Naomi there are some promo issues that.
Mm-hmm.
There definitely are, and they've kept her off the microphone a lot. But I don't know. I do feel in the ring she's got a lot more to offer, and the fact that she just vanishes is so confusing to me.
I mean, she could be very, very marketable as well. Oh, Billy Kay. If anyone has made the best of the situation they've got, it's this woman. She
Brilliant. She has been. Her humor is spot on. But this right here, this moment, look at this.
Yeah, she's not going in that ring.
This appears, yes, she's just incredible. And the depth, even by this, is leaps and bounds stronger than we were at this point last year.
It did seem as though the rumor mill was very clear. Peyton Royce is going to be getting the push. That's why they broke him up. And yet here Billie Kay is making the best of a bad situation.
And looking way more of a star than Payne looks.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is some strength.
it's also very, very brave, especially if she's the one going on to be the winner. To do that spot is very brave.
And the slightest of errors. NXT starting to come in.
Great call up from NXT to be in this because she is a star in the making. I think the SmackDown fans will absolutely take to her.
I must admit, I'm not as familiar. What's her calling card?
That she thinks she's a werewolf and that she's a punk rock at heart. She's just a big bundle of joy.
She looks like, I mean, like I said, in general, I mean, I've seen her, but I wasn't sure what is known for being like her real points of strength. But just, I think, a million times better version of the Riot Squad, which she would bring to a main roster call-up.
Character-wise, she's one of the best on NXT.
For me, I kind of expect Shotzi might stick around in NXT for a while. I think she's one of those where on Raw and SmackDown, she just might not connect like they want. Because she is quite an out there personality.
Yeah, I think certainly on Raw she'd stick out like a sore thumb. SmackDown would probably be more accepted, but I agree with you. I think there's still more for her to do in NXT.
Yeah. They have been pushing her recently, and I think there's a championship run in her future, near future at that.
She was the host of Halloween Havoc, weren't she?
Yep.
This is a big moment. She can make a lot with this. I remember the impact Rhea Ripley made, Lacey Evans made way back when.
Bianca, the impact Bianca made.
Certainly, Bianca, yeah.
It's interesting. There's been no eliminations yet.
None whatsoever.
Do you think we're being built for a Diesel moment with Rhea Ripley?
Perhaps, yeah. Or with Nia, maybe.
Oh, with Shayna.
Oh, yeah, or with Shayna. And another person who used their Rumble debut to great effect.
I think Billie Kay is about to get eliminated.
Yeah. Now, I would not be unhappy at Shayna Baszler and Billie Kay tag team, though. I think they would work brilliantly.
I mean, that's a bold statement. A bold statement. Stranger things have happened, including Shayna Baszler and Nia Jax. So,
yeah, correct.
Not an impossibility. I love Shayna Baszler. She just comes in and beats the hell out of everyone.
She's just so legitimate.
There's just no messing around. No wasted moment.
And I love the way she kind of went about getting into the business. She went over to Japan and really kind of learned the craft before coming to WWE. I thought that was a really good way of learning your wrestling chops.
These 90 seconds are flying by.
They are really going quickly, aren't they? Ed says, does Billie Kay have the Heath Slater gimmick from the 2011 Rumble? I don't think it was 2011. I think it was a bit more recent because I remember Elias beating up Heath Slater on the outside. I remember everyone beating up Heath Slater on the outside. And when it's finally thrown in, it's Sheamus putting down. Tony Storm has joined the
NXT.
NXT. There's going to be quite a lot of NXT people. They need to fill it out a little bit. Billie.
Brilliant.
Billie.
She's amazing. She's absolutely amazing. Just pad her off as well.
Bianca Belair is ready to take her out there. We were asked earlier if we think anyone from NXT UK is going to come in. I think Tony Storm's the closest we're going to get.
I mean, I would have liked to see Kaylee Ray come in. That would have been cool because
That would be very good.
she certainly would have deserved it with the tenure of her being NXT UK champion and Baba Shotzi.
Hold it
Wow.
up. First elimination.
The tension between her and Shayna as well, though. That's a nice little hint.
Does Shotzi have a tag team partner at the minute?
Yeah, she's teaming with Ember Moon for the in the Dusty Classic.
That's quite telling then.
Yes, it is.
We have a surprise entrant
Jillian Hall, Sans Mall as well.
with a microphone attached.
Are we going to get the Boogeyman coming in?
Don't say it. Just keep it in here where Vince can't hear you. She literally can't get the microphone off. It's stuck in her hair.
And now we know why Billy Kay was waiting outside. That was very one-sided. Yeah.
That was impressive.
Mm-hmm.
So far, we've had one elimination and what, 7-8 entrants? It's a busy ring.
It's prime for a clear out.
It is. That usually means a big name coming. I would have thought Shayna Baszler was that big name. But maybe Nia Jax, maybe Charlotte Flair. Maybe Alexa Bliss.
Ruby Riott.
Is Ruby Riott getting the 4K treatment?
Yeah, she looks like
She
she's
is.
the first
Ruby
one,
Riott
right?
got the 4K treatment. Yeah. That's confusing. Not the name I would have expected to get that treatment. Bailey. Bailey would have been the name.
I'm not sure I like the 4K treatment. Am I the only one on that one?
I'm not 100% on it.
No, it looks
I like it as an
at
occasional
its
treat.
worst. At its worst, it looks like an old throwback to the AWH Team Challenge series when they had the very interesting entrances for the performers that looked superimposed.
There's a couple of people I think it works for. I think it worked with Alexa Bliss because it's just that moment where you're just not sure. You're just not sure what's happening. And I think the Fiend will really benefit from it when he comes back. All the lights are dark around him. And
I think
the lantern in his hand.
Sasha Banks would really benefit from it as well.
But there's also other people who I don't feel benefit. Drew McIntyre, I don't think would benefit from the 4K treatment.
Yeah.
Not to say that he doesn't look good on camera, because that's not true at all. He looks very good on camera. But reality of the situation is when he's doing his walk to the ring, you want the whole picture. You don't want to focus here. You want everything because there is a lot going on around it.
Wow. We got a big one, guys. If you're not there yet, big surprise.
I'm not quite there yet.
Oh, I am, and this is someone who I've been crying out to get a shot back in the WWE. I know she's on a
that is a brilliant surprise.
Yeah, she's on a retirement run, isn't she? She said that this is her last year in wrestling. And I've always thought in the time that she was a wrestler in WWE, she kind of didn't fit in because she could actually wrestle, and back then it wasn't. Now I think if she was in this era now, she'd be a multi-time world champion.
Yeah, she is the most deserving Hall of Famer that to not be in WWE right now.
Yeah,
maybe soon. Maybe soon.
This is a good sign for it.
Oh, I'm really happy for her. I really am happy for her.
It is such a good thing. She was too good too early. She was well and truly just at the beginning of the Divas division.
I think the same can be said for Gail Kim as well. I think she was
Gail
just
Kim. Beth Phoenix came near the end of that.
Right. Yeah, I never thought Beth Phoenix. To think of her as a Hall of Famer, and she's in many Hall of Fames. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention enough, but I missed it, But I remember when Victoria first would come out with the old Tattoo song of all the things she said as her entrance music. I mean, that was great back in the day.
And the Widow's Peak, that is a sick finisher.
Devastating. So yeah, this is a very busy ring. Bailey's having a little break right now. And there's a real range of people as well.
Oh, Peyton Royce.
Billy Kay is in the ring.
Yes, we're going to get the face off.
Or is she going to commit to Jilly and Billy?
Billy and Shirley, they'd be called.
I sometimes feel like Peyton Royce changes her hair color every single week. It's really hard to keep up sometimes.
Center of the ring. Oh my God. We're going to see it. But we haven't seen it. The Iconics back together. An iconic reunion. In the Royal Rumble match. Oh, and there's Bailey.
Oh, this is just such a wholesome moment.
Hold on a second.
Oh, Bailey. The heel of all heels, ruining our fun.
She did the iconic thing of her hips right afterwards. It was real brief, but it was there.
This is an interesting entrance with Santana from NXT. Byron, you got to know Santana quite well when you were working in the WWE Performance Center. Second generation.
Oh, interesting.
This is interesting, and it's it really, again, adding to the ring. There's a ton of people in there.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of people in there. We have not seen Santana for a while.
No, she's not been on NXT that much. Yeah, it's interesting that this is when she makes a comeback at the Rumble.
Yeah, I think she was behind a Retribution mask at one point, but it was basically to fill a spot. There's a real range of women in this ring right now. You've got NXT, you've got Legends, you've got Raw and SmackDown. It's getting really hard to keep track of anyone.
I think have we still only had one elimination as well?
Yep, Shotzi.
Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
Shayna Baszler's just sort of sat in the corner for most of this. There's a big moment coming for her.
She's doing almost a road dog move where she's just keeping out of the way, hugging the bottom rope.
I love that. When he literally just crawled into the turnbuckle and held onto the post. That was glorious. We can't have too many more people. Give me a Nia Jax. Let's clear it out a bit.
Oh, is this Liv?
Must be Liv. Oh, okay.
Oof. Oh, that looked legit.
Wow.
She's another one who's improved so much in the last year.
Definitely.
Oof.
Absolutely.
That was really well done.
Yep.
From where she was, the point where she was just trying to get some time on TV, to where she is now. She's been very regularly featured. She's clearly improved a lot. You can really count on her to carry a match.
Yeah, I must say the infusion of Jillian Hall and Victoria in this match, though, those were very good legends, if you would, to call back to, or nostalgia picks.
Yeah. And Jillian has served her purpose, and out she goes.
No.
Oh, wow. I did not expect that.
Guys,
While
this is so
Peyton
hard
Royce,
to be about 30 seconds in front of you and to see that.
while Peyton Royce was right behind them. That was perfect camera work. Oh. The acting's so good. Peyton Royce is showing some actual desperation. Just trying to get back in the ring.
Oh, and now we're going to
There
have
it
a
is.
clear
There
out
it is.
spot.
I
Here we
told you,
go.
this was my prediction. This was me. I'm telling you.
This is it. She is clearing the hell out of this ring.
Yes. She's here to take names and kick ass.
Tell me that's a bad choice for 4K. Come on. That is perfect. Cinematic masterpiece right there.
Wow. And she's stepping into the moment. She really is.
I mean,
Tony
Rhea
Schiavone.
is someone who you could pin for your at the top of your women's division for years to come.
Tony
Wow.
Storm gone. That
Tony
dropkick
straight
was
away.
brutal.
Whew.
Dropkick was absolutely brutal. Ed is as excited as we are. Here she comes. Yes, totally agree. This is the moment. Oh, interesting.
Still, no, not they didn't do the quick eliminations with her that you would have thought would have come.
They did one.
Yeah.
One in, one out,
The rapid
essentially,
fire
but-
ones, yeah.
We need someone to come in and clear some.
Wow, Victoria out.
Ray from Victoria potentially went head first there. Baszler's got a big moment coming. She's buying time.
Wow, this is a beautiful exchange.
Oh,
There was a moment when she hit the splits and her face was just like, okay, well, here we are now. And then off she went.
it was a cool little sequence, though. Interesting.
Rhea's just gone for Shayna.
Now, that
I
is
wanna
a
see
match you would pay money to see. Oh, my good lord. Oh,
While Rhea's in the ring, while Shayna's in the ring.
this
Oh.
has been a really well booked Rumble so far.
Now, I think it would be so great if Charlotte set the record for the quickest women in elimination right now. She stepped right in and they tossed her right out. I mean, that would really set a tone. And I love her. But that would be a powerful statement.
She's taking her time, but Rhea's got an eye on her. She's watching her out of the corner of her eye.
Is this a different outfit than she had earlier, too?
I don't think so.
No, I think it's the same one.
Is it?
Rhea was first.
I truly believe Charlotte Flair is the best woman ever to step foot in the WWE ring. I really believe it. I think she's just amazing.
I struggle to argue with that.
Yeah, same. And to say she didn't even really want to get into the wrestling business as well. She just screamed star.
Oh, that was clever.
That was very clever.
That was
That
clever.
was clever. Yeah, that was really clever. Very unique.
And totally within the Bailey character.
Absolutely. Just really clever and a way to avoid any damage as well. Ed says they've tied so many stories together in 15 entries. Well done, WWE. Royal Rumble is probably the only time you hear people almost universally say well done. I like seeing everyone gather.
Yes.
Gather ready.
I don't think Jim Ross does, though.
There it was. That's what they were going for.
So, Tom, at this point, are you still feeling good about your pick with Belair?
I am.
Okay.
I am still feeling good about Bianca Belair.
Yeah, they're letting her lay a little bit lower. She's picking her moments where that she's showing the continued level of athleticism that they kind of hang their hat on, but they are giving her breathing time.
You can see that with Baszler as well. People who tend to take a while, they fade in and out. It happened with McIntyre last year as well, to be completely fair. They'll fade in and out. They won't just dominate the whole thing because they've got to conserve energy.
So Bailey's eliminated both of the Riot Squad.
Peyton and Bailey apparently friends now. That didn't last long.
Yeah, not for long.
Royal Rumble.
Tori Wilson.
A common return.
But this is surprising to me. I think this is a little surprising to me because at her Hall of Fame speech, it kind of felt a little bit more definitive that she was done.
Yeah. It's a Royal Rumble, though, isn't it? So many Hall of Famers have already featured. I'm sure Beth Phoenix will be in it. A lot of the big names have not appeared yet, though.
Wow. Tori Wilson kicking ass.
Rhea's keeping an eye on her as well. Just waiting for the right moment. Oh, she's moved on. She's just doing little circles.
Technically go over the top rope, right? Oh, go over the top rope, yes, Kevin. Both feet touch the floor with the elimination. Well, look at the power by Ripley.
Oh, this is dangerous.
This is going to be a power bomb.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Very nearly whacked her head on the way down as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
That's the hardest part of the ring as well.
Is it? I never hear that.
Ric Flair entering the Women's Royal Rumble. Makes sense.
I think this might be the end of Charlotte's time in the Royal Rumble.
Oh my, Rick, this is not peak Ric Flair right now.
No, it might be peak Lacey Evans, and that's the thing. Ric Flair works for the people with him, not for himself. You can't say the man doesn't give.
She's doing the strut as well. Brilliant. Brilliant.
I gotta tell you, the stepmother routine fits her well.
I was watching the show a bit earlier, and she mentioned herself as that, just being Charlotte's stepmama.
It's really funny.
It is. I'm really enjoying it. Ed asks, "Are we going to see Charlotte versus Lacey at WrestleMania?"
No, too far out.
Oh, come on.
No, I heard no. I heard you say it earlier, Tom. No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I think it's a possibility. I think we'll see Charlotte taking the title off Asuka, or even Lacey taking the title off Asuka, and we get Charlotte versus Lacey for the Raw Women's Championship.
Oh God, Lacey's turned her back. That was silly.
Yeah.
It's Charlotte Flair. Come on.
Don't ruin that robe. They're worth an absolute fortune.
That is not the Ric Flair robe. The feathers wouldn't fall off of it so easily.
That's correct. That is right. There's a ton of feathers in it. Oh, they're taking Charlotte out of the match for a little bit. This is one of the temporary eliminations, I think. There's feathers everywhere.
And someone's turned on the aircon because they've moved all the way across the ring.
Oh, no. She has to go back in to be eliminated. Oh.
Wow, that was a really interesting elimination.
Yeah, that didn't go as smoothly as they hoped, I don't think.
I don't know if it's certain that's when Peyton was supposed to go. I think she was trying to land.
It's interesting, though, that it doesn't appear that there was...
Nick's really into something. There we go.
Have we seen...
What
I
happened to
think
Bailey?
Bailey's
Off
been eliminated.
camera.
I don't know.
Off
That,
Camera as well. Oh, and Mickey James
that
returning.
can't be possible. That can't be possible.
She's gone, mate. She's gone. It's over.
So,
But how is that possible? Oh, now they're...
Mickey James. They'll show a replay, surely.
I must say...
that's definitely one they've got to replay.
Ricky
Oh,
James.
take that, Lacey, on the way in.
Mickey James just took off like 4 layers on the way to the ring.
Yep, Bailey's out, legitimate.
Clean as the
I'm
light.
shocked. I can't believe they missed that camera. I really can't.
That is bad camera
That's
work.
bad. That's
To
bad.
focus on Tori Wilson getting eliminated by Shayna, they missed Bailey's elimination.
That's the importance of a ring general. Bailey was busy being eliminated when she should have been coordinating. I've always been a real big Mickey James fan. She's another one who just the wrong era.
I've been less a fan of her bell-bottom pants, so I'm glad that those are gone.
Yeah, well, you're saying that. I do actually quite like her music as well. I'm not a country music guy, but she does it quite well.
I think you have a thing for women in red.
Where's that come from?
Sonya Deville's red suit earlier.
She looks fantastic in a suit.
Where did it
doesn't
come
matter what
from?
colour
Where
the
did it
suit
come
is.
from? A clear thread of continuity over here.
Damn you and your logic.
I always thought that Mickey James would be the kind of catalyst to get Nick Aldis in the WWE, but it's just never has seemed to come off.
Yeah, from all reports, he's just not very interested.
It's weird.
We're waiting on the number 20. Thus far, Belair's been in for over 28 minutes. Naomi over 30 minutes in this Royal Rumble match. Here comes the underdog, Nikki Cross.
We're 2/3 of the way through.
And it looks like Naomi's the Iron Woman this year.
Oh no, yeah, Naomi, you're right.
Nikki Cross.
Nikki Cross, new gear.
A lot of new gear all across the board tonight.
Royal Rumble's the time of year for it. Royal Rumble, new gear, WrestleMania, new gear, and then from there you go back to normal. We haven't seen Nikki in a while. The Alexa Bliss story basically just went so far away from her. She was cutting really good promos about it as well.
I've seen a couple of promos that she's done. I think they're at the Performance Center where she's really digging into Alexa for ditching her and saying that this is going to be like a new version of Nikki Cross. So perhaps that's what the new ring gear is about. We're going to get a new
Possibly, yeah.
Pick it up tonight. Alexa's due soon, so it could be picked up.
It's unfortunate that with Nikki Cross, she's had to reinvent herself a couple of times now. They give her a storyline, she's really good at it, and then when it stops, they don't have anything for her.
I mean, she was the absolute star of Sanity, and then that split up, and she was left in the lurch. She did really good work with Alexa Bliss, and then that got split up.
That's the thing, she had to invent herself for Sanity, reinvent herself for the team with Bliss. Now she's had to reinvent herself again. It's a lack of consistency, and it harms the personality you're able to show. I've interviewed Nikki Cross. She's absolutely lovely. Alicia Fox.
Wow.
Been a while.
She looks good. She looks
look
in
good.
good shape. Looks good presentation.
She looks very happy. That's going to be a when I've had my coffee gif in no time.
What she mad at this music being cut off? Oh, brilliant.
Oh no.
I don't love this in the women's match. I really don't.
No.
Yeah, this really, I mean, it's been a great Royal Rumble so far. This really takes away from it. I mean, I suppose Alicia Fox is getting a lot of shine by keeping the men at bay.
If
And
the
there's
plan
your-
is to build a team,
There's your
Okay,
men on
this is-
women action that you really wanted, Nick.
of course.
Yeah.
Of course. She didn't even get to do a Northern Lights. I've seen Ed right there saying legendary Northern Lights suplex. Of course, it's Mandy.
Well, gentlemen, it's time. I must drop off. I hope you don't mind. I have
That's
to. I
absolutely
have
fine,
to
sir.
eat. It was so good to see
That's
you
absolutely
all. Take care.
Thank you for joining us, and I hope we'll see you in future shows.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the rest of the show, sir.
I think
see you on
Bailey's
Saturday.
going to win. Bailey will still win.
Bailey's still going to win. I'll see you on Saturday. Man. Oh, it's the Royal Rumble, man.
Yeah, I didn't like that segment with the 24/7 title. It didn't need to happen. That could have just been a backstage thing. That
could have been.
That knee to the face looked
That was
brutal
vicious.
then.
Mandy just took it and went back into the slot. Alicia
And
Fox
she's losing the title straight back. That's brilliant.
That's a proper
brilliant.
pin. She was barely conscious. Tozawa's just caught onto what's happened. He's coming for it. You nearly missed that. Come on. This is just distracting from the actual Rumble at this point.
It's unneeded.
Oh, Nikki.
She's gripping that bottom rope.
For dear life.
Oh, now this is someone who I really wanted to be in this Rumble. I think someone who's due a call up. Yeah, this is a good move.
Huge fan. I've been following her since Japan days as Evie, and she's got such range to what she does.
I mean, the character switch from being like the timid, scared girl on NXT to the cruel, heartless heel that she is now. It's been a brilliant character change, and she's so talented.
Yeah, the match between her and Ripley at the Mae Young Classic, the first one, that's my match of the tournament. I know a lot of people are big fans of Kyrie versus Bianca Belair, and that was a great match too. But for me, it was Dakota Rhea. But in NXT, before the character change, she didn't really seem to have much character. It was girl who got beat up by Shayna Baszler a couple of times.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. Then they added the tag team with Tegan Nox. We started to see a bit more reality. And they were showing vignettes and stuff of like Carol singing and stuff, I think it was. And you could see so much personality, but it wasn't on NXT. That's Victoria gone. Oh, sorry, Mickey James.
I mean, a gear looked pretty much identical.
Yeah. I remember now when Victoria went. There is this. Oh. This is the recovery spot, surely. No? Something's going on there. The refs come over to chat to him. Hopefully they're okay.
Yeah, that was like, you were meant to be out then.
Yeah.
Interesting. Carmella.
Very
Doing double
interesting.
duty.
She was in the last match.
Yeah, pretty much. She's had about 45 minutes rest.
About that, yeah. Imagine if she'd drawn number one. They got to do that one year.
Stay in the ring. Just don't even leave the ring.
They got to do that one. Oh.
That looked like a hard bump.
That looked like a really hard bump.
A lot of our Rhea's eliminations have looked extra painful.
True. I get that they're trying to make her into a bruiser, but
not by actually bruising people.
Not by actually bruising people. That looked painful. Also, as someone who thinks Dakota Kai has like all the potential in the world, I don't want to see her slammed on her face. I just don't. Rhea's picked up a lot. Rhea just gave Lacey a spank in the corner, and Lacey just turns around like, "What the hell did you just do?" That was funny. Carmella's gone. Oh no, Reginald's right there.
This is
Nearly lost her.
the
He nearly lost
this is
her.
the Kofi / Naomi spot then.
Well, it looks like Naomi's not getting a spot at this point.
Mm.
Oh, no.
Oh, what a shame for Nikki.
Yeah, probably before Alexa can get in. They've cleared the ring quite a bit, though.
And now we're on Tamina, everybody's favourite.
So we've got Tamina, we've got Natalia at 30, Reginald again. 26, 27, 28, and 29 still to go. Nia Jax and Alexa Bliss, surely.
Surely Carmella's out now because she's touched the floor.
Yep.
Yep,
That's
she's
what the ref
out.
was saying.
Does that count as a Tamina elimination then? I think it should
so.
do.
I think so.
Oh, and she's now going to be splitting from Reginald. Looks like he's not done his job properly.
Shayna Baszler's still in the ring.
Oh, Tamina versus Rhea. Now that's a match that I didn't know I wanted, but I would happily watch that match.
Naomi's still in. Belair's still in.
Naomi has put in a
going.
great performance.
Hell of a shift. Ripley's been in a long time. She's had some big eliminations.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if she's going to come away the winner this time. They're trying to redo the spot.
They're literally redoing it. That's exactly what happened. There we go. This is we're getting the Naomi spot. Oh, is that what they were redoing it for? Seriously, that was it.
I'm not sure.
Oh, she still hasn't touched the floor. This
okay,
is the
that
spot.
Was someone else didn't get the right. Oh,
I'll be interested to see how they work this. Wow, that's pretty ingenious.
That's very risky. Wow. Okay.
And these were number 2 and number 2 and number 3. That's mental that they've been in so long and they're still able to do this spot. Look at that! Wow. That is impressive. That is very, very impressive.
Teamwork as well.
Makes the dream work. Lana. If I were Lana, I would not enter the ring, wait till everyone's cleared out, and then just get in and win.
You don't often see a this intense Lana. Is she going to come in and eliminate Charlotte Flair for taking her shot?
Oh, that would be interesting.
Go on. This is a very intense Lana. We don't usually get this.
She's eyeballing someone.
Ed is praising the core strength required to do what Naomi and Bianca Belair just did. She's eyeballing someone.
Wow.
I would not be eyeballing that one.
Yeah, that was shoot for the top if you want to go there, but no, I would have avoided Rhea like the plague.
She's probably the one person in the ring I would never go near. Have you seen what she's been doing to people? Have you seen?
Exactly. You'd eliminate yourself rather than get involved in fighting with her. Oh, Bianca's doing the skin in the cat
way too many times.
Yeah.
Way too many times. They're taking big risks.
Just a horrific boot to the gut.
Just a proper boot. That was like a Ronda Rousey boot back in there. Oh, Rhea's got her eyes on Naomi now. I appreciate that they've piped in the 10 countdown. That's probably one of the few times I think they're right to do that. The Royal Rumble without that count of 10 would not feel...
Yeah, well, there was a year when they tried to not have it and the crowd just started counting it anyway, so they just put it back.
Very true. Very true. It only upsets me that the count is on time because the count is always infamously wrong. Alexa Bliss.
Wow, interesting.
I genuinely have no idea what to expect.
Oh, she's clearing up as well.
Took down Rhea Ripley.
I love this kind of dichotomy of characters that she's got as well. I think her being with the Fiend, wow, dogpiled, just absolutely. God, that's like living in the mad streets of Burnley.
I respect it. How much does that put over her character?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Oh.
How much confidence do you need to have in what is happening?
And I don't think anyone else.
Oh,
Wow. Rhea is a made woman now. Rhea versus the Fiend. Rhea and Alexa Bliss. But that's WrestleMania all around. Oh yeah, I am down for that.
Stop letting her take it. Stop letting her do all this. She's coming back for Rhea. She's coming back for Rhea.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Ember Moon.
I'm glad she's in it. I was really hoping to see her in this. Naomi's still in it, and Bianca Belair. Like I think I've said it earlier, the Money in the Bank match where we saw Naomi and Ember Moon really go at it for a little bit. Lots of possibilities. Also, potentially, Ember Moon versus Asuka.
Yep.
They have unfinished business. Go on.
Pop on Shayna straight away. Shayna ducking out though, getting a bit of a rest.
Nia and Natty, the last two left, yes.
I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy at Shayna win. I just don't think with her being in the tag division, I don't think she necessarily needs it.
No. There's still quite a few potential winners in this ring. Shayna.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right in the face.
I could see Lacey Evans winning.
Yeah, there's a potential storyline there. Naomi's just been getting beat up for the last half hour. Double?
Wow.
Yeah, after a fashion.
It's interesting that Charlotte hasn't really focused that much on Lacey, considering she punched her in the head with a pair of brass knuckles earlier in the night.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Maybe she doesn't remember it. That might be the problem. Nia Jax.
Surely this is a ring clear-out moment.
You would think so.
Yeah. You've got a lot of potential winners in there. You can't write off Nia Jax.
The whole of them come together to clear the big monster
big show spot. Oh, no. That's clever.
Yeah.
I think those two would at least be smart enough to get down to the final two before turning on each other.
Yeah.
Like, I hope so. I'd love it if some team was. I thought the Shield were that team. Apparently not.
And Lacey's done.
Lacey's gone. Shane has picked up a lot of eliminations. Ember? Too soon, surely.
No, she's recovered. Oh, no, yeah, she's gone. Great teamwork, though. Great teamwork by the two.
Nia Jax dropped Naomi to do it.
That's not a shock.
Goodbye, Naomi.
Wow. And
that's a very careful elimination.
She's not going to be the Iron Man. It looks like Bianca might be at least Iron Man, if not the winner.
Oh, there's dueling tag teams. Loyalty's tested.
Oh.
Go down to your final three. What did I just say?
She's turned. She's a Shayna fan, really. And this is the spot.
I think Shayna's going to let her go. There you go. So who's in the ring? Lana, Rhea, Charlotte, Bianca, Nia Jax, and Shayna Baszler. That any of them could stand a chance here.
Yeah, it works. And now we get the punch. They're not waiting for the final two.
Shayna looks knackered.
I mean, she is putting some graft. I mean, she has took some spots, and you've got to remember she is doing double duty as well.
True. Don't skip that. God damn it, camera. You'd think they'd have learned when they missed Edge's spit. Oh, here we go. That's it.
Oh, wow. Wow. And she looks so sad about doing it, like really apologetic. Oh, this would be a brilliant story if Lana was able to eliminate Nia.
Yeah.
That would be an amazing story.
Ed says Bianca's officially the Iron Woman now, definitely.
Two amazing Rumbles Bianca's had. Absolutely been superb.
Absolutely.
It's really it seems to be her kind of match.
It really does. I'd like to see her in some Money in the Bank as well. Maybe an Elimination Chamber. Those real multi-person matches seem to suit her because she can come and go a little bit. You know?
She's done it.
She's done it.
That is the feel-good story of Royal Rumble. That's all we need now. Finish the show now. Lana payback. That's
and
brilliant.
She looks so proud.
I love that. I absolutely love that. And now we get Natty.
This is our final. That's a new outfit.
Mm-hmm. The ladies have really brought the fashion today. Oh,
okay. Oh,
interesting.
Poor boat.
Now this isn't in the rules. What are they doing?
That was a bit of a dangerous spot with Rhea. That. Are they going to beat everyone up or are they going to eliminate someone? I would imagine they're going to eliminate Lana. I love the ref in the background. Get out. Just get out. Yeah, good work. Good work. Hey, I spoke incorrectly. It worked.
Respecting the referee. That's not something you think.
Yeah. Ed's asked who could enter in Natty's place if they chose to swap her. If they were going to swap her, it'd probably be Dark Alexa Bliss.
Yeah.
She's in it. This is our final 5. One more to go to the final 4. Natalya's already hurt.
And this is a quality.
It's a powerful field.
Yeah. I mean, at
Would
least
Lana actually win.
It wouldn't surprise me if Vince didn't return to that well of Survivor Series. But yeah, I mean, she's the least one you'd pick out of these lot.
She's going out now, isn't she?
Yeah. Natty, just I'll be your friend, psych. I mean, she got a brilliant feel-good moment.
She did.
If they get rid of Natty now, this is the best 3 in the Rumble that they could have had at the end. I mean, this is a quality Final 4.
Yeah.
In terms of just like talent, in terms of in-ring talent, this is a really good Final 4.
I think you've got to have Charlotte as the runner-up. You've just got to have Charlotte as a runner-up, so you really believe whoever wins isn't going to win.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Could it be Rhea?
I would be. I mean, I'd be happy with Charlotte, Bianca, or Rhea in this. I think they'd have all had very legitimate cases to win, but I still got to go with Bianca. I think it'd mean more if Bianca won than anyone.
Rhea's putting a hell of a shift. I think she's about to get the big boot from Charlotte, to be honest.
Oh. Well played, sneaky Bianca. But yeah, now you're in with 2 absolute monsters on your own.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to team up, though. I really don't.
No, there's no love lost between Rhea and Charlotte.
Oh, that face. That face. The confidence.
I mean, this is calling back. It's calling back to the "you don't go here" promo and stuff like that.
This is the WrestleMania triple threat. A lot of people wanted Bianca Belair added to that match. Yeah. We've got it.
Long-term booking by WWE. You'd love to see it.
Ed has pointed out a stat for us. Numbers 3, 14, 15, and 30 with the final 4. We're left with 3, 14, and 15.
Great work by all the ladies in this match.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Everyone's beating the hell out of Charlotte. This is a callback as well, as I recall.
Just
The NXT
absolutely
connection.
whooped her then.
Yeah. I think Alexa Bliss was used perfectly. I really do.
Yeah. And I would love a program between Alexa Bliss and Rhea Ripley. I think that'd be really good because for a SARS, Alexa really does wrestle well with the bigger women.
Yeah, she's very experienced with it. She wrestles very well against Charlotte.
Yeah. We've got a sound point. We've got it. If that was on your bingo card, we've got it.
I am worried at this point that we're essentially just going to be playing back last year's WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Just give us all the matches again. Just give us Brock versus Drew.
I mean, we're getting Edge in the Royal Rumble again. We might as well forget 2020 ever happened and we'll just start again.
Oh, they're taking their time with this one.
Oh. Big boot.
No, I think this is yeah. No. Yeah.
That makes stars of them two. That makes absolute stars of them two.
This is our final 2.
The 2 favourites as well.
Yeah.
Rhea taking a step back.
He is. She's sizing her out. Oh, she's going to get flipped over.
Oh, I thought they were going to go for the the Bret Hart.
Bianca needs to be careful.
Oof, that was close for both of them. Oh, we're going to have a fight on the ring apron, a la Asuka and Bella.
Bella. Yeah.
Wow. Bianca has looked $1 million in this match. This has been a breakout performance for her.
She is this close.
Mm-hmm.
This close.
Oh, she's taking it to Rhea as well.
She knows she can take it. It's when you know someone that well, you know how much you can do.
Oh, I mean, they've repeated that spot so many times.
Don't take risks. Don't take risks.
Oh, they're milking this for all that it's worth. I mean, in a couple of years' time, this is a WrestleMania main event.
You can see people clapping in the Thunderdome.
A lot of people. I think this has been one of the best. It's probably the best women's Royal Rumble that we've had. It's been really well paced. Everybody came in and did exactly what they needed to do. I didn't so much like the 24/7 bit in the middle.
Sorry. I'm still very much there for the Royal Rumble won by Becky Lynch in 2019. I think that was brilliantly paced. Mm-hmm. Well, that said, there is some real quality here.
Some really good chain wrestling as well. Oh, I thought that was the moment. That was the moment. And that's the moment.
Here it is.
Wow. A star is born.
Oh,
Sasha versus Bianca Belair at
Bianca Belair.
WrestleMania. That, for me, with it being a 2-night WrestleMania, that's a headliner. That's got to headline one of the nights, surely. That's a monumental match. A monumental.
I don't think it will.
That
is a hell of a performance. Right, you are, Jack. I told you number 3, and you did indeed.
But I am all about an Alexa Bliss and Rhea Ripley program, so I'm not unhappy at that. But yeah, Bianca definitely deserved it.
Ed gives it a 5-star Rumble. I've got to agree, that was everything we needed. So many stories set up. You can still have the Rhea Ripley versus Alexa Bliss storyline. Rhea can be on Raw tomorrow, making that happen. Meanwhile, Bianca's all set. All set.
And then we've still got the Charlotte and Lacey stuff to build for Raw. So
storylines upon storylines upon storylines. The women's stories might finally have some parity. That was really cleverly finished. Just the little double bluff.
Yeah. Wow, and it means so much to her as well.
It's a hell of a show and a faith. Nick said it, the Ric Flair number.
Yeah, absolutely. With a tear in her eye. That belt means that she is now the woman. Wow, it means so much to her as well. I'm absolutely made up for her. She put on a hell of a performance.
She earned it. She really earned it.
Arguably the best performance in a women's Royal Rumble so far.
She took about 1 million risks hanging off the edge of those ropes. But she did it, and she really exerted herself as well. It's not a case of laying low for half an hour. She literally did sit-ups with her back. I don't even know how you do that.
Held into the ring by her ankles.
Yeah. And a match against Sasha Banks, that is going to be incredible.
Yeah, that will slap. I mean, how does Roman and Kevin Owens follow that?
They're going to have to take their time with it.
It comes to something when Kevin Owens and Roman is the cool-down match after that.
Yeah.
And we get that point. Go on, Bianca, you point.
Oh, she is crying her eyes out.
Wow. That's passion. That is absolute passion. Wow, what a great feel-good moment. I mean, that's what the Royal Rumble's about, giving you moments like that.
Very much so.
Oof, that was incredibly emotional.
Yes, it was. I really felt that one.
But I think everyone in that match can be proud of what they put on.
Absolutely.
There was very few kind of errors, very few botches. I really enjoyed that. I forgot it was really well paced. The kind of the way the people came out, the entrance numbers were really well done. Yeah, I'm really impressed with that.
It's very cleverly paced. That's good from Ed. I wish Tez's in Montez Ford would have come out to hug her. Yeah. This is her moment. I don't think necessarily he wanted to come out and maybe be seen to step on that.
Yeah.
And Jack says that speech, you can see how much it means. You really can.
Mm-hmm.
While they are on a commercial break, I'm going to quickly pop to the bathroom again, but I will not be leaving you just with Mags. I made the attempt to reach out to several people who I really like working with and really respect and get little commercials for them, 45 seconds to a minute. At some point, Mags, I'd like one from you as well that I can put into these streams, just as like 45 seconds to a minute.
That I put out, you need about 3.5 minutes.
Just usually 45 seconds to 60. I'm going to play this one. Mags, are you sticking around for the rest of the show?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So I'm going to play this video. I'm going to run to the bathroom and charge myself back. And I will hopefully be here again by the time it's over. This is an advertisement for John Robertson and his Twitch channel. He's been very good to me recently, and he makes me laugh like nobody's business. So enjoy.
Rockstar! 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 Rockstar!
Oh, perfect timing. That, listeners and watchers, was Tom's flush.
I did not quite make it.
We heard the flush, though, so there was that.
Ah! That's professionalism right there. Oh, why is the Miz here?
He's
Matt's
having
already gone.
with Bad Bunny because he's an A-lister, obviously.
He's an A-lister.
I mean, it carries off those glasses.
They are not the odds-on favourites to win tonight's Royal Rumble.
I am not surprised. I would just wonder when he's going to cash that in.
Well, I think they're trying to tease the idea of a cash-in on Roman.
Oh,
They may not survive until the Royal Rumble.
so who have you got as coming in as maybe a surprise for the men's Rumble?
There's quite a few what I feel kind of obvious names that like Aleister Black, Seth Rollins, maybe John Cena. But when it comes to maybe old school wrestlers, Carlito's names come up a lot. I'm hoping Samoa Joe steps into it.
I saw a report that Carlito was backstage today. Apparently, he's looking to be a producer for Raw, so that'd be interesting. Yeah.
Pete Dunne as well seems an obvious one for me, and Sonya Deville is wearing a suit, but she wasn't in the Rumble, which is upsetting. We got a great Rumble, but it would have been slightly better. She is technically not employed as a wrestler, though, so I get that they're really continuing with that storyline.
Yeah. But she out of all the panel is the best at wearing a suit.
Can't argue with that.
I've never been a fan. Is it Pete Rosenberg? Is he called Pete?
Yes, Pete Rosenberg.
I don't really think he adds a lot to the analysis. I've never been a huge fan of his.
That wasn't awkward at all.
So, what do you think about this Peacock deal that the WWE have signed, and how do you think it'll affect us on this side of the pond and the rest of the international subscribers?
I think it'll be an interesting one. I don't think they're going to put as much effort into the network if they have the ability to essentially focus all network stuff for non-US.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure we're going to end up with similar to Netflix, whereby they're making specialist content for Peacock.
Yeah,
I think that's likely, just as a way to sweeten the deal. But it's obviously very good for WWE. If you're going through Peacock and you're just scrolling looking for something to watch and there's WrestleMania, chances are you're going to click because it's WrestleMania.
yeah,
I also think we're going to see a lot more legends, as it were, a lot more Goldberg, at least to start with, because they want to bring back viewers from ages past, from the Attitude Era as well. And when it comes to top stars over the ages, most of the top stars after the Attitude Era are still here. We've still got John Cena, we've still got Brock Lesnar, we've still got Randy Orton, we've still got Triple H every now and again. After that, there weren't that many big stars built. So I think it will be Attitude Era stars. We'll see more Steve Austin in specialist content.
yeah.
And we'll go from there.
I think my concerns, I mean, in terms of WWE making money, it's absolutely a gangbuster of a deal. But my concerns is to do with the logistics. If Peacock are going to be providing all the server space and the bandwidth, I don't understand if it's viable for WWE to keep the service running for the 500,000 worldwide subscribers, or if they're just going to essentially sign another deal with another provider to take over for us here in the UK, for guys over in India, the rest of Europe, Canada, stuff like that.
This is not where I thought this was going to go. That's not a cover. That's not a cover. That's just being horny.
Wow.
What did you just say?
He must have heard me say I don't particularly like his analysis. He's now an active member of the wrestling roster, it seems.
He's a champion. He's a WWE champion.
JBL's face is priceless. He's just literally, what in the hell has just happened?
It's a fair point about Peacock. Would we potentially be looking at a deal with Amazon Prime, for example, over in the UK? That could be a company that takes on WWE programming. I think with the amount of money that they made from the network compared to the amount of money they made from Peacock, they're not going to want to host the network that much longer for anyone.
The only way I see it staying as it is if WWE is still providing the server space and still providing the bandwidth, and it's literally just like sub-hosted onto Peacock's system. So WWE is still providing the backstage logistics, but I would doubt it. I would think that because Peacock have already got that in place for 26 million or so subs that they've already got, it would make absolute sense to just transfer all the content. But it leaves us in limbo that WWE are providing a service that they've really got rid of 2/3 of the people sub to them.
Very much so. They've also got to think about how they want to expand internationally. They're looking at NXT India. That's going to be hosted on the network. Do they have a deal over there? Do they have a deal over in Asia? Now, working with Peacock allows them the opportunity to grow via Peacock-owned services, NBC, for example, and go from there. But there's no guarantee that that's how it's going to go. So it could be a lot of wheeling and dealing. And it could spell bad things for us, especially when you talk about like the tier-based system they were looking at. They've just introduced a free tier of the network, and now they're shutting down the network in the US.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it's a very quick diversion. I get what you're saying about hosting and stuff. I think it's possible that the WWE will still be hosting it based on the money that they've gained. But why would they? Peacock has so much when it comes to technology and the setup that they have. They have more than enough room to store the entire WWE network 100 times over.
Yeah.
And the advertising just from being casual viewing again, the WWE, Raw's on, it's on Peacock. There's so many possibilities it can have. I don't know. I think it's a great deal for people in the US, but I do think it raises some questions for people in the UK and elsewhere, just around the rest of the world, about what they do next. There'll be a bit of a waiting game.
Yeah, and we don't have the amount of differing streaming services that the US has, and the local ones to the UK certainly couldn't. I don't think they'd be able to handle the amount of content that WWE put out. I mean, like if you look at the likes of BritBox, I don't think they would have the server space for the there's just sheer thousands of hours of content that WWE have already got on board. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where we go.
It will be. I think we'll see in the next coming weeks some sort of announcement as to how things develop, but there's no guarantees, of course.
No.
We are currently in the build-up to Roman Reigns against Kevin Owens, last man standing for the Universal title. I think it's quite clever there. Instead of immediately going into another match, they gave us everything there with R-Truth. They gave us a little bit of a panel. This is quite a long video, and they gave us a few advertisements.
Yeah, this is the cooldown. Yeah, this is the cooldown.
Yeah, they recognize they need a cooldown, especially after a big moment for Bianca Belair. If it was something like last year where Charlotte won it, they wouldn't need the cooldown.
No, and the good thing is that this has been such a great storyline to recap the whole way that Roman and Paul got conned essentially by Adam Pearce, and then we got Kevin Owens involved. I think it's a very interesting story to recap on. So it works. It
does. They've been quite clever with it, especially placing it right here, right before the men's match. In which point we'll see what happens. I'm still hopeful about Daniel Bryan, but we'll see. He's very much my pick for it.
Yeah, I want Edge, but I just can't shake that feeling that Goldberg
right there on your shoulder.
Yeah, he is.
He will have had plenty of time. It looks like this pay-per-view is going to go longer than 3 hours. I think we're going to be looking at 4 by the end of it. The men's rumble will be an hour at least.
Yeah. I love Kevin Owens. He could lose 20 matches in a row and still look absolutely legitimate.
The best talkers always can. I think this about Samoa Joe as well. You could have him lose for months. Cut one promo, I care again. Kevin Owens walked into this feud. He wasn't hot when he came into this. He was just sort of there. And he became instantly a worthy competitor, a main eventer all over again.
Well, he spent the last, 18 months really kind of floating on the periphery and then just within a couple of weeks built up a storyline and then kind of cooled off almost straight away again. So he's got a very unique talent for doing that.
He does. And we've seen this all across his career. When he walked up to John Cena, very few people knew who he was who were watching that show, and he made you care. That's what he does as well as the best. He just makes you care. He very much looks ready for the fight.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what he's going to jump off because he does love jumping off things very, very high.
I think it's telling that we still have an announce table intact. I don't think we will by the end of it.
That is absolutely telling.
They call someone on the Thunderdome having a full-on yawn. Bless him.
Oh. Well, Josh was watching on the Thunderdome recently, and he got took off because he sneezed.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. To be fair, rumor has it Vince McMahon hates a sneezer.
Well, but you wouldn't think Vince McMahon would be watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless he was like, he just bloody sneezed, get him off the feed.
They've got a lot of people watching, and the production team are really working hard. I have noticed some of the screens are slightly bigger than others as well.
Yeah, well, there was a rumor that they were going to be selling like the premium spots. Like you could almost buy like an annual membership, and that you would be like filtered at the almost like ringside spots, and then the free ones will be the ones that in the nosebleeds essentially.
Yeah.
I don't think it's come off though. And once we get back to having crowds, I think the Thunderdome will go away for a while.
I would say so. I think we won't see the Thunderdome at WrestleMania.
No, I mean it's worked for me. I thought it was really innovative to get crowds and fans involved. But once we get back to actual fans, there, I mean, I miss watching wrestling with actual fans in attendance. I think we'll go back to that kind of way of wrestling. God, he looks like a rock star, doesn't he, Roman Reigns?
He does. He does. He had that moment where he just found himself again.
Mm-hmm. This is the Roman Reigns that Vince wanted us to all get behind when he beat the Taker and he did "It's My Yard Now." This was the Roman.
I think there's a number of times when they've gone for that. After he beat Triple H, he came out and he was like, "I'm not a bad guy. I'm not a good guy. I'm the guy." It was smug.
Yeah.
And then he had the feud with AJ Styles where he felt like a heel.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've tried a number of times to make this character happen, but then someone gets injured. I think it was who was it who got injured during that? No, it wasn't injury. It wasn't injury. It was the 30-day suspension. It was a 30-day suspension. Ree is back in the chat saying about Roman Reigns, he's bloody beautiful.
He is. He's a specimen. And this is a guy who's battled leukemia multiple times, and the guy looks like that. He's carved out of granite. He is the head of the table. Until he faces The Rock.
That's very much the thing. He's been doing the gimmick, the head of the table, as it were, like the gimmick for it. But it's become real. It's become legitimate. He is putting money on putting food on people's tables, putting money in their pockets. He's making me watch SmackDown every week.
Yeah,
and I'm not alone in that. The ratings have been going up.
And it's so night and day between Raw and SmackDown. You can tell how SmackDown, they've got legitimate long-term storylines in place, and Raw feels like it's being booked on the fly, and it comes through in the quality.
It does. SmackDown this week for me felt like it was booked by a Raw creative team,
especially the ending.
Yeah, I'm not there for it. I'm just not there for it.
I mean, if you want to put Roman over as the badass in this should be a quick match. But these need to go for about half an hour.
Yeah, it's last man standing matches go forever.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine they'll just destroy Kevin Owens like that. But I get what you're saying. Fact is, Kevin Owens has just walked into a no DQ match. Like there is no disqualification available, knowing Jey Uso is in the building. And he knows this. It's not a clever move.
No.
The best thing he could have done was get a one-on-one match in the ring and get it made so that DQ's a title change. But he had to go with what Adam Pearce wanted. Or what Roman wanted to get Adam Pearce to sign.
Mm-hmm.
These two have history at the Royal Rumble as well. I think it was 3 years ago.
That is an intense-looking Kevin Owens.
Ed says, we're 2 hours, 15 minutes in. We still have a full Rumble. This show is going 4 hours. Definitely.
Yeah, and you know what? If it was a WrestleMania, I would be getting distracted. But because it's a Royal Rumble, I'm happy with that. That's fine with me. Wow. I'm feeling the tension coming through the screen. This is brilliant.
I got to be honest, when fans do come back, I don't think they're booing. I don't think Roman's going to get booed anymore. I think that's it. It's over. He's always going to get the cheers now.
There's such a mixture of like people that applauding him, and then a lot of thumbs down. He's getting the reaction that WWE absolutely want.
Hmm. I still remember watching an Up, Down, Down video when Austin Creed was backstage. So Xavier Woods was backstage doing a SmackDown versus Raw video with Tyler Breeze. And it was at a Money in the Bank show that Roman took on Jinder Mahal. And he was getting the chants, the hate. It was at the peak of Roman hatred when people were just chanting different people's names. And Xavier Woods was literally just talking to the camera like, this is what we call good noise. This is what we want to hear. In our business, we just want to hear noise. We don't care whether it's good or bad. I remember that because even he was furious about the reaction.
And I dare say when you're in the ring, you can't really pick out a lot of the noise. You'll just hear almost like a rumble, I suppose.
Nice pun.
Yep. Boom.
They're going for the big hits.
Roman really selling it as well.
Really sold it, yeah.
It's almost like he's shocked that Kevin were going to bring it to him like this.
This is not going to be. This is not going to spend a lot of time in the ring.
Oof, into
Shock
that
on his face.
Yep, and Kevin eats the stairs.
He's still Roman Reigns in the end. That's a good sell. Oh, there we go. We're hitting all the big hits.
Yeah. The spear that Goldberg said looks like it was done by a Georgia Tech idiot.
Wow. Goldberg who got his ass kicked earlier in the night.
But may still win the Rumble.
But may still win the Rumble. Jack says it's the acting that has taken him to that next level. He sells everything perfectly. Completely agree. I always like, and this is not the right time for it, and that's why I stopped it now. I always like the cough sell. When you've been winded, you sell that you've been winded by something. Roman's one of the only people I've seen do that.
Yeah, he's you can tell that he's invested in this character than a lot more than he was of the suffering succotash kind of like pure white meat babyface. This is Roman with an edge, and it works perfectly for him.
I think this is what he always wanted, to be honest.
Yeah,
he just wanted to get back to this,
and he's still shifting gangbusters amounts of merch as well. So it's not like he needed to be a face to shift the merch.
Looking at this, it's got that NWO vibe, early NWO.
Yeah.
Like, I'm supposed to hate you, but you're too fun.
And you're cool. You're too cool. Yeah. This is a Roman who I would happily see go on an Okada level run as champion where he's just unbeatable until we get to perhaps The Rock.
I wouldn't have Rock win the match, to be honest.
Well, no, I mean,
Rock would either.
that would put Roman over. He'd be a made man for it. He'd be Hall of Fame worthy.
I think he's already Hall of Fame worthy, to be honest with you. 4 WrestleMania main events in a row, man. 4.
That would certainly rubber stamp it.
Ed has said this is the same Goldberg who said that today's stars have too thin skin and then gets mad being called bro by Matt Riddle.
Yeah, Matt
Goldberg's
Riddle,
a mixed bag. Goldberg is a mixed bag.
I think Goldberg knows how to play the audience. I think he knows what he's saying a lot of the time. You can't be on the top of the game as he was with WCW and then be still a big star now, 20 years later, and not know that your words have meaning and how to work a crowd.
He's smart enough. Yeah.
We're getting at least a little bit of a Kevin Owens jump. It may not be much, but it's something.
It's a start. These two have been fighting through the Thunderdome since, 12, 13 weeks ago? It was always going to come down to this. Ed disagrees with you on Goldberg. Says, I would totally agree, but he wants to be the good guy and the hero. This would be fine if he was a heel.
Yeah,
To be fair,
I was just going to say that is an issue for me. I remember an interview that he had after the Fiend match where he said his whole point of being in wrestling again now is to be a hero to his son, which absolutely fine for him as a father. But when you're killing the buzz of one of the hottest characters in wrestling, and it's only to an audience of you, Vince, and your son. It's not working well for the business. But I get the point.
I get what you're saying as well, though. When it comes to being smart in interviews and stuff, Hulk Hogan was always fantastic at. He knew what to say to make himself a big deal, regardless of whether the question was about him or not. Yeah, and that's good marketing, really.
It's always been on. It's always been a character. You never let the mask slip.
I like that we've got the referee literally just hovering on the side.
Yeah, as if he's going to help in any which way possible.
He's just had to climb up to keep an eye on anyone in case they go down for the 10.
And then he's like telling Kevin to just leave him now. Let me count.
We haven't seen Jey Uso in a couple of weeks. I do think he's going to show up, and I think potentially Jimmy as well.
Yeah, perhaps.
Oh, going for the knees, clever.
But got a sock rat in the jaw for it.
I see where they're going now.
Yeah, they did the setup. They did the setup earlier. Be careful with those chair shots, Roman. Ryback will be claiming you've injured him.
Jack says, The Rock is Superman. Reigns could be more. Reigns is cool. He's like a Thor, a Batman, a Joker. He's so cool.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I think it's one of those. You can't be so well connected to The Rock and not learn a little bit about being cool.
No, exactly.
Who's going off? Do you remember the Shane McMahon, Kevin Owens Hell in a Cell match?
Okay, yeah, vaguely.
They
I try to not remember Shane McMahon matches, to be fair.
I get what you're saying. I get that. But they spent the entire match teetering on the edge of the cell. The entire match. And that is the feel I just got leading up to that.
Oh,
that sounded terrifying.
Yes. There was not a lot of padding underneath those tables.
And this is a man who got injured at WrestleMania, jumping off something through a table.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Owens is fearless.
And he's not even staying down. He's not even staying down.
Kevin Owens staying down.
He's a madman. He's not climbing the Titantron, is he? Oh, thank God for that.
Let's not do that. No, he's just off.
Yeah, he's had enough. He's running.
He'll bait Roman down. He just needs a breather.
Or he walks into the Usos.
There'll be a lot. You always felt this was going backstage.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is. I heard Kevin wanted to go off the cell. I totally believe that.
Yeah. Well, he said into the build-up for WrestleMania last year that he just wants to jump off something really high.
He's got that Jeff Hardy about him, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Where are we? Well, that's Gorilla.
It'd be interesting if they tried to do like a switcheroo now into a cinematic. And then Roman and Kevin just go and have a... Is this the practice arena? This looks like the practice arena.
Yeah, it seems so, because there's Gorilla. So this will be where they've been doing the... Yeah, it's where they'll have been doing rehearsals.
Yeah. Wow. Getting a peek behind the curtain.
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot of ladders. Oh!
Wow.
We're doing the Kenny Omega Sammy Guevara spot. but done way better. That was awesome. That's
There was no
vehicular
warning. He
homicide.
just ran straight through him.
That was wow. That is a cool spot.
He's going to get up.
I honestly thought he was just going to run straight back over him again.
Yeah.
Oh, a spare announcement table here. I don't think that'll be lasting long.
No.
And Roman's did he hit him with a script?
I think it was a clipboard, yeah.
Wow. And now
That's how big this
vicious
storyline
Roman.
is. He's literally hitting him with a script. Oh, yeah, a replay. He takes it perfectly. He just leans back.
Yeah. Very reminiscent of the Austin running over as well. I know Kevin really kind of like has based a lot of his career around Austin, but that was a good callback.
Mm.
And there's people in the background just having a chat. If I were working backstage, I would be watching this. Go on, Kevin, get that second wind.
Yeah, you've only been hit by a... It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I love wrestling. You're right. There are a lot of ladders around.
Mm-hmm.
And a forklift.
Of all different sizes as well.
I'm noticing the forklift.
Yeah.
Do you remember Halftime Heat? The Rock and Mankind?
In the empty arena match.
Mm-hmm. Which ended when a forklift came down on The Rock.
And then there was the WrestleMania 17 match where Raven near enough took out the whole of the show. I don't think that was on a golf cart as well, wasn't it? I think.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it was against the Big Show, and he ended up falling into a gutter with the golf cart, and the main power line for the whole building was in that gutter. Yeah, and he damn near cut the cord, but luckily he didn't, and we still got one of the best WrestleManias we've ever had. But it may not have happened.
Ed saying he would never have made the connection. Austin hit by Rikishi and Owens hit by Roman.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even put together the Rikishi bit as well. Good shout.
Yeah, there's a family element to it.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more of Rikishi involved in this. It would have made a lot of sense.
He is right now on a WWE watch along.
Oh, really?
The Bella Twins, DDP, and Rikishi are currently doing a WWE watch along.
Well, they're missing a trick by not watching us.
They are indeed. I've been on this for 5.5 hours so far.
You're an animal.
Trying my best. Hey, you've been on for a fair amount yourself, sir.
I'm certainly not the Iron Man in this, though. You're definitely going Broadway.
Trying to.
I mean, it's been cool, though. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you do this again.
I definitely will do. I've had a lot of good returns. Obviously, I'm looking to get follower numbers up on Twitch and stuff, get people watching on YouTube. It's been working. He spotted the forklift. Yes,
he did.
There's something very bad is going to happen here.
I hope he's got a license for this.
It's wrestling. Even the cops aren't cops. So I do think I'll be doing a lot more of these in future.
Yeah, I think it's I always enjoy watch-alongs. I think it's getting people's like, wow. I thought, the sense in this would surely be lay the pallet on Roman so he can't get up. That would make the sense, surely. I'm just saying that I love watch-alongs because you get like the instant reaction and you get that kind of like thoughts and ideas that maybe you didn't kind of pick up. I mean, like the one with Ed and the Rikishi stuff. watching it on your own, you wouldn't have necessarily made that connection.
Very true. I've got some really good people who drop in as well. People who really follow news. Ed's been doing me the world of good, to be honest. Really good guy. Works as my mod here on Twitch and really looks after me. I'm undeserving, to be completely honest.
That is not true.
It's been a lot of fun, and I've only been doing it like 3 weeks, so I'm really very happy with it. But I will definitely be doing these for. How does he get up from that?
Yeah,
well,
that makes no sense. Yeah, it doesn't.
There will be future shows, I am sure, because I have really enjoyed this, and we're living in a pandemic world. Usually for the Royal Rumble, I would be with 2 friends right now, would have been moderately drunk from the Women's Rumble. I don't know, have I explained this to you, what I usually do for the Royal Rumble?
No, I don't believe so.
Me and 2 friends, they come around here, and we draw numbers. So we draw 10 numbers each. And every time one of our numbers is eliminated, we drink a shot.
Wow.
For 2 Rumbles. Which is why, if you follow my Twitter on Rumble Time, I am king wrecked. You can tell. You can tell. I keep forgetting things. I repeatedly said that Liv Morgan was the first one eliminated twice in a row. She was not.
That would be an interesting watch along.
And maybe one day I will do that. But this really is just my replacement for that. They're doing a replay so they don't have to show you gorilla position.
Correct. Vince telling them what to do.
Yeah.
That was a cool replay, though. I mean, I saw the drone when he would put in the forklift in place, and I thought that'll be good for an overhead view. And here we come back out at the start of the match again, back at the top of the entrance ramp.
Roman has taken one hell of a beating. Yeah, for future shows, by all means, I mean, let me know if you're interested. There'll be.
Yeah,
I'm looking to get like a rotating panel, like get people in for this, people in for that. So it won't be like every time. But in addition, like I said, like quick advertisements. I've shown one there. I'm going to collect quite a few. That's a good spot by Ed. Any chance that was pre-recorded?
I mean, I did kind of maybe like link to that by saying it could go cinematic, but no, I don't think that was.
I don't think that was. The way they're reacting right now, I think this is as live as you get.
Yeah.
But it is, of course, possible. I mean...
Oof! Going for the whole Rhino. Was it
It was pre-recorded. Sorry?
Just saying, going for the whole Rhino and Chris Jericho spot through the SmackDown arena, and also kind of like the Shane and Kurt Angle one at King of the Ring, where Kurt damn near killed Shane McMahon
repeatedly. I believe there was also a Bobby Lashley Braun Strowman spot where they went through this.
Yeah,
it's a good spot. I mean, the fact that the board is still working, I give them immense credit for that.
Yeah, they're just going to lean it back up afterwards and just put it back together.
Oh, I love that spot.
Another call back to a good spot in the Gargano and Ciampa.
Yeah. Roman there just putting the arms out. Just putting the arms out. Beautiful. But yeah, this has gone on for a while. This is a very classical last man standing match.
Yeah. And it's been really like...
it's quite a lot.
It's been really innovative as well. It's not like they're repeating a lot of tired and formulas. They've done a lot of unique stuff.
Yeah, they're not they're using references. We've picked out a lot of them, but they're not repeating too much.
No.
What's wrong? Handcuffs.
He's going for the Gargano Ciampa spot.
You might suggest that Roman Reigns watches wrestling.
Yeah, or at least NXT.
He's NXT.
Wow, Kevin just looks done in.
Owens always does this spot. Always does this spot. I still don't see this being a clean win, but I can't see anyone other than Roman. I don't think Owens has a chance, unfortunately.
This was always my banker. If I was ever going to bet my house on a match, it would have been that Roman comes out of this as champion.
Yeah.
I just don't know how it's going to work with him being last man standing unless he lifts him right up onto the turret there.
Ed has said no one gets beat up better without looking bad than Kevin Owens.
Yeah, he can take a whooping. That's for damn sure.
Some people look very good when they're getting beat up. Lex Luger made a career out of it. Gets beat up, rallies back, hits his forearm, and job done. These look real, considering how close up this is.
I don't think they hold him back. And he's got the handcuffs on Roman. That's interesting. That's it. But he could still stand up.
He could still stand up.
He can still get to his feet.
Yeah, but he's isolated now. You can go and get a chair. You can go and get whatever you want.
Wow. Are we gonna see Kevin Owens walk out as champion?
Surely
that
not.
would be interesting.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. That was clever.
We'll stop the count.
That was clever.
I think we're going to get a power move by Roman. Now he's going to snap the chain.
I think it's not implausible that Kevin Owens wins this and then loses it again on the way. It's not a bad look for either of them.
No.
Especially after a match like this. You can't come out of a match like this looking bad. You just can't.
It'd be really, really interesting if he lost it to Jey Uso on the way to Mania. And this may well be a perfect time for Miz to cash in.
That's a really good point. Oh, Heyman's helping.
Heyman had the key.
Have the idea.
Why did Heyman have the keys?
Heyman had the key. Heyman had the key. To be fair, there's Roman's handcuffs.
That is
true. I kind of get that. I did have the idea that Jey Uso could win the Rumble and Roman could demand his spot. It would require Roman to lose the championship, but beauty of the Rumble, there's so many things they can do. He's not actually getting the cuffs off, is he? He can't get them off.
He can't get to the keyhole. Go on, Kevin. You sell as if you've been destroyed whilst they mess with these handcuffs. Just power out of them, Roman. Snap them. It'll look badass.
Get a hacksaw in here. Raise up a little hacksaw and just see how it goes.
Or some bolt cutters.
It's going to have to. It's going to have to do the Who Framed Roger Rabbit moment, just trying to get rid of him.
Wow.
He's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
That was not meant to go like that, I don't think.
No, he's going for the guillotine. This could put him out for the 10.
Oof. He's got him down.
He's
got
not
the body triangle.
There we go. He's got his ankles up. But he's down as well. He's got to let go.
I mean, to be fair, that guillotine is not intact. Knowing MMA as I do, that he would not be going to sleep at that. That's a very comfortable position to be in.
To be fair, this is one of the many reasons I'm glad Ronda Rousey did not pop back up, because I would love to talk to you about Ronda Rousey's armbar.
I mean,
I do a better armbar than that.
Yeah, I think the same with Becky's armbar. I don't think they look legitimate.
I'd say Becky's armbar is a lot better. It is a legitimate move. It's just standard WWE. You don't lift too high. That's it. Is that a clean win?
I mean, he choked it out.
Down.
He choked, yeah. But there's no disqualification, so he was well within the rules. A great victory for him.
He needed a clean win, I think.
Yeah, and
At some point.
And like I said at the beginning, Kevin doesn't look weak after that. He
No.
gave Roman the fart of his laugh. That I really enjoyed that. There's not been one bad match on this card so far.
No, it's been really good so far.
Really solid. Will we get a show of respect from Roman to Kevin, because he damn well deserves it.
Lots of little bits of blood I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
I can just hear Kevin Owens selling.
That's Swanton. Oh, he's just no fear in him.
None whatsoever.
And that was a great move by Roman. Really clever.
Sometimes that's all you need, just a bit of noose.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of know-how.
It's not the finish you would expect as well from a last man standing. You normally see like a really big kind of like a spot that destroys someone. That was that you could legitimately see in a wrestling match.
Owens says, great match, bad botch there, though. It was an awkward moment.
Yeah.
I think they recovered well enough, but it was a bit awkward.
Yeah. I mean, it plays into the whole kind of it being realistic and that anything can happen, I suppose. But yeah, I don't think it went down exactly how they wanted it to go down.
No. Ed has asked us to rank the matches so far, 1 to 5, including the pre-show tag. Would you agree with me in putting the Women's Royal Rumble at the top?
So far, yeah, the Women's Royal Rumble, I think, then this one, 2.
Drew versus Goldberg was good.
I mean, for what it was. Yeah. I don't think it was long enough to warrant being like in the top 3. I think the women's tag team title match was pretty good as well. So I would have put that. But then Sasha and Carmella was really good.
I would put the SmackDown Women's Championship match third before the tag title match, because I just feel they leaned a bit too much on the old-fashioned hot tag.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think so. We go Women's Rumble, the Last Man Standing, SmackDown Women's match, then the tags, and then even though I don't think it was a bad match by any means, Drew versus Goldberg, that match did exactly what it needed to do. But now we get to the nitty gritty, the reason why we're all here. Who is going to wrestle?
I was very much here for the women's as well. That was a hell of a match. 69 days away. Nice.
Nice.
You can't not do that. Ed, what is your ranking? Where do you put things? I do feel McIntyre versus Goldberg was good, but you can't put it higher. 5th on a show like this is not a bad place to be.
No, and this is so far for me has been an A-rated show. There's been nothing I've been disappointed in at all. The right finishes, the right stories being told, more stories built for future shows. Yeah, I think this Royal Rumble so far has ticked all the boxes for me. Oh, Edge. Can you go Broadway? You animal. Come on, you can do it.
Ed has also said, does the scary ending predicted by WrestleVotes come true? I say no. I think we get a good ending here.
I think that scary ending may happen if Goldberg wins the Royal Rumble.
Lauren Goodnight enjoys the nice there. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for joining us. Ed's 5 is the Women's Rumble, Roman versus Owens, Sasha versus Carmella. The only difference he has is putting Goldberg versus Drew above the tag match.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. It was a good match. I did enjoy it. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. I thought that would have been a cringe of a match, but I think with the spot where Goldberg got a little bit resting, the spear, the overextension on the jackhammer, That's why I'd probably put it at the low point. Plus the fact it was 4 or 5 minutes long.
Yeah, for me, it was just the length of it and the fact that there were only really a couple of big moves. I don't think it was a bad match, as I've said before, as regards the WrestleMania match between Goldberg and Lesnar. That was just spears and suplexes, and I loved it. There is a time and a place for matches like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't all have to be flippy wrestling and. Oh,
indeed. Jack has said he thinks the scary ending equates to a double finish type thing. I think the Fiend would probably be involved in the scary ending, whatever it is. And I like that Edge has just gone straight for Randy Orton. No messing around. He has some revenge. And he's immediately said, oh God, they won't keep up this pace. They will not. I don't think these two are going very far.
I mean, what this could do, though, is they take each other out and they have a break outside of the ring.
The Royal Rumble has officially started. Oh, poke to the eye.
I love this Randy Orton. This is the best Randy Orton. You can tell when he's invested in something. He always gets to the point where if he's not really interested, he phones it in. But over this last year or so, he has been absolutely golden.
I do feel with Bray Wyatt, he's trying to give back after their WrestleMania feud, which he came out on top of. He really seems to enjoy working with Bray.
Yeah.
Those two just seem to really connect and tell really good stories.
Well,
do you think we're going to see the Fiend?
I mean, we can't not. We saw the hints of it with Alexa. There's got to be something coming on. But I think Randy has had a year of really good feuds and really good. Again, he had the start with Edge. The stuff with Drew was really, really good. And then obviously now the stuff with the Fiend has been has really revamped the Fiend more than anything.
Definitely, The Fiend has had to reinvent itself a couple of times, unfortunately. After a moment with Seth Rollins, after a moment with Goldberg, the Fiend has had to adapt, and Orton's really helped that. Oh, Ed makes a good point. I want Sammy to handcuff himself outside the ring. Well, we know where the handcuffs are.
It surely makes sense to handcuff yourself inside the ring, though.
Sami Zayn. Well done, Ed. Well done. Pathetic.
Ed is psychic. Yeah, but it's complaining about having 3 and it's a conspiracy theory, but that's the Ric Flair number.
Yeah, the
Bianca Belair literally just did it, yeah.
I wouldn't get involved in this, Sammy.
No.
Do you reckon Sami Zayn and Randy Orton would be friends?
I think they would be they'd be enemies who would be two-faced to each other. They'd be friends, but call each other behind each other's backs.
We're going to see all of that in the next 2 or 3 minutes. The whole relationship. Edge needs some help. Edge needs someone who's on his side.
Christian!
I would love it. Did Michael Cole, after watching Bianca Belair, just say number 3 is the worst number to draw?
I think he's got the memory of a goldfish.
Clearly. Tension.
Oh. This is interesting. Mustafa.
He should be looking for revenge from Randy Orton.
Yep.
Randy Orton's the one who injured him. That's who he should be aiming for.
He could have had the whole Kofi Mania spot.
As well. The conspiracy theories, whereas Ali at least explains the truth.
Yeah, it's the kind of battling against the system.
Yeah. Someone surely is going to come out and help Edge. It's going to be Cena, isn't it? It's going to be Cena.
As if Ali's not attacking Randy. He stole your Kofi Mania moment from you.
Michael Cole's context is actually pretty good. He's saying right now that Mustafa Ali is against part-timers. He's against stars of yesteryear coming in. It actually makes sense. And Jack has just raised a really good point. Where's Randy Orton's burns gone?
Yeah, I mean, surely would have made sense for him to come out in his jockstrap lucha mask.
I've coined the phrase on the Reignsometer, lucha legend killer. I just think that's really funny. It's going to be Cena. Someone's got to come help Edge.
If Edge wins this, he's put in a great performance because he's been absolutely beat up this last, 5-6 minutes. Oh, Jeff Hardy.
Oh, Jeff Hardy. Okay. Okay, they are friends.
Certainly help, yeah.
Hardy and Orton had that feud with the Screwdriver.
Yep.
Sami Zayn and Jeff Hardy were competing for the Intercontinental Champion. This is really nicely interwoven. Is he going to land this? Because it never... I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It's not perfect. It's a lot like Charlotte's Moonsault. Really depends on the day, you know? First RKO.
RKO.
We are 10 minutes in. First RKO. I'm happy with that.
Certainly will not be the last. Wow. Boom. We got it all there. We got everything.
The whole thing. The whole thing.
Wallop.
I don't think Randy's going to last much longer in this Royal Rumble.
He's certainly hitting his big moves very, very much.
All the lights are just... No, that was the wrong side. Ed says, bye-bye, Randy friendship. Correct.
I mean, does he have any friends?
True. And Lauren says, burn masks are worn for just under a year, so for him to lose a mask that fast is pure cheese. Yep. Oh, and Jack says, Randy keeps corpsing at Sammy. Yeah, he could not keep his face straight there.
No.
Right, so are they just going to go out and fight on the outside? Because that's fine. Means they can have a nice big rest.
Yep. Do a big table spot now.
Yep.
Have a 5-10 minutes break. Oh, Edge has got something on his mind.
What does he use to put people through tables? Surely it's the big DDT. He doesn't have any diving spots or anything.
Execution, surely.
Yeah.
The impact DDT, yeah.
Which was originally Gangrel's. The Impaler DDT he used to use.
Mm-hmm. Oh, kill switch. Oh, no. There we go. Boom. And
break.
They make them tougher
nowadays.
Yeah, they're not held together with blue tack anymore.
Not anymore. It's a shame. I miss those days. That's a good thing.
We're going to run that back, though. Oh, Ziggle Piggle Pudding Pants is out.
What is that hair? That is the Chris Jericho debut hair.
Yeah.
That is literally the exact... Oh, wow. This is just going to keep going, isn't it?
That hair should have stayed back in 1999.
For anyone watching earlier, we had Rhee and Johnny with us, and Rhee did predict that Jeff Hardy is her winner for the Royal Rumble.
Wow.
He's, of course, already in the match, and I suspect will be jumping off 3 or 4 things en route to his nomination, because Jeff Hardy.
Oh, we've got Dolph Ziggler slithering into the ring. And there, Rhee's wrong. Rhee was absolutely wrong.
Is that the first elimination?
Yeah, it's Jeff Hardy.
Oh, love that. I love the late rotation in a back body drop. AJ Styles does it really well as well. It just looks like you've gone so high. Orton's taking a timeout.
And it looks like Dolph's organising the troops.
Yeah, it works. Orton looks genuinely pissed. Like, genuinely pissed.
Yeah, I think that table was meant to go through and he's not happy about it. Edge skinning the cat.
Shinsuke Nakamura.
Oof.
Da-na-na-na-na-na. Dolph showing for him. I always really like this. You get certain wrestlers who make a point of showing for everyone. So as soon as someone comes into the ring, The Miz is great for this. CM Punk was always great for this. They are ready to take the big moves immediately to make the new guy coming in look good.
Yeah.
Dolph Ziggler's another one. Right, I want another look at this.
There was just no movement in that table at all.
No.
That'll be on Matthew's Botchamania, I think.
They're holding the knee where the pad came down. Do you think he'll come back later on?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to see if there's any.
He hasn't been eliminated. If anyone's putting the X up or anything like that.
Yeah, and
I don't know if this is real or not.
Yeah, when you get some knee injuries, you can see where the muscle kind of like swells up. We're looking to see if there's any muscle swell, but the guy's got massive legs anyway. So, I think he's going back in. It looks like he might be getting ready to get back in. He's fastening his knee brace.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not. He does look like he's walking off. Oh, I really hope this isn't legitimate because he's been so good this year.
Carlito has arrived. And he's got an apple with him, which is the most important part.
He's going to spit in the face of Randy Orton because he's not cool.
I think it'll be Dolph Ziggler, surely. If it's actually Randy Orton, then we can at least say it's definitely
wow, he looks good as well. He looks huge. Wow.
No, do not spit in the face of Shinsuke Nakamura.
Shinsuke will spit in your face. I mean,
he's got his mouth guard on.
If anybody exceeds cool, it's Shinsuke. That guy is just ass cold cool. Oh, we didn't get an apple spit. That's very disappointing.
We didn't. COVID, mate. COVID. Don't want to see spitting. Jack has said get ready for loads of cats being skinned. He said that when Dolph Ziggler came in.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't just come in and do it straight away.
We've already seen a couple of them. True. Ed says Cody talked about it where Punk came up to him before Rumble and said, "You're coming in shortly after me. What do you want your first 30 seconds to be?" We saw Rhea Ripley doing that earlier as well. That's something really worth keeping an eye on because that's what gets wrestlers over with me. You know? The little things like that you can really tell they're working hard for the people they're with.
Yeah. Kind of like a rising tide raising all ships where you met your opponent look good even if they're only in the Rumble for 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah. There we go. Dolph has done a skin of the cat. Meow.
Another one. That's his second just so far. And he bounces all over the place. Number 9 is Xavier Woods from the New Day.
Oh,
we didn't see him make an entrance at all.
No,
but he got straight
cut to cam.
Yeah. Are we going to see Retribution coming in at this point, do you think?
Perhaps, yeah.
I think Mustafa Ali is going to get a lot of protection. That was a fierce bounce. Sami Zayn is working with people. Edge and Randy Orton are still in it. Ed has asked the question, does Randy get to be the Iron Man if he is brought to the back? I believe he does.
I mean, if he's, it's all about the timing.
It's all about the time.
You have to be in the ring.
There was a case in which, I can't remember which year it was, I think it was 2016, when Roman Reigns was in the Rumble the longest, and he was removed from the match after about 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Because Rusev dove through him, and Rusev became the TV champion that night.
Wow.
Because he took a TV monitor and just took it home, and he still has it. He still has it.
Big E, New Day,
right after Xavier Woods. Yeah.
And interesting that he gets an entrance.
You mean instead of it like a New Day entrance?
Yeah. No, I mean the fact that we got
I
to
see what you
it
mean. Yeah.
on camera. It kind of shows that they think a lot more of Biggie than perhaps they do of Xavier Woods.
Wood, which would be shameful. As far as I'm concerned, Xavier Woods is the best they have.
Oh, that was a lovely move.
That really was. Not just wrestling ability, but self-marketing, promos. Xavier Woods, for me, is the guy in the WWE. You could build a company around him for 20 years. He just seems very happy where he is, which I also respect.
I always look back to the time when he's backstage and he's dancing along to Batista's entrance music, kind of like the bit we got with Bianca. Just the passion he's got just for wrestling. It's really kind of like heartwarming and endearing.
Yeah. Goodbye, Sammy.
Bye-bye.
Ed says he's just realized it's about 10 to 20 seconds ahead. We were okay. Ed, I did spot a couple of things you were saying, but I'm not particularly concerned with it, but I do appreciate you keeping an eye on that. I think it's just because we're in the UK watching online.
Yeah.
John Morrison has arrived at number 11. We have a blurry 4K.
Yeah, it didn't work for Morrison.
No. I think they were waiting for him to slow down. That was nice.
Oh,
he dodged a kick and kicked.
Cool. Yeah, that was very cool. Oh, we could have had a Doomsday device then.
Jack says Woods has something. Oh, that was lovely. Woods has something and he is one guy you are screwed if you wrong him. Even Vince would have a hard time messing him around. Completely agree with that. I think if you piss off Xavier Woods, not only will he leave, but a lot of other people would leave with him. And you would not recover.
No.
Big E just launched Ziggler.
Now, you would have thought it would have made sense to throw Dolph out then.
Yeah.
Wow. Big E looks almost angry that Xavier's gone. I think Mustafa's getting it. Sorry, Mustafa.
Yep. And rightly so.
You made your bed, now lay in it.
Rightly so. Big E, of course, has Brody Lee on either side of his gear, which is a very nice tribute. They've been holding tributes pretty much constantly, and I really do respect that.
Yeah, and props to WWE as well for allowing it. I mean, the guy did leave the company, and a lot of the time, once you leave WWE, you kind of are forgotten about. So props to them for that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ricochet rubbing it in the face of Mustafa Ali. That is brilliant.
It's the little thing, isn't it?
I love that.
Oof. He just destroyed Dolph Ziggler.
He's so good. He's so good.
But he's another one who tends to get his moment, and then after that, he just gets ground back into the bottom spot. He got his moment attacking Dolph, but we're back at the previous position now. Again, much like earlier, it's a very full ring at the minute. Not many early eliminations. Did I just see a wrestling move in the Royal Rumble? You never see that.
And we've still got some huge competitors to come in, some like big giants. So
Braun Strowman for one.
It's prime for a big clear out. Clear out that we didn't really get in the women's one.
No, that never really happened. Even though Rhea Ripley did look dominant for a lot of it. Dolph Ziggler has just unskinned the cat again. They have pushed Elias so hard since his debut. He was on the show every single week. He was constantly playing music. He got such powerful reactions. What the hell happened?
It's weird. This guy should have been multi-time, maybe not world champion, but at least mid-card champion for the.
There were times when he looked. There were times when he looked really close to the IC title. He had a brief feud with Roman for it back in the day. I felt that was the time to pull the trigger, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
But they just never seem to have actually pulled the trigger. Good moment for him, though, eliminating Carlito. Ed says he loves the freeware pairing of Cole, Graves, and Joe. I do think Samoa Joe has added a lot to that commentary team. I'm hoping he steps up into the Rumble and wins it to take on McIntyre. I'd love to see it. But then you have that really awkward thing because I love him on commentary. I love him in a wrestling ring. You can't have both.
Yeah, I mean, for a podcast I'm involved in called Chain Wrestling, we watched Punk versus Joe 2, the second 60-minute time limit.
Right.
God damn, that's a good match. That's such a good match.
Damian Priest has made his main roster debut.
Someone who I thought would have been on the main roster before now.
Yeah.
Wow, he looks $1 million coming out as well. He looks a WWE star.
Yeah. I think it's very telling that he's come into the Rumble. He's got to look great when he's call up, as it were. But you get Dominik Dijakovic, who's been put behind a mask and been sort of hidden. Ed quite rightly calls, you're very good at stats, sir. Both Rhea and Priest, the upcoming call-ups, were 14.
Interesting.
That is interesting. This Royal Rumble may be booked very similar to the last one.
It's looking that way. We've got a lot of wrestlers in the ring. We've got people going out of the ring and having breaks. It's going along a lot of the same lines.
Elias is gone.
Wow.
Damian Priest looking strong. Let me know if I'm ahead of you at all. Just
I've got Elias still in the ring now.
That's my bad.
No, it's fine. Honestly, it can't be helped out. Yeah, Elias is out now.
They are currently showing a replay of Randy Orton with his knee.
Yep. Randy, if they're showing this backstage, he's coming back. He's definitely coming back. Yeah, he's definitely coming. He's coming back at the end.
Ooh.
Wow, Edge versus Priest could put on a good match.
We have The Miz coming in, which is another tag team. The New Day didn't quite manage to stay as a tag team. Not quite. I don't understand what... Oh. Not sure why that happened, but he's left his briefcase behind.
Why has he smashed?
He doesn't like Bad Bunny. They had an issue backstage.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Callbacks.
Lots of them. There was a really good moment there. Dolph Ziggler moving out the way. Callbacks.
Wow, Ricochet is so good at ragdolling.
Yeah, I think mine's caught up because I had to refresh.
Yeah, let's try that. I mean, I've got it on 2 screens anyway, so no harm, no foul if it
Yeah, I'm the same. Got a TV there, got my laptop here doing the stream hosting.
Oh, Bad Bunny's coming out. He's not happy, Bunny. And Damian Priest just eliminates them both. Just about caught that on the camera as well. Have your way with him, Bad Bunny, lad.
He very much is.
Wow. Yes. That would be, if you were a wrestling fan, that would be your dream to be able to do
It
stuff like
absolutely would be. He did the Gronk spot, but he did it
Yeah.
solo. He also
Yeah,
looks
and-
like he might have hurt himself.
And also, he probably didn't need showing by Vince McMahon how to do it.
True. They have not fixed the part of the screen that Kevin
Oh, you
Owens was steered
yeah.
through.
Bro.
They have piped in a lot of bro chants. That is loud. Good luck for Priest. He's eliminated, what, 3 people so far?
Yeah, he's definitely got the rear spot.
Yeah. Just pure powerhouse.
And just going straight with Priest and Riddle. That's interesting as well, with knowing that Riddle's got a MMA background and Damian Priest has got a kickboxing background.
Yeah. Riddle Nakamura as well, quite interesting. Strong style.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, can you imagine what they would have done in New Japan? They would have absolutely beat the living piss out of each other.
They would have given Ibushi versus Taichi a run for its money in pure kicking. Jack saying Priest is really giving him AJ Styles debut vibes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't think he'll win it by a long stretch, but he's certainly looking very impressive.
Yeah. And Ed wants to book Bad Bunny and Booker T versus Miz and Morrison at WrestleMania 37.
I mean, it would be a cool filler match.
Number 17.
If I was Bad Bunny, I'd be wanting to put that Money in the Bank briefcase on the line after he's smashed all his gear.
Number 17 is Daniel Bryan.
Oh,
that's a good number.
And look at that. The whole of the crowd are in on it.
Yeah.
This could get to levels of Rey Mysterio when he came out at 30, kind of booing if Daniel Bryan gets eliminated.
Yeah. I think the WWE have been really careful over the last few years to keep Daniel Bryan out of the Rumble just because they're worried that moment would happen. Oh, that was lovely. Considering the fast pace that Edge had when he started, he's really doing well so far.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And he's not had that many kind of rest spots as well. He's been involved in a lot of action.
True.
Oh, Big E just runs through Dolph.
Jack quite rightly says, I know he's selling, this being Daniel Bryan, but when he holds his neck, I crap myself, and you are not alone. I'm still nervous as hell.
When he does the running knees into the corner, every time he lands on his neck, you just cringe for him.
Number 18. Ed, you are really on the ball. Ed says the 18th Rumble for the 18th entrance.
Wow.
Before Michael Cole even said it.
They're really playing with the numbers, aren't they, this year? Really making like a significance with them.
We didn't get to see a chokeslam because we got a close-up of Damian Priest, but...
Oh. Are we getting a double chokeslam though? Yep. Dolph, no. That was never going to work, and out you go, sir.
It just makes me happy seeing Kane again. He was one of my favourites back in the Attitude Era. I was 10 years old and there was a guy who set fire to things. Oh, that was a chokeslam and off. You'll see that one in a second and you'll know exactly what I mean.
Oh, on the hardest part of the ring as well.
Mm-hmm.
Team Hell No, back together.
I was talking about teams and throwbacks. Oh,
Oh, Kane's into it.
Jack just says Kane was his first wrestling figure when he was 2, and Ed is excited because they hugged it out. Yeah, poor Daniel Bryan, that worked out for him. Oh, okay. There could be a star-making moment coming.
Big man versus big man.
Oh,
Did Edge take out the cameraman then?
I think he did. I think the camera was just inside the ropes and they got swiped.
Wow,
That is a big moment.
That's huge for Damian
Yeah.
Priest. Wow.
Kane in
And that-
very, very briefly, but Damian Priest just too much for him.
That makes a big statement.
Ed points out Vince making stars of Rhea, Bianca, and Priest in one night.
Mm-hmm.
These are some very well booked Royal Rumbles. We are seeing the introduction of King Corbin, and we only have 11 entrants left.
Again, this has been a really well-paced and well-thought-out Royal Rumble.
We'll wait and see what's happening with Randy Orton, but there is still quite a lot of people still to come. Jack calls Baron Corbin the best heel in the game at the minute. I completely agree.
Yeah, I love him.
I think he's probably the most hateable person on the roster, and he should be extremely proud of himself for that.
Yeah, and he plays into it so well.
So well. Oh, I love a deep six. His repertoire is so crisp and so clean, and
Oof, and a lot of people's favourites just literally pushed over the rope.
that was disappointing.
But it plays into the character of Corbin so well that what you think you're going to get, he's just going to ruin your day.
Yeah. Ed disagrees with the Corbin as the best heel, puts forward MJF, which I also very much respect.
Yeah, I like MJF, but he's more of a heel that you like his banter, and he's a cool heel, where Baron is a heel that you just cannot stand.
MJF has a very exciting 10 years ahead of him, I'll tell you that. He's going to be winning a lot of championships. Otis has entered the ring. He's wearing new gear. We haven't spoken about new gear much yet, but he's wearing new gear, and he is just throwing people around.
Yeah.
Ooh, wouldn't want to see that one again.
An Explorer from Otis.
Damian Priest is going to take the Caterpillar.
Wow.
Ed quite rightly points out, agreed, but as much as I respect MJF, I still want to see him punched in the face, which is exactly what we want from a heel, but yes, very cool heel. So someone is having a very good night.
Baron Corbin just stealing Otis's thunder then. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want from him.
That's exactly what I can see him being the runner-up.
Yeah.
It's building capital, building hatred, because it's one of those names. The ring is not particularly busy right now. I like that. We're into our final 10.
Don't forget that we've still got Randy at the back, though.
We do still have Randy at the back. We
It
have our
would
first...
It'd be interesting if he didn't come back into the match and then said that gave him a claim to be in the main event at WrestleMania.
There's a number of ways he could do it. We have our first Mysterio. I would imagine we're also going to be seeing our second Mysterio very soon. And then we're going to see a third person linked with the Mysterios who finally gets Corbin out.
I've been really impressed with Dominic as well. I think for someone who's so new to the wrestling world, he's really taken to it well.
He really has.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a little wrong in my prediction there, but hey, that works. They were building capital for Corbin. That's a big moment for Dominic.
Yeah, it
And
is.
to be fair, Dominic's career so far has been big moment after big moment after big moment. Oh, we are going strong style.
Everyone's just pounding the hell out of each other. There's nobody's holding back at all.
No.
Oof.
Edge is taking a little break in the corner. He seems like he's struggling.
He deserves a break.
Yes.
In your first match back from injury, and to be the current Iron Man, he absolutely deserves a breather.
If we're going to be having big surprises like Brock Lesnar, John Cena, and Seth Rollins and the like, we need to be seeing them soon.
Mm-hmm. Big bad Bobby Lashley. Got a decent number at 22.
Yeah, that's not a bad number to have. And I wouldn't mind seeing... whoa. And I would not mind seeing another match between him and Drew McIntyre.
Bye-bye, Mysterio.
Yeah. Bloody hell. The pace of what is going on.
Boom.
You've got to be ready for that. This is interesting.
Oh, this is big slapping meat. Wow.
There's a number of early favourites still in the match. Big E, Daniel Bryan, both still in it. Edge as well. Good landing.
This is Vince's dream match.
It really is, isn't it? Oh.
Wow.
Jack says, what a showing for Priest. Completely agree. Damian Priest had a really good showing and went out in style. Hurricane.
And he's got a legitimate beef with Bobby Lashley now. If he goes to Raw.
Yes. It would make sense to me for Ripley and Priest to both go to Raw, to be honest. Yeah. Remember when Hurricane tried to double chokeslam Triple H and Steve Austin?
Yep.
Good times. Good times.
I still love going back and watching his whole kind of interaction with The Rock.
Yeah. Thanks for coming, Hurricane.
Yeah. Thanks for the comedy.
I don't think any of the surprise names from the past have lasted very long. Not in the men's match, anyway.
Certainly not outlasted the welcome almost.
Yeah. It's clever.
That replay of him just launching Dominic Mysterio.
There are some really good ways to go across the top rope. Brock Lesnar's perfect at it. If your back's to it, it's going to be really slow. But if you take it side on, it's so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Lesnar's perfect at it. So yeah, some good moments for Big E there. Bobby Lashley's looking dominant.
Yep. And Matt Riddle's been holding his own as well. Nobody in this ring really looks out of place. Christian!
He's here.
Not on his own. I love Christian. I always liked him more than I liked Edge.
Well, Edge has his backup.
Mm-hmm.
He needed it, but he's got it.
And for his age, he still looks good.
He's still looking good, isn't he?
Mm. Oh, his bro is back with him. We need to get a 5-second pause at least. This is how you get Big Bad Bobby Lashley out. Your gang.
That's how you protect someone, yeah.
Yeah.
We've still got a few names to come. We've got Jey Uso, we've got Braun Strowman. There is quite a few still coming in. Rey Mysterio. You can... He really wanted to take that shot.
Oof.
Oh,
I hope this isn't just a one shot for Christian. I'd love to see him back for a while. Yes, that's what we get.
Oh, there is some real good old school stuff. Jack quite rightly mentions, I love how Jey Uso is a dangerous name now. Definitely so.
And it's all off the back of Roman and his character change. He's really elevated.
Very much so. Number 25 is AJ Styles. A name I forgot to add to the list. I don't think we have enough numbers left for John Cena, Brock Lesnar, Aleister Black, Seth Rollins, and Jay White.
No. Well, I think Jay White was
Punk, obviously.
Jay White was certainly one that I didn't expect. I mean, it'd be cool if it happened, but
it would be cool, but I never thought we were going to see it.
No.
Styles and Edge having a bit of a banner. I'd like to see that match. That was an interesting DDT. I think it's especially telling, and Jack's just said this, I can never get over Omos's size. I think it's very telling that they've paired him with AJ Styles, who is not necessarily a tall man.
He makes AJ look child-sized.
He does.
Great spear.
I just like that AJ is clearly annoyed from the injury that he got last year from an Edge spear. And he was very careful not to use his term over brother this year. Big E, Daniel Bryan, Edge still in the match. Indeed, Randy Orton, who is currently in the back. Still a few favourites. And I'm sure we're all looking forward to Christian versus Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania.
Ray
is already advertising beer.
I thought Ray would have at least come out to have like a bit of a Royal Rumble moment with Dominic. That would have been really interesting. But
yeah,
I could never get over his DARPA pants though.
I don't think anybody could. It was not what I expected to see.
Oof. That spot didn't really work as well as I think it could have.
He checked that Omos was there. I think that's on AJ, unfortunately. Jack also says, I remember seeing him next to Braun at SummerSlam, and he made Braun look small. Omos and Braun, very much. That's not what I expected. That's not the way I wanted that to go.
Wow.
Big E does not get a great storyline out of this Royal Rumble.
Surely that shouldn't count, though.
It absolutely shouldn't, but it will. Big E just gets dragged out of the ring by Omos, and they're on different brands. So unless the plan is to swap Big E back over to, actually could be, to move Big E back over to Raw to pair up the New Day again. I don't know.
It is certainly interesting.
It's disappointing.
Yeah.
That's one of the favourites gone.
I mean, you are going to have to start whittling them down now, to be fair.
Surely.
There's not that many left to come in.
Sheamus, I forgot about Sheamus as well.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. Sheamus is in.
Keith Lee could potentially have been in the match, but I don't think we'll see him now.
Yeah, I think it's likely if he's got replaced.
Mia Yim, of course, announced that she did get a positive test for COVID-19. So I completely understand it is only right that whether Keith Lee has it or not, he probably won't take the risk.
Yeah, which is surprising that Shayna and Dakota Kai weren't pulled from the card as well, because I think they share a house with Mia Yim.
I believe so. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. One of the regular YouTube viewers did say that Mia Yim had moved out to move into a place with Keith Lee, but I don't know anything about that.
Well,
so I can't confirm it.
So perhaps that's the case then.
Last I heard, it was very much the streamer house.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shayna and Dakota Kai were still there. Oh, that was a brilliant bro kick.
I mean, Sheamus is one you could legitimately see winning this, like of course, with his storyline with Drew and their friendship turning into a match at WrestleMania. He's
been getting a solid push recently. I do love that everyone's basically just forgotten the entire storyline between Sheamus and Jeff Hardy. It is gone.
Yeah. I mean, it should be forgot because it was not a good storyline.
Oh. That looked painful.
I don't get how this is being allowed to happen. That's now two people who...
I'm hoping this is Braun Strowman and he does not like...
Yeah, I mean, with almost being on the outside, we could at least get the Braun Strowman train.
That's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got two entrants left. Braun Strowman is definitely one of them.
And we've got the Bar in the ring as well, together.
Yeah.
We've got to... there we go.
They competed against each other 2 nights previous. Matt Riddle had to roll out the way as quickly as possible there. And we still have Randy Orton, of course.
Yeah.
Ed says Goldberg, Brock, Cena.
I think it's Goldberg.
Logically, it has to be Strowman, Goldberg.
Yeah.
But then no Aleister Black, no Seth Rollins.
I would prefer it to be Aleister Black or Seth Rollins. I hope I'm wrong on the Goldberg thing. I really, really hope I'm wrong. I just don't think I don't think I am. I mean, if he's put Drew over clean and that's the match we got, then all props to Goldberg.
Seth Rollins has returned. He is number 29, which means that number 30 will be Braun Strowman. We know all of our entrants.
Now, it would have clearly made sense to put Braun in at 29 then to at least save that 30 spot for a surprise, but
I think they wanted to avoid overdoing it.
Yeah. I'm not unhappy at the Monday Night Messiah returning.
Nor am I, to be completely honest. I don't necessarily think SmackDown has missed Rollins because it's still gone from strength to strength, but it'll only get better with Rollins back as well. And if he's in a position to win this thing and go up against Roman, that'll be interesting. I don't see it working out.
I mean, that's a feud you can revisit time and time again, and it's almost like almost timeless. That feud, you can always kind of go back to that well.
Interesting that Sheamus is in the ring. Sheamus, of course, eliminated him at Survivor Series. And based on the crowd reaction, I'm not sure whether or not Seth has come back as a face. Seth Rollins, another one with new gear. It does still say Messiah, though.
It does.
So the character does seem like it's going to continue. Our final entrant is incoming. This surely is Braun Strowman, otherwise why on earth would he be shown on Friday?
Yeah, and it had to be Braun. Come
First
on,
thing you've got to deal with.
Yeah, do the train first. Get that out of the way.
Jack's right, pointing out no Goldberg, which I'm happy with.
Yeah, same. I am happy to eat crow on the Goldberg thing. And again, props to Goldberg for doing the right thing and putting over Drew, made Drew look really, really solid.
It's train time. Ed says, so is Braun the bad idea? I don't think he is. I think the perceived bad idea, there was no confirmation that it was actually going to happen. Fair enough. It was just an idea. There was no confirmation that it was definitely going to happen. But at the same time, you might consider the return of Seth Rollins to be a bad idea. It depends on how you look at things.
The bad idea might be a Christian win. You never know.
You never know. It's all on perception. It is all on perception.
Wow. Strowman.
Oh, that was perfect.
Just to throw him on one side, then throws him over the other, so he knows that he can't catch him.
The camera missed another spear, and it was a big one.
Oh, on Braun as well. Wow. I mean, is that on? Maybe Edge could have waited a couple of seconds, because obviously that's a big moment with him eliminating AJ. We needed that kind of tension between Strowman and Omos. So maybe Edge could have held off a little bit, but I'm sure we'll get a replay of it.
I hope so.
A devious stalking Seth Rollins there on the outside.
Orton still could be in play. I think the presence of Christian kind of works in Orton's favor.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure how that connects to Seth Rollins.
Edge has put in a shift as well.
He really has. Oh, okay, they're going strong again. I don't like it when you hear the chop.
You know that Daniel Bryan does not care about getting his
Daniel
chest.
Bryan wants you to chop him.
Yeah.
Ed points out 52 minutes for Edge. Edge versus Bryan will be a great match.
Yeah. I mean, 52 minutes on your first match back from injury. That's outstanding.
It really is.
Oh, and Christian saves him.
Seth Rollins is being very patient outside the ring. I'm concerned here. My pick is still Daniel Bryan.
Oof. The thing is, the numbers are whittling down, and you've still got to eliminate Braun Strowman somehow. I think WWE have really played it well as keeping all the big favourites into the end. Wow, that handprint on Daniel Bryan's chest.
Mhm.
Oh, it looks like I think it was the wrestler called Jack Stars on NXT UK who
Yes, it was.
altar chopped. It literally looks like that.
I was there
Oof,
for that show in the recording. I'm part of the crowd. You hear going, "Oh!"
that it was brutal, absolutely brutal. Wow, some really good chain wrestling there.
There's some very good wrestling going on.
Oh.
Get in the ring. Get in the ring.
Daniel Bryan giving Tom kittens.
I do like this part of the Rumble. It's exciting seeing who's what number, but when you get to the end and it's just slowly whittling down, it's a very exciting time.
I like this Seth stalking Daniel Bryan. Curb stomp. Is this Bryan out? It is. Oof. The Edge Dream is still alive.
Daniel Bryan has been eliminated by Seth Rollins.
That's a storyline there. So if Seth goes out, I'm happy with that.
They are both on SmackDown.
Mm-hmm. Oof.
That was very done by Matt Riddle.
Oh, Riddle. Bop.
Ed says, I dare someone to say this was a bad show. This has been an incredible show so far.
It's been an air show for me.
WWE have had the Royal Rumble right for a long time now.
But even the matches in between the Rumbles have been top draw.
Yeah.
Oh, is this our final 4/5 if Randy comes back?
If Randy comes back. We've already seen a final 2 of Braun Strowman and Seth Rollins. So I'm not sure that's a partnership that's going to work out.
No. There we go. And there's the turn. Bop. Oh, he just drops him. Just absolutely just drops him. Come on. You're going to have to work to get Big Bad Boy Braun out.
It's very late in the day for an Orton return.
Maybe he's going to come back literally as the
very last second.
Match is over, yeah. Oof.
This has got previous.
Yeah. This seems to be Strowman's kryptonite when it comes to Rumbles. Oh, he let go then, but luckily Strowman allowed him to get his arm back and then just powers him over. Come on, teamwork makes the dream work, lads. Boom! And now we've got a final 2. Oh. Orton's got to come back in now. He's got to. Boff. There we go. They've literally done the Shawn Michaels British Bulldog move. He's done it. He's absolutely done it. The boyhood dream has come alive.
Edge has won the Royal Rumble. Randy Orton was a red herring the whole time.
From number 1.
Yes, Ed, while you were busy typing nothing, I was trying to stay clear.
Oh,
I was sold on that last reversal. I was sold.
wow. What two amazing feel-good moments. And that is potentially his revenge on Randy. He's won the Rumble, and
From the
I-
off.
yeah,
First one in.
I wouldn't even go for Drew. I would go for Roman if I was Edge. Keep him away from Randy for quite a while.
Wow.
I think I'm going to have to check my picks, but I think I've got a clean sweep of every match. So I may be top of the Josh and Stu predictions league this week.
I would hope so, mate. I hope so. That's the only match I got wrong.
I'm blown away by that. Absolutely
Yeah.
blown away.
I can see why Seth Rollins became the betting favorite today when news got out that he was coming in. But I think people were just assuming that's the first time in about 10 years that the favorite hasn't won.
Yeah.
Favorite on the day, I should say. So I don't look for the favorites on the day.
As soon as we saw that interaction with Seth and Daniel Bryan, though, I thought that's going to be the storyline coming out of this. So it doesn't necessarily need Seth to win the Rumble. Where, WWE have booked these to perfection all the way through this card. It's an A card, potentially an A-star card.
Edge has got a chance at a championship of his choice.
And he points at the side. Go on, Edge, lad. Wow. That's the comeback of a century from nearly a decade out of not being able to wrestle. And then within 12 months of being back, you're headlining WrestleMania.
Ed has just pointed out an idea. Orton versus The Fiend in a Firefly Funhouse at WrestleMania.
Interesting. I'm surprised we didn't get The Fiend at least leaving some sort of kind of crumbs to that with Orton.
I think it's telling that Orton was part of a different story today. Tomorrow, he'll probably go back to the previous story. But
he'll have the burns again.
Yeah, even with Alexa Bliss, they only used her incredibly briefly.
Yeah.
She was part of a larger story.
I think that's the best way as well. You can because you keep the storyline in people's minds, but you don't over egg the pudding almost.
Yeah, I entirely get what you're saying. So it's actually ended at a pretty much perfect time because this stream was set to go for 7 hours and we have gone for 6 hours and 51 minutes so far. But it is nearly...
Edge is not the Iron Man. Bianca Belair is not the Iron Man. Tom Collahue is the Iron Man.
I have tried my best. This is the longest stream I've ever done. I was terrified before jumping on here. So I want to thank you, Mags. I want to thank Nick, Ree, Johnny as well for jumping in. I want to thank Ed. I want to thank everyone who has jumped in. I've got Jack commenting all the way. Everyone who's even just been in for a moment. I am very grateful. I've gained quite a few new followers. Big thank you to everyone who has raided. Got 2 raids, and I'm really grateful for all the support we had. We peaked at a new high for my viewership. This has been a really good night for me personally. Mags, what did you think of the Royal Rumble?
I loved every second of it, and it made it even more special for me. The fact that I was in here and able to chat with you guys about it. Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. I'm so glad it was a success for you because you absolutely deserve it. It's been great fun. I can't wait to do it again.
Thank you very much. We will definitely sort something out. Like I said, I'm going to be collecting the commercials. I'm going to get a few different names and variations and stuff. It might be just in future, like, hourly slots, 2-hour slots. I'll try and work something out that works for everyone.
That slots would work really well if you could pull that off.
I will try and make that work. Because I remember coming to you and saying, do you want to come for this slot? And it was like, no, I need to move to this slot. Fantastic. That works too. A bit of maneuverability. Ed, thank you very much. As said, remember everyone, I will have my Raw preview at 6 p.m. UK time tomorrow. That is, I believe, 1 p.m. EST. That is my usual show Mondays and Fridays. I also do Football Manager on Tuesdays, Bloodborne on Thursdays, and maybe doing more in the time to come. I'm getting closer and closer to the follower target, and I am extremely grateful to everyone for jumping in. Mags, I'm going to say good night to you before saying my formal good night. So thank you very much for joining us. Where can we find you?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invite. It was an absolute pleasure. I've loved every minute of it. I won't round through all the content that I'm involved in because we'll be here past the 7 hours. But yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at DAJKirkby, and you can get links there to all the content that I'm involved in.
And of course, I did mention before the show that Mags, his Twitter handle was in the tweet promoting this. So if you are not sure how to spell it or forget over time, please do check there. Thank you very much, Mags, and good night to you.
Good night.
So just one final word to wrap up. I really enjoyed the Royal Rumble. I really enjoyed the watch along. This has been my first watch along and the first watch party. I didn't know how it was going to go. I had a few connection problems at the beginning, but thankfully I don't think many people noticed. If you did, please do let me know. I'll be looking to upgrade things as time goes. But I'm extremely grateful of the company, the effort. This has been a big help to me because I usually have company for the Royal Rumble. And with the world as it is right now, that was not an option. So thank you to anyone who dropped in, anyone who's watched this on catch up, especially to the people who've been here pretty much the whole way through. I'm really unendingly grateful for you. We've gained followers, we've gained viewers, and I'm really happy with how things have gone. Thank you to everyone who's joined. I hope you really enjoyed the Royal Rumble. I really thought it was a great show. I don't think it was top echelon events like 2019 was for me. I don't think it's quite there, but I do think it delivered in every possible manner, and I really enjoyed both Rumbles and was really pleasantly surprised by the finish. Jack says, really good stream. Thanks, Jack. I've enjoyed this a lot. I usually sit alone. This is a big change. You're, of course, welcome to jump in anytime you would like, Jack. I really appreciate you being here as well. So I'm going to say goodnight. A big thank you to Ed, my moderator, who has, of course, been jumping in, helping out as much as possible, advertising. Really appreciate that. Thank you to everyone for joining me, and good night.